Welcome, dear friends, and thank you for joining us by the cozy fireplace tonight. We are truly grateful for your time, and we hope this story brings you relaxation and peace. Settle in, let the warmth envelop you, and may your dreams be sweet. Enjoy the journey into slumber. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush green hills and winding rivers, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Elara. Elara was known for her kindness and curiosity, often found wandering the countryside with her faithful companion, a fluffy white cat named Nimbus, who always seemed to know just when to purr for comfort or leap for joy. Elara's village was a place where stories of enchantment were whispered among the old and young alike. Legends spoke of ancient magic hidden in plain sight, where ordinary objects held secrets waiting to be uncovered. It was on a misty morning, as the sun peeked through a veil of clouds, that Elara stumbled upon a discovery that would change her life. As she wandered through the village market, her fingers brushing against the textures of woven baskets and polished stones, Elara's eyes were drawn to an unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a merchant's stall. It was small and intricately carved with delicate patterns of leaves and tendrils, almost as if it had grown from the forest itself. Elara picked up the box, its surface warm to the touch. The merchant, a kindly old man with twinkling eyes and a beard like a snowy mountain, noticed her interest. "Ah, young Elara," he said with a voice as soft as the rustle of autumn leaves, "that box has been waiting for someone as curious as you." "What is it?" Elara asked, her voice filled with wonder. "It's a whisper box," the merchant replied. "It holds the whispers of the world, the secrets of nature, and the thoughts of those who came before us. But it only reveals its magic to those who listen with their hearts." Intrigued, Elara exchanged a handful of coins for the box and carried it home, Nimbus trotting beside her with a tail flicking in excitement. Once home, she settled by the fireplace, the warmth wrapping around her like a comforting hug. Nimbus curled up in her lap, a soft purr rumbling like distant thunder. With gentle fingers, Elara opened the box. At first, she heard nothing but the crackle of the fire and the wind outside. But as she closed her eyes and listened with her heart, a soft melody began to play, a symphony of whispers, like the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant song of a brook. The box spoke of a hidden grove deep within the forest, a place untouched by time, where the oldest tree stood as a guardian of secrets. It was said that those who found the tree and listened to its whispers could understand the language of nature and learn its wisdom. Determined to find this magical grove, Elara set out on a journey, with Nimbus prancing at her heels. The path led her through sun-dappled meadows and cool, shadowy glens. Along the way, she met companions who each had their own unique gifts. First was Bramble, a red squirrel with bright eyes and a quick wit. Bramble knew every nook and cranny of the forest, guiding Elara through the maze of trees with a chatter of encouragement. "Keep your eyes open and your heart open wider," Bramble would say, leaping from branch to branch. Next was Willow, a wise old owl with feathers like moonlight and eyes that seemed to see beyond the veil of the present. Willow would often perch on Elara's shoulder, sharing her insights during their quiet walks under the starlit sky. "Wisdom is the gentle understanding of the world," Willow would hoot softly, "and it's found in the silence between thoughts." Finally, there was Moss, a gentle deer with antlers like twisted vines and a spirit as calm as a still pond. Moss taught Elara the importance of patience and reflection, often pausing to listen to the whispers of the wind. "In patience we find clarity," Moss would murmur, his warm breath visible in the crisp air. Together, they journeyed through the forest, each day bringing them closer to the mysterious grove. The forest itself seemed alive with anticipation, leaves dancing in the breeze and streams bubbling with laughter. Eventually, they reached the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with an ancient, earthy scent, and the light filtered through the canopy in golden beams. There stood the oldest tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, roots spreading like a wise old hand. Elara approached the tree, and as she placed her hand on its rough bark, the whisper box in her pocket began to hum with a gentle vibration. She closed her eyes and leaned against the tree, opening her heart to the symphony of whispers that surrounded her. The tree spoke of balance and harmony, of the interconnectedness of all living things. It shared stories of the forest's resilience and the gentle strength that lay in compassion and understanding. Elara felt a warmth spreading through her, a deep sense of belonging and peace. With newfound wisdom, Elara returned to her village, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. She shared the stories of her adventure with the villagers, teaching them to listen with their hearts and find magic in the everyday. As the years passed, the village flourished, its people living in harmony with the land and each other. Elara's gentle spirit continued to inspire those around her, and the whisper box, now a cherished heirloom, was passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that lies within the whispers of the world. And so, in that cozy village, nestled between the hills and rivers, the legacy of kindness, wisdom, and friendship endured, a testament to the gentle power of listening with the heart. As the sun set beyond the horizon, the village would glow with the warmth of its stories, and the whispers of the world would sing them softly to sleep. Story 2. In the quaint village of Bramblewood, nestled amongst rolling hills and dappled forests, there existed a peculiar little shop known to some, but not all, simply as the Curiosity Nook. It was a place where old, forgotten things found new purpose, and where the air smelled faintly of aged parchment and lavender. The shop's proprietor, a kindly woman named Miss Ethel, was known for her whimsical wares and the gentle, knowing smile she shared with her visitors. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves rustled like whispers along the cobblestone streets, a young girl named Lila wandered into the Curiosity Nook. Lila was a curious soul, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes like the clear sky at dusk. Her heart beat with the quiet yearning for adventure, though she was often content to find it in the pages of her well-loved books. As she stepped inside, a small bell chimed softly above the door, announcing her arrival. The shop was a treasure trove of oddities, shelves crammed with dusty tomes, jars filled with curious ingredients, and trinkets that twinkled in the dim light. But it was a simple object, resting unobtrusively on a wooden table, that caught Lila's attention. A small, ornate mirror encased in a frame of swirling silver vines. "Ah, you have found the looking-glass of whimsy," Miss Ethel said, appearing from behind a velvet curtain with a gentle rustle. Her voice was warm and melodious, much like the gentle hum of a lullaby. Legend has it, this mirror reveals the unseen magic of the world. Intrigued, Lila picked up the mirror, its surface cool and smooth in her hands. As she peered into it, her reflection shimmered and wavered until, to her amazement, she saw a faint glow around her head, a crown of soft, golden light. "What does it mean?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Miss Ethel smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "It means you have a gift, dear Lila. The mirror reveals those who have the heart to see beyond the ordinary." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She had never considered herself special, but the mirror seemed to say otherwise. With Miss Ethel's gentle encouragement, Lila decided to embark on a journey to discover the magic whispered about in the village, magic that was said to reside in the heart of the enchanted forest. The next morning, Lila set off at dawn, the first light of the sun painting the world in hues of pink and gold. The forest lay on the outskirts of Bramblewood, a place of ancient trees and hidden wonders. As she ventured deeper, the air grew rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sounds of rustling leaves and distant birdsong created a symphony of nature's own making. Along the way, Lila encountered a peculiar assortment of helpers. First was Oliver, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as down and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. Perched upon a low-hanging branch, he offered guidance with a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "Listen to the whispers of the forest," he advised, "for they carry the secrets of those who came before." Next, she met Pippa, a lively squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for collecting acorns. Pippa was full of energy and laughter, her bright eyes dancing with mischief. "I'll show you the hidden paths," she chattered, scampering ahead and leading Lila through a maze of twisting trails. Lastly, there was Finn, a gentle deer with a coat that shimmered like sunlight on water. He walked beside Lila, offering companionship and quiet strength. "Courage comes in many forms," he said, his voice soft and reassuring. Together, they journeyed to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak tree stood, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like the arms of an old friend. At its base was a small, weathered door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "This is it," Oliver hooted, his voice filled with reverence. The doorway of echoes. Lila approached the door, her heart pounding with anticipation. She reached out and traced the carvings with her fingertips, feeling a gentle hum beneath her skin. It was then that she understood the challenge before her. The door would open not to force or might, but to wisdom and heart. Recalling Oliver's words, Lila closed her eyes and listened deeply. At first, there was only the sound of her own breath, but soon she heard the soft, melodic whispers of the forest, stories of bravery and kindness, of hope and dreams. She realized that the magic she sought was not a thing to be found, but a feeling to be embraced. With newfound understanding, Lila spoke to the door, her voice steady and clear. "I seek not power, but to see the beauty in the world, to share it with those who have forgotten." A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and the door slowly creaked open, revealing a world bathed in ethereal light. Lila stepped through, and as she did, she felt a warmth spread through her heart, a quiet joy that resonated with the very essence of life. In that moment, Lila understood that the true magic lay not in the mirror or the forest, but within herself. The ability to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to find wonder in the everyday. When she returned to Bramblewood, Lila carried with her the lessons of the forest. She shared her stories with those willing to listen, her words weaving a tapestry of enchantment and wonder that touched the hearts of many. The village, once unassuming, began to see the world anew, its people inspired to look beyond and believe in the magic that lay just beneath the surface. And so in the gentle glow of candlelight, as the village settled into sleep, Lila would sit by the window, the looking glass of whimsy by her side, her heart aglow with the knowledge that the world was indeed a place of wonders, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to dream. In the quiet of the night, as stars danced in the velvet sky, Lila knew that the journey of discovery was never truly over, for every day was a new adventure, and every moment a chance to uncover the magic that connected all living things in a tapestry of life and love. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees spoke in hushed tones and the leaves danced to the rhythm of the wind, there lay a small, hidden village known only to those who truly listened. The village, called Dapplebrook, was nestled beside a gentle stream that sparkled under the moonlight like a ribbon of liquid silver. It was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the soft, earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. In this enchanted village lived a young girl named Elara. Elara had eyes the color of twilight and hair that flowed like the streams of Dapplebrook itself. She was kind-hearted and curious, with a quiet strength that shone through her gentle demeanor. Elara often spent her days wandering through the forest, listening to the stories whispered by the ancient oaks and birches. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun filtered through the golden canopy above, Elara set out on one of her usual walks. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of a morning dove. She smiled as she wrapped her woolen scarf tighter against the brisk air, her footsteps soft against the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Elara stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted, reaching up towards the sky as if trying to touch the clouds. The tree was unlike any other in the Whispering Wood. Its bark was a deep, shimmering silver, and its leaves were the color of the setting sun. Intrigued, Elara approached the tree. As she did, she noticed something peculiar at its base. A small, intricately carved door, barely visible beneath a tangle of roots. She knelt down, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into the wood. It was then that she heard a soft, melodic voice calling her name. "Elara! Elara!" the voice sang, as gentle as a breeze through the trees. Startled but not afraid, Elara glanced around, trying to find the source of the voice. To her astonishment, she realized it was coming from the tree itself. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's leaves rustled softly, as if laughing. "I am the guardian of this wood, dear child, and I have been waiting for you." Elara's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and curiosity. Waiting for me? Why? Because, the guardian replied, its voice warm and inviting, the forest is in need of your help. Elara listened intently as the guardian explained that the balance of the forest was threatened by a mysterious shadow that had begun to creep through the whispering wood. This shadow, dark and silent, was sapping the life from the trees and withering the vibrant flora. You have a gift, Elara, the guardian continued, a gift to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees. With your help, we can restore harmony to the forest. Elara felt a sense of purpose swell within her. I will do whatever I can to help, she promised. The guardian's leaves shimmered with gratitude. Then let us begin. With a gentle sigh, the ancient tree revealed a hidden path that wound through the forest. The path glowed faintly, as though lit by 1,000 tiny fireflies. Elara followed it, her heart steady and her mind clear. As she journeyed, the forest around her seemed to change. The shadows grew darker, the air thicker. Yet Elara felt no fear. Instead, she felt a deep connection to the forest, as if it were guiding her steps. Along the way, she encountered a small creature nestled in the crook of a tree. It was a fox, its fur as white as the first snow of winter, with eyes that glistened like emeralds. The fox regarded Elara with a curious tilt of its head. "Hello there," Elara greeted softly. "Do you know the way to the heart of the forest?" The fox nodded, its eyes filled with ancient wisdom. It leapt gracefully from the tree and began to lead Elara deeper into the woods. Together they traveled through hidden glades and over babbling brooks, the forest alive with secrets and stories. Elara found comfort in the fox's presence, its quiet companionship a balm against the encroaching shadows. Finally, they reached a secluded grove where the air shimmered with magic. In the center stood a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface as smooth as glass. At the edge of the pool sat an old, wise turtle, its shell adorned with patterns that seemed to shift and change with the light. "Welcome, Elara," the turtle said, its voice a deep rumble that resonated through the grove. "I am the keeper of the waters, and I have awaited your arrival." Elara knelt by the pool, her reflection gazing back at her. "What must I do?" she asked. The keeper of the waters explained that the shadow could only be dispelled by understanding its nature. It was born of forgotten dreams and lost hopes, a darkness that thrived on sadness and despair. "You must find the light within yourself, Elara," the turtle advised. "Only then can you banish the shadow." Elara closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the gentle pulse of the forest around her. She thought of Dapplebrook, of the laughter of children, and the warmth of the hearth. She thought of the kindness in her heart, the love she had for the world and all its wonders. Slowly a light began to glow within her, a soft, golden radiance that spread through the grove. It illuminated every corner, casting away the shadows and filling the air with warmth. When Elara opened her eyes, the grove was transformed. The shadow was gone, replaced by a vibrant tapestry of colors and light. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling in joyful harmony. The fox nuzzled Elara's hand, its eyes shining with gratitude. The keeper of the waters nodded approvingly. "You have done well, child. The forest is at peace once more." Elara smiled, her heart full of joy and contentment. She knew that she had grown, not just in spirit, but in understanding of the balance between light and dark, hope and despair. As she made her way back to Dapplebrook, Elara felt the gentle magic of the whispering woods settle around her like a warm embrace. She knew that she would always be a part of this enchanted world, just as it would always be a part of her. That night, as the stars winked down from the velvet sky, Elara lay in her cozy bed, the sound of the stream lulling her to sleep. She dreamed of the forest, of the friends she had made, and of the light that shone within her, guiding her always. And so the village of Dapplebrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering wood, where magic and wonder, friendship and discovery wove together like the threads of a beautiful tapestry, creating a world of peace and harmony for all who called it home. Story 4. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Elara. The village was a place of simple joys, where thatched roof cottages dotted the landscape, and winding cobblestone paths led to bustling markets filled with laughter and the warm aroma of freshly baked bread. Elara was known throughout the village for her curiosity and her gentle heart. With eyes the color of honey and hair that danced like golden threads in the sunlight, she spent her days exploring the fields and forests that surrounded her home, always eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within the natural world. She often wandered with a small leather-bound notebook, jotting down sketches and notes about the birds that sang overhead, the flowers that swayed in the breeze, and the patterns of the leaves that crunched beneath her feet. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves blazed in hues of amber and scarlet, Elara ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was cool, carrying with it the earthy scent of pine and the distant whisper of a brook. As she followed an unfamiliar path, she noticed the forest seemed to grow thicker and more mysterious, the trees towering like ancient sentinels guarding secrets untold. It was then she heard it, a soft, melodious hum that seemed to resonate from the very heart of the woods. Intrigued, Elara followed the sound, her footsteps light as she traversed the moss-covered ground. The melody grew stronger, leading her to a clearing bathed in gentle sunlight, where a small pond lay, its surface shimmering like a mirror. At the edge of the pond sat a curious creature unlike any Elara had ever seen. It was a small, plump hedgehog with quills that glistened in shades of silver and gold. But what truly caught Elara's attention was the tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on its nose and the little book it held in its paws. "Hello there," Elara greeted softly, trying not to startle the unusual creature. "What a beautiful song you were humming." The hedgehog looked up, its eyes twinkling with a mix of surprise and delight. "Oh, hello. I didn't realize I had an audience," it replied in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I'm Horatio, the keeper of songs." "The keeper of songs?" Elara repeated, her curiosity piqued. "What does that mean?" Horatio adjusted his spectacles and closed his book with a gentle snap. "I travel the forest, collecting the music of nature. Every breeze, every ripple in the water, and every bird's call holds a unique melody. It's my job to listen and preserve these songs." Elara was enchanted by the idea. "May I listen with you?" she asked, settling down beside him on the soft grass. "Of course," Horatio replied with a warm smile. "But you must be very still and let the forest speak to you." Together they sat in silence, the world around them alive with sound. Elara closed her eyes, her senses attuned to the symphony of the forest, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, and the soft trickle of the brook weaving its way through the underbrush. It was a melody both serene and ancient, a song of harmony and peace. As the afternoon sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the clearing, Horatio spoke again. "There is something special in the quiet moments," he said. "In listening, we find understanding, and in understanding we find friendship." Elara nodded, understanding that the forest was not just a place of mystery, but a living entity with stories to tell and secrets to share. As the sky turned to twilight, she knew she had discovered something precious, a connection to the world around her, and an unexpected friendship with a wise little hedgehog. "Will you come back tomorrow?" Horatio asked as Elara rose to leave. "I'd love to," Elara replied, her heart warm with the knowledge of the new wonders that awaited her. There's so much more to learn. And so, as the stars began to twinkle overhead, Elara made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. With each step, she carried the music of the forest in her heart, a melody to guide her dreams and inspire her journey. From that day on, Elara visited the clearing every afternoon, her friendship with Horatio growing deeper with each shared song and story. Together, they explored the mysteries of the natural world, uncovering hidden truths and celebrating the beauty of life's simple wonders. In time, the villagers began to notice a change in Elara. She walked with a newfound grace, her heart open and her spirit light, as if she carried the forest's magic within her. And though the villagers never saw Horatio, they felt his presence in the music that seemed to linger in the air, a gentle reminder of the harmony that exists when we embrace the world with open hearts and listening ears. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Elara grew into a wise young woman, beloved by all who knew her. She never forgot her friend Horatio or the lessons he had taught her, that through patience, understanding, and unexpected friendships, the world becomes a place of wonder and discovery. And so, in a village where the forest whispered ancient songs and the sky stretched wide in endless blue, Elara and Horatio continued to share their adventures, reminding everyone that the greatest magic lies not in what we see, but in what we hear and feel with our hearts. And thus, beneath the light of the moon and the watchful gaze of the stars, the village drifted into a gentle slumber, cradled by the melodies of the night and the promise of a new day filled with wonder and friendship. Story 5. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young girl named Elara. Her days were filled with the gentle routines of village life, helping her grandmother in the cozy little shop they ran. The shop was brimful with curious trinkets and peculiar artifacts, each with its own story waiting to be told. Yet there was one item that always captured Elara's imagination: a small, intricately carved wooden box that sat on the highest shelf, untouched and mysterious. One particularly crisp autumn evening, when the golden leaves danced with the whispers of the wind, Elara's grandmother, with her eyes twinkling like stars, decided it was time to share the secret of the wooden box. As they sat by the fireplace, where the logs crackled softly, filling the room with warmth and a scent of pine, her grandmother began the tale. "This box, my dear Elara, is not just any box. It holds the power of wonder," she said, her voice a soft melody. "It was crafted by the wise and gentle hands of the forest folk, imbued with magic that reveals itself to those with a heart full of curiosity and kindness." Elara's eyes widened with awe. "What does it do, grandmother?" "Ah, that is for you to discover," she replied with a knowing smile. "But remember, its magic is subtle and requires wisdom to unlock. Keep your heart open, and it will guide you." With her grandmother's words echoing softly in her mind, Elara cradled the box with reverence, feeling its smooth, warm surface. That night, as she lay in her bed wrapped snugly in her quilt, the room aglow with the gentle light of the moon, Elara's dreams were filled with visions of lush forests and shimmering lights. The next morning, carrying the box carefully in her satchel, Elara set out on a journey through the village and beyond, her heart a blend of excitement and trepidation. Her first stop was to visit Mr. Thistle, the kindly old librarian, whose nose was forever buried in a book. His library was a haven of knowledge, stacked high with tomes that smelled of parchment and ink. "Ah, Elara," Mr. Thistle greeted her with a warm smile, adjusting his spectacles. "What brings you here today?" Elara held out the box. "I'm trying to learn about the magic within this. Do you have any books that might help?" Mr. Thistle, intrigued, examined the box, his eyes twinkling behind his glasses. "This is indeed a fascinating object. I believe there might be something in the ancient tales section. Let us see what we can find." Together they sifted through dusty tomes and scrolls, the library alive with the soft rustle of pages. As the afternoon sun streamed through the tall windows, casting a golden glow, they stumbled upon a story, a legend about a hidden grove where the magic of discovery flourished. "The grove lies beyond the whispering woods," Mr. Thistle read aloud. "It is a place where one must listen to the heart and trust in the guidance of friends." Thanking Mr. Thistle for his help, Elara continued her journey, the path leading her towards the edge of the village and into the enchanting embrace of the whispering woods. The trees swayed gently, their leaves singing in the breeze, as if welcoming her with open arms. As Elara ventured deeper, she encountered her first companion, a wise old owl named Orin, perched majestically on a low branch. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes, deep pools of wisdom, regarded her with curiosity. "Greetings, young traveler," Orin hooted softly. "You carry the box of wonder, do you not?" Elara nodded. "Yes, I seek the grove spoken of in the legends. Can you help me find it?" Orin fluffed his feathers and nodded. "Indeed, but remember, the path is not always what it seems. Follow your heart, and do not be afraid to ask for help." With Orin as her guide, they journeyed together through the woods, the air filled with the scent of moss and earth. The forest was alive with the gentle chatter of squirrels and the delicate rustle of leaves. As they walked, Elara shared stories of her family and her dreams, finding comfort in Orin's wise and gentle presence. Their path soon led them to a babbling brook, its waters sparkling like a river of stars. Here, they met another companion, a sprightly fox named Finn. with a coat the color of autumn leaves and a playful glint in his eyes. "Hello there," Finn greeted them with a cheerful wag of his bushy tail. "What brings you to this part of the woods?" Elara explained her quest, and Finn, ever eager for adventure, decided to join them. "I know these woods like the back of my paw," he declared with a mischievous grin. "Together, we'll find this magical grove." With the trio now complete, they continued their journey, laughter and stories weaving a tapestry of friendship. As they delved deeper into the forest, the light grew softer, the world around them a symphony of colors and sounds. At last, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, they arrived at a clearing. In the center stood a circle of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, their branches forming a protective canopy above. "This is it," Orin hooted gently, his voice filled with reverence. "The Grove of Discovery." Elara stepped forward, her heart aflutter of excitement and nerves. The air was thick with magic, a gentle hum that resonated in her very being. She placed the wooden box at the center of the grove and sat down beside it, her friends gathering around her in a circle of warmth and support. "Remember, Elara," Orin said softly, "the magic lies not just in the box, but within you. Trust your heart and let it guide you." Elara closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her and the gentle caress of the breeze. She thought of her grandmother's words, of the kindness and curiosity that had guided her thus far. As she opened her eyes, she saw a soft glow emanating from the box. Slowly, the lid began to open, revealing a shimmering light that danced like fireflies. The glow expanded, enveloping the grove in a gentle luminescence that seemed to breathe with life. In that moment, Elara understood. The magic was not in the box itself, but in the journey it had led her on. The friendships she had forged, the wisdom she had gained, and the courage to listen to her heart. With a gentle sigh, the light faded, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment. Elara smiled, her heart full, and thanked her friends for their guidance and companionship. As they made their way back through the woods, the stars twinkling above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Elara knew she was forever changed. She had discovered not only the magic of the box, but the magic within herself. The strength of friendship, the power of kindness, and the beauty of believing in one's own heart. And so, with the village of Willowbrook welcoming her home, Elara carried the lessons of her journey, knowing that the true wonder of life lay not in any single object, but in the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream and discover. The world was full of magic, if only one remembered to look with open eyes and an open heart. Story 6. In the heart of a forest where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the air was perpetually laced with the scent of pine and blooming wildflowers, there was a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other. It was nestled beside a shimmering lake that mirrored the sky's every mood, from the soft pinks of dawn to the deep indigo of night. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, and the forest was their sanctuary, their friend, and sometimes their teacher. Among the villagers was a young woman named Elara. Elara had always felt a deep connection to the forest, as though it held a piece of her heart within its leafy embrace. She was known for her gentle nature, her laughter that chimed like silver bells, and her eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Yet despite her cheerful demeanor, Elara struggled with change. She found comfort in the familiar, in the routines that wove the tapestry of her life, and she was hesitant to step beyond the bounds of what she knew. The villagers often spoke of the enchanted glade, a mysterious part of the forest where it was said magic lived in every leaf and drop of dew. This glade was a place where dreams whispered, and the air shimmered with possibility. It was a place of transformation, where those who entered with an open heart could find the answers they sought. Yet, Elara had never ventured there, for she feared what change might bring. One crisp autumn morning, Elara noticed something unusual. The vibrant leaves of the forest seemed to be swirling in a peculiar dance, as if beckoning her to follow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of apples and cinnamon, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As she watched the leaves twirl and glide, a soft voice seemed to whisper on the wind, "Come, Elara, it's time." Curiosity battling with her apprehension, Elara decided to follow the trail of swirling leaves. They led her deeper into the forest than she had ever dared to go. The path was lined with tall, stately trees, their branches forming a cathedral of rustling leaves overhead. As she walked, she felt as if the forest was alive, watching her with ancient eyes and urging her onward. At last, she arrived at the enchanted glade. It was a sight that took her breath away. The glade was bathed in a golden light, and the grass was lush and soft underfoot, dotted with flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. As Elara approached the tree, she felt a gentle warmth envelop her. It was as if the tree itself was alive with magic, its leaves whispering secrets of the forest and the world beyond. She reached out to touch the bark, and as her fingers brushed against it, a soft voice spoke within her mind. "Welcome, Elara," it said, with a warmth that wrapped around her like a cozy blanket. "You have come seeking change, though you may not yet know it. Here you will find what you need." Elara closed her eyes, allowing the voice to guide her thoughts. She saw images of herself, her life in the village, the people she loved, and the routine she clung to. Yet, alongside these familiar scenes, she saw something new, a path leading through the forest, out into the world beyond, filled with adventures and possibilities she had never dared to imagine. "But I'm afraid," Elara whispered, her voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. "What if I lose myself in the change?" The tree's voice was gentle and reassuring. "Change is not the loss of self, but the discovery of more. You will find that you are stronger, braver, and more than you ever dreamed. Trust the journey." As Elara stood there, the magic of the glade began to weave around her, a soft, shimmering light that wrapped her in a cocoon of warmth and comfort. She felt her fears and doubts begin to melt away, replaced by a growing sense of peace and curiosity. She realized that change was not something to fear, but something to embrace, a chance to grow and discover new parts of herself. Feeling lighter than she had in years, Elara turned to leave the glade, but not before the tree gave her a final gift. From its branches, a single leaf floated down, glowing with a gentle light. She caught it in her hands, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. It was a token of the glade, a reminder of the magic within her and the strength she had found. As she made her way back to the village, the forest seemed to sing with her newfound joy. The birds chirped a merry tune, the leaves whispered congratulations, and the sun shone brighter, as if celebrating her transformation. Elara knew that she was ready to embrace whatever life had to offer, to step into the unknown with an open heart and a curious spirit. Back in Willowbrook, Alara's friends noticed the change in her immediately. Her laughter was more vibrant, her eyes filled with an inner light. She shared her experience with them, her words full of wonder and discovery. And as she spoke, they, too, felt inspired to seek out their own paths, to embrace the changes that life might bring. From that day on, Elara became a guide for those seeking the magic of the enchanted glade. She led her friends and fellow villagers through the forest, showing them the way to the glade, where they could find their own answers and transformations. Her journey had taught her the beauty of change, the power of friendship, and the magic that lived within each of them. The village of Willowbrook thrived, its people growing and changing alongside the ever-whispering forest. And Elara, who had once feared change, became a beacon of hope and courage, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the enchanted glade. As the years passed, Elara found herself returning to the glade often, each visit revealing new secrets and wisdom. She had learned that personal growth was a journey with no end, a continual unfolding of the self. And with each step, she felt the gentle guidance of the forest, the magic that had become a part of her very soul. In the quiet moments, when the village was still and the night sky stretched endlessly above, Elara would sit by the lake, watching the stars dance upon its surface. And in those moments, she felt a deep, abiding peace, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be, in harmony with the world and herself. And so, the story of Elara and the enchanted glade became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a reminder to all who heard it of the magic of personal discovery and the beauty of embracing change. The forest continued to whisper its secrets, guiding those with open hearts to find their own paths. and the gentle glow of the glade remained a beacon of hope and transformation for all who sought it. Story 7. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum with secrets and the wind played soft melodies through the leaves, there lived a young deer named Elara. Her coat was the color of caramel, and her eyes shone with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Elara had always felt a special connection to the forest, as if it were a living, breathing entity that cradled her in its verdant embrace. Every morning, the sun would sprinkle golden light through the canopy, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor that danced with the rustle of every leaf. Elara loved to wander among the towering oaks and whispering pines, her hooves making a gentle rhythm on the soft earth as she explored the wonders of her home. She was never alone, for the forest was alive with creatures great and small, each with its own story to tell. One crisp autumn day, as the air was filled with the scent of pine and the leaves blushed with shades of amber and crimson, Elara stumbled upon something most unusual. In a small clearing, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, lay a tiny, shimmering orb. It glowed with a soft, silvery light, casting gentle shadows that seemed to dance in the breeze. Intrigued, Elara stepped closer, her breath mingling with the cool morning air as she peered at the mysterious object. As she leaned in, a soft voice whispered through the autumn air, "Do not fear, young one. I am here to guide you." Startled yet intrigued, Elara looked around but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely more than a breath. "I am the spirit of the forest," the voice replied, tender and warm. "This orb you have found is a gift, a seed of magic. It will lead you on a journey of discovery if you choose to follow." Elara's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She had always dreamed of adventure, yet the idea of leaving the familiar paths of her beloved woods was daunting. Still, the allure of the unknown, the promise of learning more about the world beyond her glen, was irresistible. With newfound resolve, Elara nudged the orb gently with her nose. It rolled a little and then lifted into the air, hovering at eye level. It shimmered brighter, casting a warm glow that filled Elara with courage. "I will follow," she declared, her voice steady and clear. The orb bobbed in the air, leading Elara deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. As she followed, she noticed how the forest seemed to change around her. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker and more gnarled. The underbrush was dense with ferns and wildflowers, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the fresh, earthy aroma of moss. As dusk approached, the orb led Elara to a gentle brook, its waters sparkling under the first twinkling stars. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the landscape. Here, by the brook, the orb paused, its light quivering as if it were waiting for something, or someone. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any Elara had seen. It was a fox, but not an ordinary one. Its fur was a deep, rich auburn, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Around its neck hung a delicate chain with a small, iridescent stone that glowed with the same silvery light as the orb. "Greetings, traveler," the fox said, its voice smooth and musical. "I am Finn, guardian of the forest's mysteries. I see you have found the seed of magic. It has chosen you, and now our paths are intertwined." Elara dipped her head in greeting, feeling a warmth of kinship with this new companion. "I am Elara," she replied. "The forest spirit spoke to me and led me here. What is this journey that awaits us?" Finn's eyes twinkled with a knowing light. The forest is full of wonders, but also of mysteries that yearn to be understood. Together we will discover the hidden secrets of this realm and learn the ancient wisdom that it holds. And so, Elara and Finn set off together, the orb lighting their way. As they traveled, Finn shared stories of the forest's past, tales of ancient trees that once walked the earth and streams that sang songs of old. Elara listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with each new piece of knowledge. Their journey took them through hidden glades where fireflies danced in the moonlight, across meadows that bloomed with wild flowers of every hue, and into groves where the air was thick with the scent of lavender and sage. With each step, Elara felt herself growing, not just in understanding but in spirit. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the language of the leaves, and to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her hooves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. They arrived at the edge of the forest. Beyond lay a vast, shimmering lake, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the starlit sky above. The orb hovered over the water, casting ripples of silver light across the surface. "This is Lake Luminara," Finn explained, his voice tinged with awe. "It is said that the waters of this lake hold the reflections of all who seek truth and self-discovery. If you gaze into its depths, you may find the answers you seek." Elara stepped cautiously to the water's edge, her reflection wavering in the gentle ripples. As she peered into the lake, she saw not just her own face, but a myriad of images, memories of her journey, the faces of the creatures she had met, moments of joy and wonder, and even moments of doubt and fear. And then she saw something more, a vision of herself, not as she was, but as she could be, wise, strong, and full of love for the world around her. Tears welled in Elara's eyes, not of sadness, but of a deep, profound understanding. The journey had shown her not only the beauty and magic of the forest, but also the strength and wisdom within herself. She realized that the true magic was not in the orb or the forest, but in the connections she had made and the lessons she had learned. Finn watched as Elara stepped back from the lake, a gentle smile on his face. "You have found your truth, Elara," he said softly. "The magic of the forest has always been within you." Elara nodded, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. "Thank you, Finn," she said, her voice filled with gratitude, "for guiding me, for being my friend." The orb, its task complete, began to shimmer and fade, its light returning to the stars above. As it vanished, Elara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had discovered not just the magic of the forest, but the magic within herself. Together, Elara and Finn turned back toward the Whispering Woods, the path now familiar and welcoming. The forest seemed to embrace them, its leaves whispering a gentle lullaby as they walked beneath the moonlit canopy. They knew that the journey was not an end, but a beginning, a promise of new adventures and discoveries yet to come. And as they made their way home, the stars twinkled above, their light dancing through the trees, a reminder that the world was full of magic and wonder, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to seek it. Story 8. In a serene corner of the world, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. This village, with its cobblestone paths and charming cottages, was cradled by the gentle arms of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the sky was an ever-changing canvas of soft pastels at dawn and dusk. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, cherishing the simple joys and mysteries it offered. In Elderglen, there was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of spring leaves and hair that cascaded like a waterfall of golden wheat. Lila was curious and kind-hearted, with a spirit that seemed to dance with the wind. She loved spending her days exploring the woods that bordered the village, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches weaving a tapestry of emerald and gold. One cool autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of coral and lavender, Lila set out on one of her rambles. Wrapped in her favorite woolen cloak, she wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before. The crunch of fallen leaves underfoot and the gentle rustle of the wind in the trees were her companions as she ventured into the heart of the woodland. As she walked, Lila noticed a peculiar light flickering through the trees. It was soft and inviting, a warm glow that seemed to pulse gently like a heartbeat. Intrigued, she followed the light, her steps quickening with excitement and a touch of trepidation. The path wound deeper into the woods, where shadows stretched long and the air was cool and fragrant. Eventually, Lila arrived at a small, hidden glade. In its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward, draped in a cloak of shimmering golden leaves. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was the source of the light, a cluster of glowing mushrooms, casting a soft, ethereal glow that bathed the glade in a magical light. Lila gazed in wonder, feeling as though she had stepped into a forgotten realm. As she approached the tree, she noticed a small figure sitting quietly beside the mushrooms. It was a creature unlike any she had seen before, a tiny, delicate fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that sparkled like the stars. The fox looked up at Lila, its eyes meeting hers with a gentle curiosity. "Hello," Lila whispered, kneeling down to meet the fox's gaze. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." The little fox tilted its head, and to Lila's astonishment it replied in a soft, musical voice. "Not at all, dear child. I am glad for the company. Few wander this far into the woods." Lila's heart leapt with delight and a hint of disbelief. "You can speak!" the fox chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Indeed, I can. My name is Sylvie. I am the guardian of this glade, a place where the old magic thrives." Lila felt a thrill of wonder. "Magic? Real magic?" Sylvie nodded, her silver fur shimmering in the glow of the mushrooms. "Yes, the kind that lives in the heart of nature and in the bonds between friends." Lila sat beside Sylvie, feeling the earth cool and firm beneath her. "I've always believed in magic," she said softly, "in the way the seasons change, in the way the stars twinkle, but I've never seen it like this." Sylvie's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Magic is not always visible, Lila. Often it is felt in the quiet moments and seen in the kindness of hearts. You have a magic within you, as all living things do." The evening deepened around them, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, listening. Lila and Sylvie talked for hours, sharing stories and dreams, the forest their silent witness. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the glade, Lila learned that Sylvie had been waiting for a friend to help her protect the glade's magic, which was slowly fading as the world changed. "Will you help me, Lila?" Sylvie asked, her eyes earnest and hopeful. Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose taking root. "Of course, Sylvie. I would be honored." And so Lila and Sylvie became partners, tending to the glade and nurturing its magic. They planted seeds of wildflowers that bloomed in radiant colors, and they sang songs that wove through the trees, echoing with laughter and joy. In return, the glade thrived, its magic growing stronger, a beacon of wonder in the heart of the forest. Through their work, Lila discovered a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. She grew wiser and more attuned to the magic that lay within her own heart. As the seasons turned, word of the magical glade spread gently through the village. Elderglen's people, curious and respectful, came to visit, bringing their own hopes and dreams to share with the ancient oak and its guardian fox. And in this way, the magic of the glade began to ripple outward, touching every life it encountered with a gentle, transformative grace. One evening, as Lila and Sylvie sat beneath the oak tree, watching the fireflies dance in the twilight, Lila spoke softly. "Thank you, Sylvie, for showing me the magic in the world and in myself." Sylvie nestled close, her silver fur warm and comforting. "And thank you, dear Lila, for being my friend and helping to keep this magic alive." The stars shimmered above, a tapestry of light in the velvet sky, and the forest hummed with the quiet melody of night. Lila felt a profound peace settle within her, a deep connection to the world and to her newfound friend. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, the magic of the glade flourished, nurtured by the bond of friendship and the wisdom of nature. Lila and Sylvie's story became part of the village's lore, a gentle reminder of the wonders that await those who dare to seek them. As the years passed, Elderglen thrived, its people living with the gentle magic that had touched their lives. And Lila, forever changed by her journey, grew into a wise and kind-hearted woman, sharing her stories and her love for the natural world with all who would listen. In the end, the magic of Elderglen was not just in the glade or the glowing mushrooms, but in the hearts of its people, in their kindness, their dreams, and their unwavering belief in the wonders of the world. And as the village lay beneath the starlit sky, a warm, peaceful hush settled over Elderglen, cradling it in a gentle embrace, a lullaby of earth and sky, of friendship and magic, of dreams that danced like fireflies in the night. Story 9. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a hidden glen, known only to the gentle creatures who called it home. This was Elderglen, where towering trees whispered secrets through rustling leaves, and the soil hummed with the deep magic that nourished the earth. The creatures of Elderglen lived in a delicate balance, a harmony woven through the ages, passed down from one generation to the next. Elderberry, a wise old tortoise with a shell as textured as the bark of an ancient oak, was the keeper of the glen's wisdom. His slow, deliberate movements and thoughtful eyes spoke of centuries of knowledge. As the sun rose each morning, casting golden light across the dew-kissed forest floor, Elderberry would gather the young creatures of Elderglen around him. There were Juniper, the curious squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves; Willow, the gentle fawn whose eyes mirrored the deep, tranquil pools of the forest; and Thistle, a lively rabbit with a coat as soft as the downy clouds that floated above. "Gather close, my dear ones," Elderberry would begin, his voice as soothing as the gentle babble of a nearby brook. "For the forest has secrets it whispers only to those who pause to listen." One crisp autumn day, as the leaves danced down from the trees like fiery rain, Elderberry sensed a change in the air. The wind carried whispers of an imbalance, a subtle shift that could unsettle the harmony they cherished. It was then that he decided it was time to pass on the most important lesson of all, the dance of the seasons. "The dance of the seasons," Elderberry explained, "is the rhythm of life itself. Each season brings its own magic, its own duty, and in return, it receives a gift from the forest." Juniper's eyes widened with wonder. "What magic does autumn bring?" he asked, his tail twitching with excitement. "Ah, autumn," Elderberry mused, closing his eyes as if recalling a distant memory. "It is the season of letting go. The trees gift their leaves to the earth, creating a blanket to warm the soil. In return, the forest gifts them rest, a time to gather strength for the blooms of spring." As they listened, a soft breeze swept through the glen, carrying with it the scent of pine and the crispness of fallen leaves. Willow, feeling the magic in the air, asked, "And what of winter, Elderberry?" "Winter," the wise tortoise continued, "brings the gift of silence. The forest falls into a peaceful slumber, and in return, the snow blankets the earth, protecting seeds and roots, promising the rebirth of life." The creatures sat quietly, the stories weaving a tapestry of understanding in their minds. Thistle, who often dashed about with the energy of a thunderstorm, felt a calmness settle over him, a newfound appreciation for the stillness winter promised. As the days grew shorter and the air turned crisp, the forest prepared for the coming of winter. Elderberry guided the young ones in gathering provisions, teaching them how to find the hidden bounty the forest offered. They collected acorns and berries, storing them in secret nooks and crannies. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of a setting sun, Elderberry gathered his young friends for a special journey. "Tonight, we shall visit the heart of the glen," he announced. "There, you will see the magic that ties the seasons together." Curiosity alight in their eyes, the young creatures followed Elderberry through the winding paths of the forest, their paws crunching softly on the fallen leaves. The air was crisp and clear, each breath a visible puff of warmth against the chill. They arrived at a secluded clearing where a majestic oak stood, its branches stretching towards the heavens. This was the heart of the glen, a place where the magic of the forest was most concentrated. The oak's roots delved deep into the earth, and its presence was a testament to the enduring strength of nature. Elderberry beckoned them closer. "Place your paws upon the trunk and feel the heartbeat of the forest," he instructed. Hesitant at first, the young creatures pressed their paws against the rough bark. A gentle thrum resonated through them, a pulse that echoed the rhythm of life itself. It was as if they could feel the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the burbling of distant streams flowing through their veins. "This is the gift of connection," Elderberry explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "We are all part of a greater whole, each of us lending our unique energy to the dance." As they stood there, feeling the heartbeat of the forest, a soft snow began to fall. The first snow of winter, each flake a delicate lace of frozen magic, blanketed the ground. The creatures watched in awe as the forest transformed into a realm of pristine white, the snow reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny stars. Winter had arrived, bringing with it a sense of peace and reflection. The forest fell into a deep, restful silence, and the creatures of Elderglen retreated to their cozy burrows and nests, their bellies full and their hearts warm with the understanding of their place in the cycle. Throughout the winter months, the young ones would often gather around Elderberry, sharing tales and dreams, their bonds strengthening with each passing day. They learned to appreciate the quiet beauty of winter, the way the snow muffled their footsteps, and the way ice crystals sparkled like diamonds in the morning sun. As spring approached, the forest awoke with a gentle stirring. The snow melted away to reveal tender shoots of green, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of budding flowers. The creatures emerged from their winter havens, their spirits renewed and ready to embrace the new season. Elderberry gathered them once more beneath the mighty oak, the heart of the glen. "Spring has returned, my dear ones," he announced with a smile. "It is a time of renewal and growth. The forest awakens, and we must nurture the new life that emerges." And so, guided by the wisdom of Elderberry, the creatures of Elderglen tended to their beloved forest. They planted seeds, tended to young saplings, and ensured that the balance was maintained for the cycle to continue. Through the seasons, they learned that each brought its own challenges and rewards. Summer's warmth and abundance, autumn's beauty and preparation, winter's rest and reflection, and spring's renewal and growth. Each was a vital part of the dance, a lesson in the interconnectedness of all living things. As the years passed, juniper, willow, and thistle grew wise and kind-hearted, just like their mentor. They carried the lessons of Elderberry with them, passing them down to the next generation, ensuring that the magic and harmony of Elderglen would endure. And so, the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the wisdom of nature and the gentle creatures who called it home. The dance of the seasons continued, an unending cycle of life and magic, watched over by the spirit of Elderglen, where reality and magic intertwined in perfect harmony. Story 10. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest where the trees swayed like dancers in a gentle breeze, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was cradled by emerald hills and a river that sang softly as it wove through the land. The days in Willowbrook were filled with the merry chirping of birds and the distant sound of laughter echoing from the bustling market. It was a place where time seemed to move at its own leisurely pace, and the air was always tinged with the scent of blooming wildflowers. The village was home to many kind-hearted folk, but among them there was a young girl named Elara. With hair as dark as raven feathers and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, Elara was known for her curiosity and gentle nature. She lived with her grandmother Mabel in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest. Mabel was a wise woman, with stories etched into every wrinkle of her smile and a warmth that radiated like sunshine on a spring day. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, something peculiar began to unfold in Willowbrook. The village square, usually bustling with vendors and chatter, was unusually quiet. The villagers had gathered, whispering in hushed tones and casting curious glances toward the ancient oak tree that stood at the center of the square. Elara, sensing the unusual atmosphere, slipped out from her grandmother's side and made her way through the crowd. Her eyes widened as she noticed what everyone else was staring at, a shimmering mist swirling gracefully around the old oak. It glowed with a soft, silvery light, casting a magical aura over the square. "What do you think it is, grandmother?" Elara asked, her voice tinged with wonder and a hint of trepidation. Mabel laid a gentle hand on Elara's shoulder. "There are many mysteries in this world, dear one, but every mystery is simply a story waiting to be uncovered." Intrigued, Elara decided to take a closer look. As she approached, the mist seemed to beckon her, curling around her fingertips like a playful kitten. It was cool to the touch, and as she brushed her hand through it, she noticed something glinting at the base of the tree, a small, ornate key. "Look," Elara exclaimed, holding up the key for all to see. It was intricately carved, with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the glow of the mist. The villagers murmured among themselves, pondering the significance of the key and the mysterious mist. Some speculated it was a sign of good fortune, while others wondered if it was a message from the forest spirits. "Whatever it is, it's certainly a puzzle," said Old Man Brahm, the village storyteller, with a twinkle in his eye, "and puzzles are meant to be solved." With the villagers' curiosity piqued, Elara felt a sense of purpose bubbling within her. She decided to take on the challenge of uncovering the mystery, and her first step was to consult the village's wisest creature, a gentle, ancient owl named Orion who lived in the heart of the forest. As the moon rose high, casting silver light over the sleeping village, Elara embarked on her journey. The forest was alive with the symphony of crickets and the rustle of leaves. Fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights flickering like stars come down to play among the trees. Orion's home was a grand, sprawling tree with branches that reached up to caress the sky. Elara found him perched on a low branch, his eyes closed as if he were in deep thought. "Orion," she called softly, "I seek your wisdom." The owl opened his eyes slowly, regarding her with a gaze as deep and wise as the forest itself. "Ah, young Elara," he hooted, "what brings you to my humble abode at this hour?" Elara explained the strange mist and the discovery of the key, her words tumbling out in a rush of excitement and curiosity. Orion listened patiently, nodding thoughtfully. "The key you found is no ordinary trinket," he said, his voice as smooth as the night breeze. "It is said to open a door to a place hidden from the eyes of those who do not believe in the magic of the world." "A door?" Elara echoed, her mind racing with possibilities. "But where can I find this door?" Orion tilted his head, considering. "The answer lies in the heart of the forest, where the light dances at dawn and dusk. There, you will find what you seek." With Orion's cryptic guidance in mind, Elara set off deeper into the forest, her heart a blend of excitement and uncertainty. The path before her was dappled with moonlight, and the gentle rustle of the trees seemed to whisper encouragement. As she ventured further, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped around Elara like a warm cloak. At last, she arrived at a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. In the center stood a stone archway, its surface covered in the same swirling patterns as the key. Elara felt a thrill of recognition and a flutter of anticipation. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway, the key clutched tightly in her hand. As she inserted it into a hidden lock, the air around her shimmered and a soft hum filled the clearing. With a gentle click, the door within the archway swung open, revealing a world bathed in golden light. Stepping through the doorway, Elara found herself in a realm that was both familiar and wondrously new. The trees here were adorned with blossoms of every color, their petals glowing like tiny lanterns. A stream wound its way through the landscape, its waters singing a melody that seemed to echo in Elara's heart. It wasn't long before she was greeted by the inhabitants of this magical realm, tiny, luminous creatures with wings like gossamer, flitting about with laughter like tinkling bells. They were the Phaelite, guardians of the forest's secrets and keepers of its magic. "Welcome, Elara," chimed the leader of the Phaelite, a being named Lyra, her wings shimmering like rainbows in the sun. "We've been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Elara asked, her curiosity piqued. Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "The mist was our way of calling you. We need your help, for the balance of our world depends on it." Elara listened as Lyra explained that the Phaelite's realm was sustained by the harmony of nature, and recently something had disturbed that harmony. Strange shadows had begun to creep into their world, threatening to dim the light that kept it alive. "We suspect the shadows are drawn to the magic of the old oak in your village," Lyra explained. "If we can find the source of the disturbance, we might restore the balance." Determined to help, Elara agreed to aid the Phaelite in their quest. They led her through the realm, where the golden light seemed to dance with every step they took. Along the way, they encountered a wise tortoise named Thistle, who had lived in the realm for centuries. Thistle nodded sagely as Elara recounted her tale and the mission she had undertaken. "Ah, the shadows," he said in a voice as slow and measured as the turning of the seasons. "They have been born of forgotten dreams and lost hopes, looking for a place to belong. With Thistle's guidance, they searched for clues that might lead them to the source of the shadows." Elara observed the changes in the light, the way the shadows seemed to flicker and shift, and she listened to the whispers of the wind, which carried secrets from the heart of the forest. After much exploration and contemplation, Elara realized that the shadows were drawn to the sadness and loneliness of those who had lost their way in the world. The old oak in her village, with its deep roots and ancient wisdom, was a beacon for such feelings. We must remind the shadows of the joy and light they once knew, Elara said, her heart full of empathy and determination. With the help of the Phalite, Elara devised a plan to bring light into the heart of the shadows. They gathered the laughter of children, the warmth of a mother's embrace, and the gentle touch of a friend's hand, weaving these elements into a tapestry of light and love. As they approached the shadows, Elara held out the tapestry, allowing its light to spill into the darkness. Slowly, the shadows began to change, their edges softening, their darkness lifting like a morning mist kissed by the sun. "Remember who you are," Elara whispered, her voice filled with warmth and compassion. One by one, the shadows transformed, their forms dissolving into the purest of light. The balance of the realm was restored, and the Phalite's world shone brighter than ever before. With their mission complete, Elara and the Phalite returned to the clearing where the stone archway awaited. Lyra, her eyes filled with gratitude, presented Elara with a gift, a small vial containing a single drop of the realm's golden light, a reminder of the adventure they had shared. "Thank you, Elara," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "You have brought light not only to our world but to the hearts of all who dwell here." Elara smiled, her heart full of warmth and joy. It was the heart of friendship and the light of kindness that guided us. With a final farewell, Elara stepped back through the archway, returning to the quiet forest under the soft glow of the moon. The magical doorway closed behind her, leaving only the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant song of the river. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, Elara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. The village lay still under the starry sky, the old oak now free of its mysterious mist. The villagers would awaken to a new day, unaware of the adventure that had unfolded under the cover of night. Elara slipped into her cozy bed, the vial of golden light resting on her bedside table. Her grandmother's gentle snores filled the room, a comforting sound that lulled Elara into a peaceful slumber. In the days that followed, Willowbrook returned to its usual rhythm, but for Elara, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical. She carried with her the lessons of the Phalite and the wisdom of the forest, knowing that even the smallest light could banish the deepest shadows. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest where magic and mystery intertwined, Elara found not just adventure, but a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it, a world where kindness and courage were the greatest magic of all. As the stars winked down from the velvet sky, Elara dreamed of the gentle glow of the Phalite and the promise of new stories waiting to be discovered, her heart forever touched by the light she had helped to restore. Story 11. Once upon a time, nestled in a quiet corner of the world where towering pines whispered secrets to the wind and a silvery river chuckled its way through the meadows, there was a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was known not just for its beauty, but for an ancient legend that spoke of a magical grove hidden deep within the whispering woods. It was said that those who found the grove would encounter wonders beyond imagination and friendships that would last a lifetime. In this village lived a curious young girl named Elara. With her wild auburn curls and eyes that sparkled like stars, she was beloved by the villagers for her kindness and her insatiable curiosity about the world. Elara had always been fascinated by the tale of the magical grove. She often spent her afternoons sketching the woods from her bedroom window, dreaming of the mysteries they held. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled with the golden hues of the season, Elara set off on a journey to explore the whispering woods. Her heart was a flutter of excitement and trepidation, for she had decided that today was the day she would find the magical grove. The path into the woods was dappled with sunlight, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant melody of birds chirping. Elara walked with a light step, her senses attuned to every whisper of the wind and rustle in the underbrush. As she ventured deeper, the trees grew taller and the path narrower until she found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before. The air was cooler here, and a gentle mist curled around the trunks of ancient trees like a soft, silken scarf. Elara's heart quickened. She felt she was on the brink of something extraordinary. It was then that she heard a soft, melodic humming. Following the sound, she stumbled upon a small, sunlit clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an intricately carved stone fountain, from which flowed water that shimmered with a golden glow. Surrounding the fountain were flowers of every imaginable color, their petals glistening as if kissed by morning dew. But what caught Elara's breath was the sight of a creature she had never seen before. Perched on the edge of the fountain was a creature with the body of a fox and the wings of a butterfly, its fur as soft and white as snow, and its wings a kaleidoscope of colors. It looked up at Elara with eyes that held the depth of 1,000 stories. "Hello," the creature said in a voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "I am Lyrian, guardian of the grove. Welcome." Elara, though taken aback, felt a warmth spread through her heart. "Hello, Lyrian. I am Elara. I've come to discover the secrets of the grove." Lyrian nodded, a knowing smile playing on its lips. "The grove holds many secrets, Elara, but it also holds answers to questions you may not yet know you have." Intrigued, Elara sat by the fountain, and as she did, the grove seemed to come alive around her. The flowers swayed in an unseen breeze, and the trees whispered in a language she felt she could almost understand. For hours, Elara and Lyrian talked. Lyrian spoke of the history of the grove, of the magic woven into its very roots by ancient beings who cherished kindness and harmony above all else. In return, Elara shared stories of her village, her dreams of adventure, and her love for the natural world. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the grove, Lyrian asked, "Elara, what is it you truly seek?" Elara thought for a moment, her gaze drifting to the shimmering water of the fountain. "I think," she said softly, "I seek to understand how everything is connected, how we are all part of something much bigger than ourselves." Lyrian nodded, its eyes twinkling with understanding. "You have already begun to find the answers, dear Elara. The connection lies in the kindness you show, the friendships you nurture, and the wonders you embrace." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Elara knew it was time to return home. She rose and thanked Lyrian for the wisdom and friendship it had offered. With a gentle flap of its wings, Lyrian gifted Elara a single feather, a symbol of their newfound bond and the magic of the grove. Elara made her way back through the whispering woods, her heart light with the knowledge and friendship she had gained. The path seemed less daunting now, illuminated by the soft glow of the moon and the guiding presence she felt in her heart. When she reached her village, Elara held the feather close, knowing that the magic of the grove would always be with her. She shared her adventure with the villagers, inspiring them to seek their own connections with the world and each other. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Elara drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wonders yet to come and the friendships that would guide her journey. In the heart of Willowbrook and beyond, the spirit of the grove lived on, a reminder of the gentle magic that binds us all. Story 12. Once upon a time, in a world where the boundaries between realms were thin and the whispers of one land could be heard in another, there lay a lush, sprawling forest known as the Whispering Woods. Its towering trees stretched high into the sky, their leaves shimmering with a silvery glow under the moonlight. The forest was a place of magic and mystery, home to creatures both wondrous and wild. In the heart of this enchanted forest, where the soft gurgling of a brook could lull even the most restless of spirits to sleep, there lived a gentle bear named Bramble. Bramble was a creature of habit. His days were spent foraging for honey and berries, while his nights were filled with dreams of the stars above. He was known for his kindness and patience, often sharing his forest knowledge with the younger creatures who wandered into his part of the woods. One bright, sun-dappled morning, as Bramble ambled along his usual path, he stumbled upon something most unexpected, a small, glistening orb nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. As he bent to inspect it, the orb shimmered and glowed, casting a soft, ethereal light across the forest floor. From within the orb emerged a tiny, delicate creature with wings as translucent as morning dew. This was Lyra, a fairy from the Vale of Breezes, a realm where the air was always filled with the scent of blossoms and the laughter of her kin. Lyra had been playing a game of hide-and-seek with her fellow fairies when she had accidentally tumbled through a portal, landing in the Whispering Woods. Startled by her sudden appearance in this unfamiliar place, Lyra fluttered her wings nervously. She had never seen a bear before, and Bramble's size was imposing. Bramble, on the other hand, had never encountered a fairy, and he watched in awe as her wings caught the sunlight, refracting it into a rainbow of colors. "Hello," Bramble said in his deep, gentle voice, trying to sound as non-threatening as possible. "I'm Bramble. Are you lost?" Lyra nodded, her tiny voice barely above a whisper. "I'm Lyra. I was just playing, and then I ended up here." Bramble, sensing her distress, offered a warm smile. "Don't worry, little one. I'll help you find your way back home." At first, the two were an unlikely pair. Bramble, with his lumbering gait and earthy scent, and Lyra, with her swift, airy movements and floral aroma. As they traveled together through the forest, their differences were stark. Bramble favored the open paths where he could feel the sun on his back, while Lyra preferred the hidden trails where the shadows danced and played. Their journey was not without its misunderstandings. One afternoon, as they stopped to rest by a crystal-clear pond, Lyra tried to teach Bramble a fairy game. It involved balancing a pebble on the tip of a leaf while humming a tune. Bramble, despite his best efforts, couldn't manage the delicate task and felt a pang of frustration. "I'm just too clumsy for this," he sighed, his voice tinged with disappointment. Lyra, realizing her mistake, fluttered to his shoulder. "It's not about being perfect, Bramble. It's about having fun together." Her eyes sparkled with understanding, and Bramble felt his frustration melt away, replaced by the warmth of her companionship. As days turned into nights and nights into days, they encountered challenges that tested their budding friendship. A sudden storm one evening forced them to seek shelter in a hollowed-out log. As the rain drummed a steady rhythm above them, Lyra's wings were too wet for flight, and she huddled close to Bramble for warmth. "I miss my home," Lyra confessed, her voice barely audible over the storm. "But being here with you feels like a new kind of home." Bramble wrapped a comforting paw around her. "We'll get you back, Lyra, but until then, you're not alone." Their journey through the Whispering Woods was filled with such moments of mutual support and understanding. They faced down grumpy badgers, navigated through bramble thickets, and once even outwitted a sly fox who tried to trick them with riddles. Through each challenge, they learned more about each other. Bramble discovered that Lyra's laughter could lift the heaviest of hearts, while Lyra found that Bramble's steady presence was like an anchor in the stormiest of seas. Finally, as the first hints of autumn brushed the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, they reached the edge of the forest where the boundary between realms shimmered like a veil of starlight. There, nestled between two ancient stones, was the portal that would lead Lyra back to the Vale of Breezes. With a mix of joy and melancholy, they stood side by side. "Thank you, Bramble," Lyra said, her eyes glistening with tears. "I'll never forget you." Bramble nodded, his heart full. "And I, you, little one. Go, and may the winds always guide you home." With a final hug, Lyra flew into the portal, her wings catching the last rays of the setting sun. As she disappeared, Bramble felt a profound sense of peace. Though their time together had been brief, it had been filled with a lifetime of friendship. And so, Bramble returned to his part of the forest, his heart a little fuller and his mind a little wiser. He knew that true friendship was not bound by appearances or backgrounds, but by the bonds forged through shared laughter and understanding. In the Vale of Breezes, Lyra shared tales of her journey with Bramble, inspiring her kin with stories of friendship and bravery. And though the realms kept them apart, Bramble and Lyra remained forever connected by the memories they had made under the canopy of the Whispering Woods. Thus, in the quiet embrace of night, as stars twinkled above and the world whispered its secrets to those who would listen, the story of Bramble and Lyra lived on, a gentle reminder that the truest friendships often bloom in the most unexpected places. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a sapphire sea, there lived a young girl named Elara. Her days were spent wandering the cobblestone streets, her pockets brimming with seashells, and her imagination teeming with stories whispered by the ocean breeze. Elara had a gift for seeing magic in the mundane, her heart attuned to the quiet symphony of nature. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Elara ventured to the edge of the forest that bordered her village. It was a place of mystery, where shadows danced and whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. There, among the ancient oaks and rustling leaves, she stumbled upon a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a fox, but not just any fox. His fur shimmered like molten silver, and his eyes, deep pools of amber, held a wisdom far beyond his years. His name was Aaron, a spirit of the forest, born of moonlight and dreams. Elara, curious and unafraid, approached him with a gentle smile. "Hello," she said softly, her voice a melody that blended with the rustling leaves. Aaron tilted his head, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "What do you seek, child of the village?" Elara shrugged, her gaze never wavering. "I seek nothing but to know who you are." Aaron, unaccustomed to such directness, was taken aback. In his world, humans were often seen as intruders, their hearts hardened by the burdens of ambition and fear. Yet here was a girl whose heart seemed untouched by such shadows. Despite his initial wariness, Aaron found himself drawn to Elara's sincerity. Over the following weeks, they met at the forest's edge, their conversations weaving a tapestry of understanding and trust. Elara shared stories of her village, of the fishermen with their sun-kissed faces and the market vibrant with colors and laughter. Aaron, in turn, spoke of the forest, of its ancient trees and the creatures who called it home. Their friendship, however, did not come without its challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was ablaze with fiery foliage, Elara arrived at their meeting place with a frown creasing her brow. "What's wrong?" Aaron asked, concern lacing his voice. "There's talk in the village," Elara replied, her voice tinged with worry. "Some say the forest is cursed, that it holds dangers for those who wander too far." Aaron's ears flattened, a soft growl rumbling in his throat. Humans often fear what they do not understand. Elara nodded, her heart heavy with the weight of their words. "I know, but they speak of seeing a silver creature, and they fear you." Aaron's eyes flashed with a mixture of hurt and anger. "I have done nothing to harm them." "I know," Elara said quickly, reaching out to touch his fur, soft as the morning mist. "But perhaps they need to see, to understand as I do." Aaron sighed, the anger fading from his eyes. "Then we must show them together." And so they devised a plan. Elara would invite the villagers to a gathering at the edge of the forest, where Aaron would reveal himself, not as a threat, but as a guardian of the woods. The day of the gathering dawned clear and bright. The villagers, curious yet wary, assembled by the forest's edge. Elara stood before them, her voice steady and filled with the conviction of truth. "Friends," she began, "there is someone I wish you to meet." With a nod from Elara, Aaron stepped from the shadows. Gasps rippled through the crowd, but Elara held up a hand, her expression calm and reassuring. "This is Aaron," she said. "He is not to be feared, but cherished, for he protects this forest and all who dwell within it." Aaron bowed his head, his amber eyes meeting those of the villagers. Slowly, hesitantly, one by one, they approached. They saw not a creature of menace, but one of grace and gentle strength. The fear that had clouded their hearts began to dissolve, replaced by awe and respect. In the days that followed, the bond between village and forest deepened. Elara and Aaron became symbols of harmony, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and trust. One evening, as they sat beneath a canopy of stars, Elara turned to Aaron, her eyes reflecting the silver of his fur. "We did it," she said, her voice a whisper of triumph. Aaron nodded, a soft smile playing on his lips. "We did, together." Through their journey, Elara and Aaron discovered that true friendship knows no boundaries. It is a bridge between worlds, built on the pillars of trust, understanding, and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, in a village by the sea, where the hills kissed the sky and the forest whispered secrets to those who listened, a girl and a fox found in each other a friendship that transcended the ordinary, forever changing the hearts of those around them. Their story, woven into the fabric of the village, became a cherished tale, shared by the warmth of firesides, reminding all who heard it of the beauty found in unlikely companionships and the enduring power of love and friendship. Story 14. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering silver river, there existed a charming little shop called Curiosities and Whims. The shop was a trove of peculiarities, stocked with trinkets that seemed to whisper secrets from eras past. The air inside was always tinged with the sweet scent of lavender and cedar, and the soft glow of lanterns cast gentle shadows that danced across the wooden floorboards. The shopkeeper was a kind-hearted woman named Elara, whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of someone who had seen many wonders. Elara had a knack for discovering the extraordinary in the most ordinary of things. Her shop was frequented by villagers and travelers alike, all seeking something unique, something that could spark a bit of magic in their everyday lives. One chilly autumn evening, as leaves fell like golden rain outside, a young boy named Oliver stepped into the shop. Oliver was a curious soul, with a mop of unruly brown hair and eyes that gleamed with the eagerness of untold adventures. He had heard tales of Elara's shop from his grandmother, who spoke of its wonders with a twinkle in her eye. As Oliver wandered through the aisles, his fingers brushed over an assortment of curious items: delicate glass figurines, intricately carved wooden toys, and beautiful tapestries woven with threads of every imaginable hue. Yet it was a small, unassuming wooden box that caught his attention. It sat nestled on a dusty shelf, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance under the dim light. Intrigued, Oliver picked up the box and brought it to Elara. "What is this?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder. Elara smiled, her eyes twinkling with mystery. "Ah, you found the whispering box," she replied. "It's said to hold secrets of the past and future, but it only reveals them to those who truly listen." Oliver was captivated. "May I try?" he asked eagerly. "Of course," Elara replied, handing him the box. "But remember, listening is not just with your ears, but with your heart." Oliver nodded, cradling the box in his hands. As he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the world around him seemed to fade away. He could hear the soft whisper of the wind, the gentle rustle of leaves, and then, faintly, a voice that seemed to come from within the box. "Seek the heart of the forest, where the oldest oak stands. There you will find what you seek," the voice murmured. Opening his eyes, Oliver felt a rush of excitement. He thanked Elara and dashed out into the crisp night air. The path to the forest was familiar to him, lined with ancient trees that seemed to bow in welcome as he approached. The moon bathed the landscape in a silvery glow, guiding his steps as he ventured deeper into the woods. As he walked, the forest seemed to come alive with the symphony of night. Crickets chirped a gentle lullaby, and the cool breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. Oliver felt a sense of calm wash over him, as if the forest itself was a companion on his journey. After a while, he reached the heart of the forest, where the majestic oak stood tall and proud. Its gnarled branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and its trunk bore witness to centuries of stories. Oliver approached the great tree, feeling the wisdom of the ages emanating from its bark. At the base of the oak, he noticed something unusual, a small, glimmering stone, unlike any he had seen before. It was smooth and warm to the touch, radiating a gentle light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As he picked it up, a sense of clarity washed over him, and he knew this was the answer he had been seeking. But Oliver was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any other, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. The fox tilted its head, studying Oliver with an inquisitive gaze. "Hello," Oliver said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. The fox nodded as if in greeting. "You have found the Heartstone," it spoke, its voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "It holds the power to see beyond what is, to what could be." Oliver was awestruck. "What should I do with it?" he asked. "Use it wisely," the fox advised. "The Heartstone reveals possibilities, but it is your choices that shape the future." With those words, the fox turned and bounded into the shadows, leaving Oliver alone with the stone. Holding it close, he closed his eyes once more, allowing its warmth to seep into his being. Suddenly, he saw visions of Willowbrook, of his family and friends, and of paths he might take and adventures yet to come. But most importantly, he saw the impact of kindness, of love, and of the small choices that could make a world of difference. When Oliver opened his eyes, the dawn was breaking, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. He felt a newfound sense of purpose, a quiet confidence that came from understanding the power of his own choices. Returning to the village, Oliver carried the Heartstone with him, not as a tool to wield great power, but as a reminder of the wisdom he had gained. He shared his experience with Elara, who listened with a knowing smile, proud of the journey her little box had inspired. From that day on, Oliver lived with a gentle awareness of the magic in everyday moments. He learned to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart, finding beauty in the ordinary and strength in kindness. And though the Heartstone remained a treasured secret, its lessons echoed in the choices he made, shaping a future full of wonder and possibility. And so, as Willowbrook slumbered under a blanket of stars, a gentle peace settled over the village, woven from the quiet magic of the ordinary and the extraordinary alike. For in a world where every object held a secret, it was the heart that held the greatest magic of all. Story 15. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a joyous symphony of gold and green, there lived a young girl named Elara. She had hair as dark as the night sky and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. While the village spoke of her kindness and gentle spirit, Elara found herself ensnared in the tangled vines of uncertainty and restlessness. Elara felt the winds of change stirring around her, whispering secrets she couldn't quite grasp. Every day she wandered the forest paths, her feet carrying her deeper into the embrace of the ancient trees. The forest was her sanctuary, a place where the world seemed to hold its breath and where she could hear the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. Yet even here, a quiet fear lingered in her heart, fear of the unknown changes that lay ahead. One particularly serene afternoon, as the sun began its lazy descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Elara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. In a small clearing, a shimmering pool of water lay cradled in the roots of an ancient oak tree. The water was unlike any she had seen before, not merely reflecting the world above, but transforming it, showing images of things unseen. As she knelt beside the pool, Elara's reflection wavered and shifted. Instead of her usual self, she saw a figure cloaked in swirling colors of the forest, a vision of herself as an ethereal being, neither fully human nor entirely otherworldly. The sight both mesmerized and frightened her. What did this vision mean? Was it a glimpse of who she could become, or a mere trick of the light? Lost in thought, she was startled by a gentle voice. "The mirror of Aelis shows not just what is, but what might be," spoke an old woman who seemed to appear from the very air around her. Her skin was lined like the bark of the trees, and her eyes twinkled with the light of countless stars. "Who are you?" Elara asked, her voice a whisper. "I am Seraphina," the woman replied with a warm smile, "caretaker of the woods and guide to those who seek their true path." Elara felt an inexplicable comfort in Seraphina's presence, as if she had known her all her life. "I don't understand," she confessed. "I feel like I'm standing on the edge of something vast and unknown." Seraphina nodded, her gaze gentle. "Change is the nature of life, my dear. It can be daunting, but it is also an opportunity for growth. The forest teaches us that all things must transform to flourish." Despite Seraphina's reassuring words, Elara felt the weight of her own doubts. "But what if I'm not ready?" she asked, her voice barely audible. The caretaker of the woods touched Elara's hand softly. "No one is ever truly ready for change. Yet, like the trees that shed their leaves, we must trust in the process of renewal." In the days that followed, Elara returned to the clearing time and again, seeking the wisdom of the mirror of Aelis and the guidance of Seraphina. Each visit brought new revelations, not only about the forest but about herself. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each carrying messages of courage and resilience. One evening, as the moon bathed the forest in its gentle glow, Elara's heart felt lighter, as if the tangled vines of her fears were slowly loosening. She realized that the magic of the forest was not just in the mystical pool or Seraphina's guidance, but in her own willingness to embrace change. Throughout her journey, Elara was never alone. The forest creatures, the wise owl, the playful fox, and the gentle deer, became her companions and teachers. They taught her about the delicate balance of nature, the importance of patience, and the beauty of trusting one's instincts. One day, while wandering deeper into the woods, Elara encountered a young sapling struggling to grow in the shadow of a towering pine. She knelt beside it, understanding its struggle as her own. With careful hands, she cleared away the debris and whispered encouragement to the little tree. In that moment, Elara understood a profound truth. Her own growth was intertwined with the world around her. As the seasons changed, so did Elara. She found herself embracing the unknown with a newfound courage, her heart open to the possibilities of what might be. The forest, once a place of refuge from her fears, had become a teacher, showing her that change, while often daunting, was a gift, an invitation to transform and flourish. And so, as the last leaves of autumn fell and winter's chill began to blanket the land, Elara stood at the edge of the forest, ready to face whatever lay ahead. She knew that she carried with her the wisdom of the woods and the strength of a heart that had learned to trust in itself. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, Elara whispered a promise to the forest, a promise to herself that she would continue to grow, to learn, and to cherish the magic that lay within her. And as she turned to head back to the village, the forest seemed to sigh with contentment, as if in agreement with the promise she had made. The wind carried her resolve through the trees, and the forest, in return, whispered back a promise of its own, that it would always be there, a sanctuary of growth and transformation, a place where dreams could take root and flourish. In the years that followed, Elara became known not just for her kindness, but for her wisdom, a wisdom born from the forest and nurtured by her own journey. She often returned to the Whispering Woods, not out of fear, but out of love, for it was there, amidst the ancient trees and hidden magic, that she had discovered her true self. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest, Elara found her place, a place where she could be both rooted and free, a part of the greater tapestry of life that she now understood was ever-changing and endlessly beautiful. Story 16. In a land where the sun dipped low into the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, there lay an enchanted forest known to the folk of Bramble Hollow as the Whispering Woods. These woods were said to be alive with secrets, murmured through the rustling of leaves and the gentle sway of ancient trees. It was here, nestled among the gnarled roots and soft moss, that two unlikely companions would find their destinies intertwined. One was a small, nimble fox named Fern, with fur the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed grass under a morning sun. Fern had lived in the Whispering Woods all her life, and she knew every nook and cranny, every hidden path, as if they were extensions of her very own paws. Her days were spent darting through the underbrush, her heart light with the freedom of the forest. The other was a solitary creature from a far-off realm, a young turtle named Tiberius. He had arrived in the Whispering Woods quite by accident, swept away from his coastal home by a storm that carried him through rivers and streams until he found himself in a land so different from his own. Tiberius was as patient and deliberate as the tide, his shell a mosaic of sea foam and sand, and his eyes the deep green of ocean depths. Their worlds collided on a crisp, cool evening when the stars began to peek through the twilight. Fern was busy collecting fallen acorns, her mind occupied with thoughts of storing them for the coming winter, when she stumbled upon Tiberius, who was meticulously examining a map he had drawn with a stick in the soft earth. Startled, Fern froze, her bushy tail bristling with curiosity and caution. "Who are you?" she inquired, her voice as light as the breeze that whispered through the trees. Tiberius looked up slowly, his gaze steady and calm. "I am Tiberius," he replied, his voice deep and resonant like the distant rumble of waves. "I seem to have lost my way." Fern tilted her head, her ears twitching with interest. "Lost? In the Whispering Woods? How unusual," she mused, her eyes narrowing with playful suspicion. "Perhaps I can help you find your way." And so began an unlikely partnership. Fern, with her boundless energy and intimate knowledge of the forest, and Tiberius, with his patient wisdom and methodical nature, set off together, tracing the map he had drawn. At first, their differences seemed to create more hurdles than harmony. Fern would dart ahead, eager to explore, while Tiberius continued at his own measured pace, often causing them to lose sight of each other. Frustration would bubble up like a spring, but it was always quelled by the gentle understanding they offered each other. One afternoon, as they rested by a babbling brook, Fern sighed, her eyes reflecting the shimmering water. "I don't understand how you can be so slow, Tiberius. We could have found your way home by now if only we moved a bit faster." Tiberius chuckled softly, the sound like waves lapping at the shore. Ah, but Fern, if we rush, we miss the beauty of the journey. Look around you. The forest is full of wonders that can only be seen when one takes the time to truly look. Fern pondered this, her gaze drifting to the canopy above, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. She realized then that there was indeed a beauty she had often overlooked in her haste. As the days turned into weeks, the two companions encountered challenges that tested the bounds of their budding friendship. A sudden storm flooded the path they were following, leaving them stranded on a small island of dry land. While Fern fretted, pacing back and forth, Tiberius calmly suggested they wait for the waters to recede, reassuring her with tales of storms he had weathered before. In another instance, they came across a steep hill, its sides slick with rain and moss. Fern, agile and quick, scampered up with ease, but Tiberius found himself struggling. Fern, realizing her friend's difficulty, scampered back down, her heart full of determination. Together, they devised a plan, with Fern guiding and encouraging Tiberius as he took steady, careful steps, their laughter echoing through the woods as they finally reached the top. Through these shared challenges, their friendship deepened, woven with threads of mutual support and understanding. Fern learned the value of patience, finding joy in the quiet moments spent watching the world through Tiberius's eyes. In turn, Tiberius grew to appreciate the thrill of Fern's spontaneity, her zest for life reminding him of the vibrant sea from which he came. One evening, as they sat beneath a canopy of stars, Tiberius spoke, his voice soft and reflective. "Fern, my dear friend, I have journeyed far and seen much, but never have I found a companion quite like you." Fern smiled, her heart warm with the glow of their shared bond. "And I, Tiberius, have never had a friend who has taught me so much about seeing the world in different ways." As the seasons changed, the day finally came when Tiberius found the stream that would lead him back to his coastal home. With a bittersweet farewell, the two friends parted, promising to carry their memories with them always. Years later, when the sun would set over the whispering woods, painting the sky in familiar hues of lavender and rose, a fox with autumn-colored fur could still be seen, sitting at the edge of a brook, her eyes reflecting the stars. And somewhere, in the vastness of the ocean, a turtle would pause in his journey, gazing towards the horizon, where the forest met the sky. In their hearts, they knew that true friendship could bridge any distance, that the lessons they learned together would guide them through life's many adventures. For Fern and Tiberius, the true meaning of friendship was not in the time spent together, but in the understanding and love that transcended the boundaries of their different worlds. Story 17. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stretched their limbs high and wove a tapestry of leaves that danced with the wind, there lived a small, curious squirrel named Hazel. Hazel's coat was a vibrant russet, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous spark that seemed to catch the sunlight, turning it into a cascade of warm hues across the forest floor. She was known for her boundless energy and a heart full of dreams that stretched beyond the canopy she called home. Hazel's days were filled with playful escapades, leaping from branch to branch and gathering acorns, which she stashed away in secret nooks. Her best friend, a gentle, wise old owl named Eldon, often watched her from his perch, his eyes filled with a warm, knowing light. Eldon had seen many seasons come and go, and his feathers, a soft blend of grays and whites, held stories of the woods that whispered through the night. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began their slow descent to the earth, painting the ground in shades of gold and amber, Hazel's keen nose caught a scent unlike any she had known before. It was a rich, earthy aroma, mingled with something sweet that beckoned her to follow. Intrigued, she scampered down from her tree to investigate. As she ventured further, the familiar path beneath her paws began to change. The soil grew softer, and the air took on a different quality, almost as if it were humming with an unfamiliar energy. It was then that she stumbled upon the source of the scent, a small, hidden glade bathed in dappled sunlight, where the moss was thick and lush like a velvety carpet. In the center of this glade stood a creature unlike any Hazel had encountered. Its body was covered in scales that shimmered with the hues of autumn, deep reds, burnt oranges, and the occasional flash of gold. It was a dragon, but not the fearsome kind told of in tales. Rather, it was small, barely larger than Hazel herself, with gentle eyes that mirrored the forest's tranquility. The dragon noticed Hazel's wide-eyed wonder and offered a tentative smile. "Hello," it said in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Ember, and it seems we are both drawn to this special place." Hazel, ever curious, tilted her head. "I've never seen a dragon before. What brings you to the Whispering Woods?" Ember settled onto the moss, its tail curling around its feet as it spoke. "I come from the highlands, a place where the mountains touch the sky. But I've always felt there was something more I needed to find, a piece of myself that was missing. So I followed the wind, and it led me here." Hazel nodded, her heart touched by Ember's words. "I think we're all searching for something, even if we don't know what it is. Perhaps we can help each other find it." Thus began the unlikely friendship between Hazel and Ember, a squirrel from the forest and a dragon from the mountains. They spent their days exploring the woods, sharing stories of their worlds. Hazel introduced Ember to the wonders beneath the trees, the vibrant mushrooms that glowed softly at twilight, the bubbling brooks that sang their own melodies, and the gentle creatures that called the forest home. In turn, Ember spoke of the majestic peaks of the highlands, where the air was crisp and clear, and the stars seemed close enough to touch. It described the thrill of soaring through the sky, the world unfurling below like a vast living map. But as with all friendships, misunderstandings occasionally arose. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the forest, Hazel and Ember found themselves at odds. Hazel had been excitedly gathering a particularly large stash of acorns, envisioning a grand feast to share with her new friend. However, Ember, unfamiliar with the customs of the woods, accidentally stumbled upon Hazel's carefully hidden cache and thought it was a gift left for it. When Hazel returned and saw Ember happily munching on the acorns, her heart sank. "Those were for our feast," she exclaimed, unable to hide her disappointment. Ember's eyes widened in surprise. "I'm so sorry, Hazel. I had no idea they were meant for something special. In the highlands, we often leave food for each other as a sign of goodwill." The misunderstanding hung between them like a cloud, but as they sat together in silence, the warmth of their friendship slowly melted it away. Hazel took a deep breath. "I suppose I should have told you about the feast. It's just, I was so excited to share something from my world with you." Ember nodded, its eyes soft with understanding. "And I should have asked before assuming. Let's make this feast together, so it can be something from both our worlds." With mutual apologies exchanged, they set about gathering more acorns, with Hazel teaching Ember the best places to find them. As the sun set and the moon rose, their feast was ready, a delightful spread of acorns, berries, and honeycombs that glistened like liquid gold. As they shared their meal beneath the stars, a new bond formed between them, stronger for the misunderstanding they had overcome. They realized that true friendship was not the absence of conflict, but the willingness to understand and grow from it. The days turned into weeks, and Hazel and Ember faced many challenges together. One chilly morning, they discovered that the stream which provided water to the forest had slowed to a trickle. The creatures of the woods were worried, for water was the lifeblood of their home. Determined to help, Hazel and Ember set out to find the source of the problem. As they traveled upstream, they encountered rocky terrain and thick underbrush that slowed their progress. Hazel, with her nimble paws, navigated the obstacles with ease, while Ember used its strength to clear paths through the dense foliage. Finally, they reached a small lake nestled in a hidden valley. The surface of the water was choked with fallen branches and debris, blocking the flow to the stream. Working together, Hazel and Ember cleared the blockage, their movements a graceful dance of cooperation. As the water began to flow freely once more, a cheer rose from the creatures gathered along the banks. That night, as the forest celebrated around a crackling fire, Hazel and Ember sat side by side, basking in the warmth of their accomplishment. "We did it," Hazel said, her eyes shining with joy. Ember nodded, its scales reflecting the firelight like molten gold. "We did. Together, we can do anything." Their friendship had grown deeper with each challenge, each shared moment of joy and struggle. They learned that their differences were not barriers but bridges that connected their worlds, enriching each other's lives in ways they had never imagined. As the seasons changed and winter's chill settled over the forest, Hazel and Ember found comfort in their companionship. They spent evenings huddled together, sharing stories and dreams, their laughter echoing through the trees like a melody. One such evening, as snowflakes drifted from the sky and the world was wrapped in a soft white blanket, Hazel asked, "Ember, do you think you'll ever go back to the highlands?" Ember considered the question, its eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Perhaps one day, but for now, my place is here, with you. There's something special about this forest, something I never found in the mountains." Hazel snuggled closer, her heart warm with the knowledge that their friendship was a gift, a rare and precious thing that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. "I'm glad you're here, Ember. I can't imagine this place without you." As the fire crackled softly, Hazel and Ember drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures to come. And in the quiet of the night, the whispering woods held its breath, grateful for the bond that had brought such joy to its heart. In the gentle light of dawn, as the first rays of sun kissed the snow-covered branches, a new day began. Hazel and Ember awoke to the sound of birdsong, a symphony of hope and renewal. They knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, their friendship a guiding light in the ever-changing tapestry of life. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the stars watched over all, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged in understanding, kindness, and love that would last for all time. Story 18, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Stars. Once upon a time, nestled in a valley surrounded by silvery peaks, where the night skies shimmered like a sea of diamonds, lay the quaint village of Elderwood. This village was known not just for its charming cobblestone streets and flower-filled meadows, but also for the mysterious whispering woods that bordered its western edge. The whispering woods were unlike any other. In the daylight, the trees stood majestically, their leaves shimmering with shades of jade and emerald, as if each leaf held a secret jewel. As night fell, however, the woods would come alive with soft murmurs and gentle rustlings, as though the very trees were sharing ancient tales with the stars. In this village lived a young girl named Elara, whose heart was as curious as the woods were mysterious. With eyes the color of the sky at dusk and a spirit as bright as the dawn, Elara was beloved by all who knew her. She often spent her days wandering the village, collecting stories from the elders and learning about the world beyond the mountains. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Elara sat by her window, gazing towards the whispering woods. As the stars began to twinkle, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, a yearning to explore the secrets of the woods that had whispered to her dreams since she was a child. With a shawl wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern cradled in her hands, Elara tiptoed out of her home. The village was quiet, save for the soft lullaby of the wind weaving through the trees. Her footsteps were light upon the path, and soon she stood at the edge of the whispering woods. As she stepped into the forest, the air seemed to thrum with a gentle hum, as if the woods were welcoming her into their embrace. The lantern in her hand cast a warm golden glow, illuminating the path ahead and casting playful shadows that danced among the trees. Deeper and deeper Elara ventured, the whispers growing louder, now mingling with the soft hoot of an owl and the rustle of leaves underfoot. The woods were alive with a quiet magic, and Elara felt a thrill of wonder course through her. Suddenly a soft, melodious voice broke through the symphony of whispers. "Welcome, dear child of the village," it sang, as a gentle breeze ruffled Elara's hair. Startled, Elara turned to see a small, luminescent creature perched upon a moss-covered log. It had the delicate wings of a butterfly, shimmering with the colors of the twilight sky, and eyes that sparkled like tiny stars. "I am Luna," the creature introduced, with a bow that sent a cascade of stardust drifting through the air, guardian of these woods and keeper of their stories. Elara's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. "I've always dreamed of discovering the secrets of the whispering woods," she confessed, "but I never imagined meeting someone like you." Luna smiled, a soft, radiant glow. There is more to these woods than meets the eye, Elara. They hold stories of old, of forgotten magic, and hidden wonders. Would you like to hear one? Elara nodded eagerly, and Luna beckoned her to sit upon the soft, mossy ground. As Elara settled, Luna began to weave a tale of the Lantern of Stars, a mystical object hidden deep within the forest, capable of granting the purest wish of the heart. The Lantern of Stars is a gift from the cosmos, Luna explained, her voice a gentle melody, but it can only be found by those who are true of heart and seek not for themselves but for others. Elara listened, enraptured by the story. I wish to find the lantern, she declared softly, her voice filled with a quiet determination. Not for myself, but to bring light and hope to my village. Luna's eyes twinkled with approval. Then let us begin the journey, she said, fluttering into the air and guiding Elara along a path lined with glowing mushrooms and twinkling fireflies. The forest seemed to shift and change around them, revealing hidden groves and sparkling streams. As they walked, Luna shared stories of the ancient trees, each with their own tale of growth and change, teaching Elara the wisdom of patience and perseverance. In one clearing, they encountered a family of woodland creatures, a gentle doe and her fawns nestled among the ferns. The doe gazed at Elara with soft, trusting eyes, as if recognizing the kindness in her heart. Luna whispered that this was a sign they were on the right path, for the creatures of the woods only revealed themselves to those they trusted. The night deepened, and the sky above glittered with countless stars, casting a silvery light upon the forest floor. Elara and Luna finally reached a serene lake, its surface like liquid glass, reflecting the starlit sky. Here, Elara, Luna whispered, her voice barely a breath. This is where the Lantern of Stars is hidden. Look into the water, and let your heart guide you. Kneeling by the lake's edge, Elara peered into the depths, her heart open and full of hope. As she gazed into the water, the reflection of the stars began to swirl and dance, coalescing into the form of a lantern glowing with a soft, celestial light. Reaching into the cool, clear water, Elara's fingers brushed against something solid, and as she drew it out, she found herself holding the Lantern of Stars. It was a beautiful, ethereal object, its surface shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. Make your wish, Elara, Luna encouraged, her voice filled with warmth and pride. Closing her eyes, Elara wished not for herself, but for the happiness and prosperity of her village, for the peace and unity of all who lived there. She wished for a world where kindness and understanding blossomed like the flowers in spring. As she opened her eyes, the lantern glowed brighter, and a soft, radiant light spread across the lake, enveloping the forest in a warm, comforting embrace. The air hummed with a gentle, harmonious melody, and Elara felt a profound sense of peace settle in her heart. You have done well, Elara, Luna said, her voice a soft whisper. Your wish will bring light to many, and the magic of the woods will always be with you. With that, Luna fluttered close, her wings brushing against Elara's cheek in a tender farewell. As the first light of dawn began to break through the trees, Elara found herself back at the edge of the whispering woods, the lantern still glowing softly in her hands. Returning to her village, Elara shared her tale and the Lantern of Stars with her family and friends. The village of Elderwood flourished like never before, with the magic of the woods infusing every heart with kindness and hope. And so, Elara's journey became a cherished story whispered through the generations, a testament to the power of a pure heart and the wonders that await those who dare to dream. As the sun rose higher, casting its golden light across the village, Elara stood at her window once more. She looked out towards the whispering woods, a smile on her lips and a warmth in her heart, knowing that the magic of friendship and the wonders of the natural world were forever a part of her life. And thus, the village of Elderwood thrived, its people living in harmony with the enchanting forest that whispered secrets to the stars, ever grateful for the gentle magic that had brought them closer together. And in the quiet moments of dusk, when the sky turned to shades of twilight, Elara would often find herself at the edge of the woods, listening to the whispers, her heart forever open to the mysteries and beauty of the world around her. And so, dear listener, as you drift into dreams, remember the tale of Elara and the whispering woods, and let it remind you that with kindness in your heart and a willingness to explore the unknown, you too can uncover the magic that lies all around us, waiting to be discovered anew each day. Sleep now, with stars in your eyes and dreams as gentle as a summer breeze, knowing that the world is filled with wonders just waiting to be found. Story 19. In the quiet village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there existed a world where magic was as subtle and gentle as the morning mist that blanketed the landscape each dawn. The villagers, with their hearts attuned to the rhythms of nature, lived in harmony with the delicate enchantments that brushed their lives like a soft, invisible breeze. At the heart of this village, young Elara lived with her grandmother in a quaint, ivy-clad cottage that stood like a guardian at the edge of the forest. The cottage, with its thatched roof and windows framed with lavender, was a haven of warmth and stories. Inside, the scent of herbs hung in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of fresh bread cooling on the windowsill. Elara, with her curious spirit and gentle heart, was drawn to the mysteries that the forest promised. Her days were filled with wonder as she roamed beneath the towering oaks and alongside babbling brooks, her imagination painting vivid tales of the creatures and secrets hidden within the woods. Her grandmother, wise and loving, encouraged these explorations, always reminding her that the forest was alive with its own magic and wisdom. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to gold and rust, Elara ventured deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sweet, lingering fragrance of wildflowers. As she walked, the soft crunch of the forest floor beneath her feet seemed to whisper secrets of the ancient trees that watched over her. It was then that she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, shimmering pond, its surface like glass, reflecting the canopy of colors above. Elara approached with a sense of reverence, her heart swelling with the beauty of the scene. As she knelt beside the pond, she noticed something extraordinary. A gentle ripple disturbed the stillness, and from beneath the water, a tiny creature emerged. The creature was unlike anything Elara had ever seen. It was a turtle, no larger than her palm, with a shell that glimmered like pearls and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of 1,000 sunsets. Elara watched in awe as the turtle slowly made its way to the edge of the pond, where it paused and looked up at her with a gaze that seemed to hold the mysteries of the world. "Hello," Elara whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "Who are you?" The turtle blinked slowly, and then, to Elara's astonishment, it spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Thistle, guardian of this pond and its secrets. Few have ventured to this place, and fewer still have been kind enough to listen." Elara's heart fluttered with excitement and warmth. "I'm Elara," she introduced herself, her smile as bright as the autumn sun. "I love this forest, and I love to hear its stories." Thistle nodded, a wise glimmer in his eyes. "This forest has many tales to tell, and you, dear Elara, have the heart to hear them. But tell me, what brings you so deep into our world today?" Elara thought for a moment, her gaze drifting across the pond's surface. "I suppose I've always felt a calling, a pull towards something more. I want to understand the magic of this place, to learn and grow." Thistle seemed to consider her words, his eyes closing briefly as if recalling a distant memory. "There is a path for those who seek with an open heart," he said gently, "and perhaps what you seek is not far from where you stand." Intrigued by his words, Elara asked, "What do you mean, Thistle?" The turtle gestured with a nod towards the shimmering water. "There is a hidden path, known only to those who truly wish to understand. It begins here, with the acceptance of what you already possess, the gift of listening, of seeing beyond the ordinary." Elara felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging and purpose. "I want to learn, Thistle. Will you guide me?" Thistle's eyes twinkled with approval. "Together, we shall journey through the forest's heart. There are friends to be made, lessons to be learned, and wonders to be discovered." With that, Thistle slipped back into the pond, his presence a comforting promise of companionship and adventure. Elara felt a thrill of anticipation as she stood, ready to follow wherever the path might lead. As she walked alongside the pond, the forest seemed to open up before her, each step revealing the hidden beauty and secrets of the world she loved. The trees whispered in hushed tones, their leaves dancing in the gentle breeze, and the sun cast dappled shadows that played upon the forest floor like the brushstrokes of an artist. In time, Elara came upon a small clearing, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Here the air was filled with the sweet song of birds and the gentle hum of life. In the center of the clearing stood a great oak tree, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. As she approached, Elara noticed a small figure nestled among the roots of the tree. It was a fox, its fur a rich tapestry of reds and browns, blending seamlessly with the autumnal hues. The fox looked up as she drew near, its eyes sharp and curious, yet surprisingly gentle. "Hello there," Elara greeted softly, her voice carrying the warmth of friendship. "I'm Elara, and I'm just passing through." The fox tilted its head, studying her with a keen, intelligent gaze. "Greetings, Elara," it replied, its voice smooth and melodic. "I am Rowan, keeper of this clearing. What brings you to my home?" Elara smiled, feeling the sincerity in the fox's words. "I'm on a journey to understand the magic of this forest, to learn from its wisdom." Rowan nodded thoughtfully. "The forest holds many secrets, and its magic is woven into every leaf and stone, but it is also the friendships we make that reveal the true wonders of the world." Elara felt a warmth in her heart at Rowan's words, realizing the truth they held. "Would you join me, Rowan? I would be honored to have your companionship." Rowan's eyes softened, a gentle smile gracing his features. "I would be delighted to accompany you, Elara. The forest is vast, and there is much to see." Together, they journeyed deeper into the forest, each step a new chapter in their unfolding story. They shared tales of the past, dreams of the future, and the simple joys of the present moment. With every rustle of leaves and every ripple of water, the forest seemed to echo their laughter and their growing bond. As twilight fell and the stars began to weave their tapestry across the night sky, Elara and Rowan came upon a glade bathed in the silvery light of the moon. Here, the air was filled with the soft, melodious chorus of crickets and the gentle whisper of the wind. In the center of the glade, a circle of stones stood like ancient sentinels, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Elara felt a sense of awe as she stepped into the circle, the stones humming with a quiet energy that resonated with her soul. Rowan, sensing the significance of the place, spoke softly. "This is a place of reflection, a space where the forest's magic is most potent. Here you may find what you seek." Elara closed her eyes, letting the serenity of the glade envelop her. In the silence, she felt the gentle touch of the forest's wisdom, a whisper that spoke of harmony and the interconnectedness of all things. She realized that the magic she sought was not a distant, unattainable force, but a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. With a heart full of gratitude, Elara opened her eyes and turned to Rowan, her voice a tender murmur. "Thank you, Rowan, for your friendship and guidance. I've discovered more than I ever imagined." Rowan's gaze was warm and knowing. "It is the journey and the connections we make that reveal the true magic of our world. And in you, Elara, I see the heart of the forest itself." As the night deepened, Elara and Rowan rested in the glade, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the comfort of newfound friendship. The moon cast its gentle glow over them, a guardian watching over their dreams. In the days that followed, Elara returned to her grandmother's cottage, her heart forever touched by the journey she had embarked upon. She carried with her the wisdom of the forest, the companionship of Thistle and Rowan, and the understanding that magic was not something separate from her, but a part of the world she cherished. And so, each night, as the stars shimmered above and the forest sang its lullaby, Elara shared her tales with her grandmother, weaving stories of gentle wonder and unexpected friendships. Together, they celebrated the beauty of life's mysteries and the simple joys of the heart. In the village of Elderglen, where magic lingered in the air like the fragrance of wildflowers, the gentle enchantment of the forest continued to shape the lives of those who listened, who saw beyond the ordinary, and who embraced the magic within. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and ancient, there lived a young girl named Clara. She was a gentle soul, with eyes that mirrored the deep blue of the nearby Lake Luminara, and hair that cascaded like autumn leaves. Clara loved the woods with its symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds, but she feared the unknown paths that led deeper into its mysteries. Clara had always been content to stay close to the familiar trails, gathering wildflowers and listening to the stories the wind would weave through the branches. But recently she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something more, something beyond the well-trodden paths. Yet the thought of change and the uncertainty it brought filled her with apprehension. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast its golden light upon the forest floor, Clara sat by the lake, her reflection rippling with the water's gentle waves. She sighed deeply, watching the leaves dance upon the breeze, wishing she could be as free and fearless. It was then that she noticed an unusual glimmer among the reeds, a small, crystal vial glowing faintly with a light of its own. Cautiously, Clara reached out and picked up the vial. As her fingers closed around it, she felt a warmth spread through her hand, and a soft, melodic voice whispered in her mind. "Fear not change, dear one. Embrace it, for within lies your true strength." Startled, Clara glanced around but saw no one. The woods were serene, with only the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. She looked at the vial again, its glow soothing and inviting. Taking a deep breath, she decided to venture a little deeper into the woods, guided by an inexplicable sense of trust in the mysterious voice. As Clara walked, she noticed subtle changes around her. The air seemed more vibrant, the colors of the forest richer, the sounds more harmonious. It was as if the forest itself was alive with magic, responding to her courage to step into the unknown. Along the way, Clara encountered a wise old owl perched on a low branch. "Ah, young Clara," the owl hooted softly, his eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "The woods have been waiting for you. Fear not the changes you seek, for they will lead you to your true self." Clara paused, her heart warmed by the owl's gentle encouragement. "But what if I lose myself in the process?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The owl tilted his head, considering her question. "Growth may change your form, dear one, but never your essence. Trust the journey, and you shall find yourself stronger and wiser." Feeling a bit more assured, Clara continued on, her senses heightened by the magic that seemed to envelop her. She soon arrived at a small clearing, where a circle of sunflowers, taller than any she had ever seen, swayed gently in the breeze. In the center stood a graceful deer, its coat shimmering like moonlight. "Welcome, Clara," the deer spoke, its voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "We are the guardians of change. Here, you will learn to see beyond what you know." With a nod of understanding, Clara sat among the sunflowers, the earth cool beneath her. She closed her eyes, and as she did, she felt the warmth of the sun envelop her, mingling with the glow of the crystal vial still clasped in her hand. Visions began to unfold behind her closed eyelids. Memories of her childhood, moments of joy and fear, dreams she had long forgotten. She saw herself as a sapling in the forest, growing and stretching toward the light, her branches reaching out to embrace the world around her. As the visions faded, Clara opened her eyes, feeling a newfound clarity. The forest around her seemed to pulse with life, echoing her own heartbeat. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a path to discovery, to becoming more of who she was meant to be. The deer nodded, as if sensing her realization. "You have begun to understand, brave Clara. The magic of the woods lies within you, a reflection of your own inner light." With a grateful heart, Clara stood and thanked the deer and the sunflowers for their guidance. As she made her way back toward the familiar paths, she felt lighter, her steps more assured. The forest, once a place of uncertainty, now seemed to embrace her as a part of its own. As she neared the edge of the woods, Clara met with the wise owl once more. "Remember, dear one," the owl said, his voice a gentle caress, "the journey of change is endless, and with each step you will find more of yourself." Clara nodded, understanding the truth in his words. She knew now that the path before her was not one of fear, but of endless possibilities, each one leading her closer to the person she was meant to become. With the crystal vial still warm in her hand, Clara returned to the lakeside, where the sun was beginning its descent beyond the horizon. She sat by the water, watching as the colors of dusk painted the sky, reflecting her own transformation. The whispering woods, with its timeless magic and gentle guardians, had shown her the beauty of change, of embracing the unknown. Clara felt a deep peace settle within her, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the magic of growth and transformation was a lifelong journey. And as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara closed her eyes, listening to the soft lullaby of the forest, her heart full of gratitude and hope for the adventures yet to come. Story Whispering Woods and the Starry Path. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods, there was a curious little fox named Finn. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled like dew-kissed morning grass. Finn lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a grand old oak tree, whose leaves rustled in the wind, sharing secrets of the forest with those who would listen. Every night, the stars above the Whispering Woods would twinkle in a dazzling display, casting a silvery glow upon the forest floor. It was said that these stars held the mysteries of the forest, guiding creatures through the night. Finn, with his ever-curious nature, would often gaze up at them, wondering what secrets they held. His favorite time was when the forest was bathed in starlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn decided to embark on an adventure. "Tonight," he said to himself, "I will discover the secrets of the stars." With a heart full of excitement and the whispering of the woods in his ears, Finn scampered down a path lined with soft moss and tiny glowing mushrooms that seemed to light up just for him. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the soft, melodic chirping of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves. As Finn trotted along, he noticed a peculiar shimmering on the path ahead. Intrigued, he quickened his pace and soon found himself in front of a small, translucent creature. It was a firefly, but unlike any Finn had seen before. Its glow was not just a simple light. It pulsed with a myriad of colors, like a rainbow condensed into a single, radiant being. "Hello there," Finn greeted, his voice warm and friendly. "I've never seen a firefly like you before. What brings you to the Whispering Woods?" The firefly flickered joyfully, its light dancing around Finn like a playful breeze. "I am Luna," it replied in a voice as soft as the night breeze. "I've come to guide those who seek the wisdom of the stars. And it seems you, dear Finn, have such a quest in your heart." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "Can you really help me uncover the secrets of the stars?" he asked eagerly. Luna hovered closer, her light casting a gentle glow on Finn's face. "Indeed," she chirped. "But to understand the stars, one must first understand the world around them and the magic within themselves." Together, Finn and Luna set off deeper into the forest. As they traveled, Luna shared stories about the trees that swayed in the wind and the streams that sang as they flowed over smooth pebbles. Each tale was a lesson in the beauty and wisdom of nature. They soon reached a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a sky full of stars, shimmering like a sea of diamonds. In the center of the clearing stood a stone circle, ancient and wise, its surface etched with runes that glinted under the starlight. "This is the Starry Path," Luna explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It connects the heavens with the earth, and those who walk its circle can learn to listen to the whispers of the stars." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with a mixture of excitement and awe. As he placed his paw on the first stone, he felt a gentle hum beneath him, as if the forest itself was singing. With Luna by his side, Finn followed the path, the stones guiding him in a gentle dance. As he moved, he felt a warmth spreading through him, a connection to the forest and the stars above. Each step was a melody, each heartbeat a note in the symphony of the universe. As they completed the circle, Finn paused, feeling a deep sense of peace and understanding. The stars seemed to shine brighter, their light weaving a tapestry of stories and secrets across the night sky. Luna hovered beside him, her glow a comforting presence. "What did you learn, dear Finn?" she asked softly. Finn looked up at the stars, his eyes reflecting their light. "I learned that the stars are not just distant lights in the sky," he said thoughtfully. "They are part of everything around us, part of me. Their stories are woven into the leaves, the streams, and the very soil beneath our feet." Luna flickered brightly, her light embracing Finn like a warm hug. "You have discovered the heart of the Whispering Woods," she said with a smile in her voice. "And now you carry the wisdom of the stars within you." With a grateful heart, Finn thanked Luna for her guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, the path seemed to glow with a light of its own, as if the forest were celebrating Finn's newfound understanding. When they returned to the grand old oak, Finn paused to look back at the path they had traveled. The stars twinkled above, their light a gentle reminder of the journey he had taken. "Will you visit again, Luna?" Finn asked, his voice hopeful. "Of course," Luna replied, her light pulsing gently. "Whenever you need guidance, just look to the stars, and I will be there." With a final flicker, Luna drifted away, her light blending seamlessly with the starlit sky. Finn curled up in his cozy burrow, the warmth of the forest embracing him like a soft blanket. As he closed his eyes, he felt the gentle hum of the starry path still resonating within him, and the whispers of the woods lulled him into a deep, peaceful sleep. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Finn dreamed of future adventures, knowing that the wisdom of the whispering woods would always be with him, guiding him through the mysteries of the natural world and beyond. The end. Story 22. Once upon a time, nestled between the whispering woods and a shimmering lake that mirrored the sky, there lay a quaint village named Willowmere. The village was known for its gentle, rolling hills covered in a quilt of wildflowers and the soft, melodic breezes that carried the scent of lavender and honeysuckle. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and ivy-covered walls, seemed to lean in close to each other, as if sharing secrets of days gone by. In this village lived a young girl named Elara, who was as curious as a sparrow and as kind-hearted as the sun is warm. Elara had hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with 1,000 questions. She loved nothing more than to wander the woods, feeling the soft earth beneath her feet and discovering the hidden wonders of nature. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Elara set out on her usual walk. The woods were alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant songs of birds saying their good nights. Each tree seemed to whisper tales of ancient times, their branches swaying softly in agreement with the breeze. As she walked, Elara noticed a path she hadn't seen before. It was narrow and winding, bordered by ferns and patches of moss that glowed emerald under the waning light. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder, urging her to explore this new trail. She followed the path as it meandered deeper into the woods, the sounds of the village fading into a gentle hum behind her. The air grew cooler, and the earthy scent of the forest grew stronger, wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. Elara felt as though she had stepped into a storybook world, where magic lingered in every shadow. Suddenly, she heard a soft, melodic humming drifting through the trees. It was a tune she didn't recognize, but it felt familiar, like a lullaby she had once heard in a dream. Drawn by the enchanting sound, Elara followed it until she reached a small clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood a great oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens. Beneath its protective boughs sat a figure, a small, wizened creature with skin like the bark of a tree and eyes that twinkled like the stars. It was singing to a circle of woodland creatures who listened with rapt attention. Elara watched in awe, her heart filled with a sense of wonder. The creature's song was a gentle melody that seemed to weave the world together, binding the trees, the animals, and the very earth in a tapestry of harmony. The creature paused in its song and turned its gaze to Elara, a warm smile spreading across its face. "Ah, a visitor," it said in a voice that was both ancient and kind. "Come, child of the village, and join our circle." Elara stepped forward, feeling the soft grass beneath her feet, and sat beside a curious rabbit with ears that twitched at her presence. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, not wanting to disturb the peace of the moment. "I am known as Sylvan," the creature replied, "a guardian of this woodland and a keeper of its stories." Alara's eyes widened with delight. "A guardian? Do you know all the secrets of the forest?" Sylvan chuckled, a sound like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "I know many, but the forest holds more mysteries than any one creature can uncover." As the evening deepened, Elara listened to Sylvan's tales of the forest, stories of ancient trees that had witnessed the birth of the world, of streams that sang when the moon was full, and of friendships forged between unlikely creatures. The woodland creatures, from the tiniest beetle to the stately deer, listened with her, their eyes wide and bright. Elara felt a kinship with them, as if she had become a part of this magical world. "But there is one tale yet to be told," Sylvan said, its gaze meeting Elara's. "It is the story of a young girl who must find her way home through the forest, guided by the light of friendship and the strength of her own heart." Elara's heart skipped a beat, realizing the tale was hers to write. "How will she find her way?" she asked, curiosity bubbling within her. Sylvan's smile was gentle. "The forest is alive with magic, and those who listen with their hearts will find the path. Trust in yourself, and remember that even the smallest creature can be a guide." As the first stars twinkled in the night sky, Elara knew it was time to return to Willowmere. She bid farewell to her new friends, promising to visit again. The path that had seemed so mysterious before now felt familiar, as if it were leading her gently home. As she walked, Elara noticed how the moonlight danced on the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground. She heard the soft hoot of an owl, the rustle of a hedgehog in the underbrush, and felt the comforting presence of the forest all around her. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the village lay quiet, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. Elara's heart was full, her mind alive with stories and the warmth of newfound friendships. As she climbed into bed, the scent of lavender drifting through her window, Elara closed her eyes and whispered a promise to the night, to always listen with her heart and seek out the magic in the world around her. And so, nestled under her quilt, with the stars watching over her, Elara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the gentle melody of friendship. The world outside was quiet, save for the soft sighing of the wind through the trees, a lullaby that promised new adventures with each dawn. In Willowmere, the world turned softly, wrapped in the embrace of night, and all was well. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight danced across the forest floor, there lay a hidden world teeming with life and magic. This forest, known to the old ones as Eldergreen, was a place where the boundaries between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist rising from the cool ground. The creatures of Eldergreen lived in a harmony that was as delicate and intricate as a spider's web glistening with dew. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the patterns of 1,000 stories and whose eyes reflected the deep, knowing green of the forest canopy. Thistle was known far and wide for his wisdom and gentle spirit, and many creatures came to him seeking guidance. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to brilliant shades of amber and gold, a young fox named Fern approached Thistle with a worried heart. Fern's coat was a fiery red, matching the vibrant foliage around her, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity, though now they were clouded with concern. "Thistle," Fern began, her voice a soft whisper against the rustling leaves. "I've heard the winds speaking of a great imbalance, the trees murmur of a coming change that could upset the peace of our forest." Thistle nodded slowly, the lines of his ancient face creasing with thought. "Yes, dear Fern, the forest speaks to those who listen. The cycle of seasons is a delicate dance, and sometimes even the smallest of shifts can ripple through our world." Fern sat beside Thistle, her tail curled around her paws, and listened intently as the gentle tortoise continued. "Long ago, the forest entrusted its secrets to the creatures who dwell within. It is our duty to maintain the balance and harmony of Eldergreen. Each season brings its own magic, and with it, the responsibilities we must uphold." The forest around them hummed with life, a symphony of birdsong and the rustling of leaves. The air was crisp and carried the scent of fallen leaves and cool earth. Fern closed her eyes for a moment, letting the peacefulness of the forest wash over her. "But what can we do, Thistle?" Fern asked, her voice tinged with worry. "How do we ensure that balance is kept?" Thistle smiled kindly, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "The answer, dear Fern, lies in the unity of friendship and the sharing of knowledge. We must gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of the roles they play. Every creature has its purpose in maintaining the harmony of Eldergreen." Fern nodded, determination lighting up her eyes. "Then I shall help in any way I can. We must act swiftly before the first snows arrive." Together, Thistle and Fern set out to gather the forest's inhabitants. They moved through the forest with a quiet grace, the morning sun casting long shadows as they walked. Along the way they met with Willow the wise owl, who perched high in the ancient oaks, her feathers soft and silent as she glided down to join them. "The winds have indeed whispered their concerns to me." Willow hooted softly, her eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight filtering through the branches. "We must remind our fellow creatures of the changing seasons and the roles they are meant to play." The trio continued their journey, gathering creatures as they went. They found Bramble the badger, whose strong paws were perfect for turning the soil and preparing it for winter rest. They met Dapple the deer, whose gentle steps helped spread seeds and maintain the forest's lush undergrowth. As they moved deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler and the light dimmer, as though the trees themselves were leaning in to listen to the conversations of their inhabitants. It was a world of soft whispers and gentle movements, where the balance of life was maintained through an unspoken understanding. Finally, they came to a clearing where the sun streamed down in golden beams, warming the earth beneath them. Here they held a gathering, a council of the forest where all creatures great and small could come together and share their wisdom. Thistle spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of history and the promise of the future. "We are here because we are the caretakers of Eldergreen. The forest has thrived for generations under our watch, but now the whispers of change remind us of our duties." The animals listened intently, their eyes bright with understanding. They knew that each of them had a role to play in the cycle of life, from the smallest ant to the largest bear, and that their actions would determine the health of their home. Fern stepped forward, her voice clear and earnest. "Together, we can ensure that our forest remains a place of magic and peace. We must remember the wisdom of our ancestors and teach it to the young ones, so they too can carry on this legacy." As she spoke, the wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of winter. The creatures nodded in agreement, their spirits united by a shared purpose. The council ended with a sense of hope and resolve. The animals dispersed back into the forest, each carrying with them the knowledge and determination to maintain the balance of their world. They knew that through wisdom and friendship, they could overcome any challenge that came their way. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the creatures of Eldergreen worked together, preparing for the coming winter. They followed the rhythms of the forest, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations. In time, the first snowflakes danced down from the sky, blanketing the forest in a soft, white quilt. The air was filled with a quiet peace, a testament to the harmony they had worked to preserve. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures of Eldergreen continued their lives, bound together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. They thrived in the delicate balance of their world, knowing that as long as they listened to the whispers of the forest, they would always find their way. As the snow settled, Thistle the tortoise sat near the entrance of his cozy burrow, watching the snowflakes fall. He felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that the forest was safe, and that the legacy of harmony and balance would carry on for generations to come. And with that comforting thought, he tucked himself into his shell, ready for a peaceful winter's rest. Story 24. In a secluded corner of the world, where the whispering pines stood tall and the babble of a crystal-clear brook wound its way through the forest, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. This village was nestled in a verdant valley that seemed to be painted by the hand of a gentle artist, its meadows a symphony of wildflowers swaying to the rhythm of the breeze. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to stretch softly, like the golden light of a setting sun. In the heart of this village, there lived a young girl named Leela. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled like the brook that danced past the village. Lila was known for her curiosity and warmth, traits that endeared her to villagers and creatures alike. She spent her days exploring the woods, always eager to uncover its secrets and marvel at its wonders. One late afternoon, as the sky blushed with hues of rose and amber, Lila set out on one of her frequent wanderings. She followed the brook, its water tinkling over smooth stones, until it led her to a part of the forest she hadn't visited before. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of blooming honeysuckle. The path was soft beneath her feet, carpeted with a layer of pine needles that whispered with every step. As Lila ventured deeper into this enchanted part of the forest, she noticed something peculiar. The trees here seemed older, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches intertwining overhead to create a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cooler and carried the scent of ancient wood and wild mushrooms. Just then, Lila heard a soft, melodic hum. It was unlike anything she had heard before, a sound that seemed to resonate from the very heart of the forest. Curious and cautious, she followed the sound, her feet guided by a gentle instinct. The humming led her to a small clearing where she found an ancient oak tree. Its trunk was massive, its roots sprawling like the arms of a giant embracing the earth. Nestled within a hollow at the base of the tree was a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was a small, luminescent fox, its fur shimmering with shades of silver and starlight. As it hummed, tiny motes of light danced around it like fireflies caught in a moonbeam. The fox turned its gaze toward Lila, its eyes the color of the deepest night sky, and for a moment they simply looked at each other. There was a warmth in the fox's eyes, a gentle wisdom that spoke of ages past. "Hello," Lila said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to break the spell of the moment. "My name is Lila." The fox's eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Though it did not speak, Lila felt an understanding pass between them, as if the fox had somehow shared its name without saying a word. "You are beautiful," Lila continued, her heart filled with wonder. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering the question. It stood up, its body moving with the grace of flowing water, and beckoned Lila to follow. Intrigued, she stepped into the clearing, feeling a sense of magic and possibility in the air. Together they ventured deeper into the woods, the fox leading her with a confidence that seemed to transcend the ordinary. As they walked, Lila noticed that the forest around them began to change. The trees grew taller and more majestic, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. The air was filled with a symphony of birdsong, a melody of life that echoed the heartbeat of the world. Eventually, they reached a hidden glade where the forest opened up to reveal a serene pond. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above and the trees around it. In the center of the pond stood a small island, lush with vibrant green foliage and dotted with delicate blue flowers that glowed like stars. The fox paused at the water's edge, its eyes fixed on the island. Lila, too, was drawn to its beauty, feeling a pull in her heart that she couldn't quite understand. "Is there something special about that island?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The fox nodded, its gaze still fixed on the island. Lila sensed that there was a mystery here, something vital and precious that lay beyond her understanding. She knelt beside the fox, feeling the coolness of the earth beneath her hands, and watched as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the pond. As twilight descended, the glade was transformed into a realm of dreams. The blue flowers on the island began to emit a soft, ethereal light, their glow reflecting in the water like 1,000 tiny stars. The fox hummed once more, its melody mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. In that moment, Lila felt a deep peace settle over her, a sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that the fox had brought her here not just to see the beauty of the island, but to understand her place in the tapestry of life. "You brought me here to show me this, didn't you?" Lila asked, her voice filled with gratitude. The fox looked at her with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the universe. It nodded once more, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her heart, a gentle reassurance that she was part of something wonderful and eternal. As the night deepened, Lila sat with the fox by the water's edge, her heart open to the magic of the world around her. She knew that she had found an unexpected friendship, a bond that transcended words and time. When it was finally time to leave, Lila stood up, feeling a sense of renewal and wonder. She looked at the fox, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she said softly, knowing that the fox would understand the depth of her feelings. The fox nuzzled her hand with its luminous nose, a gesture of friendship and farewell. Lila turned and began the journey back to her village, her heart light and her spirit soaring. As she walked through the forest, the path seemed to glow with a gentle light, as if the stars themselves were guiding her way. The night was alive with the sounds of the forest, a chorus of life that lulled her into a state of peaceful reflection. When Lila finally reached her home, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. She climbed into bed, her mind filled with the wonders she had seen and the friendship she had found. As she drifted into sleep, she knew that she would carry the memory of that magical day with her always, a reminder of the beauty and mystery of the world. And so, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, Lila dreamed of the enchanted forest and the luminescent fox, her heart at peace and her soul aglow with the gentle magic of their unexpected friendship. Story 25. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of emerald leaves formed a gentle shelter from the sky, there was a place where the air shimmered with the soft whispers of magic. This forest, known only to the oldest of maps as Eldergrove, was home to a remarkable community of creatures, each living in harmony with the other, in a balance as delicate as a spider's web, kissed with morning dew. At the center of Eldergrove stood the grand oak, a towering sentinel whose branches stretched wide, as if embracing the world. Its trunk, gnarled and wise, bore the marks of countless seasons and stories. Beneath its protective boughs lay a clearing, a peaceful sanctuary bathed in dappled sunlight, where the creatures of Eldergrove gathered for counsel. Among these creatures was Whisper, a diminutive squirrel with fur as soft as the finest moss. Whisper had eyes that mirrored the deep, warm hues of autumn leaves, and a heart as gentle as the summer breeze. Unlike other squirrels, Whisper did not chatter or scurry. Instead, he listened. His gift was an uncanny ability to hear the forest's heartbeat, to understand the language of rustling leaves and flowing streams. One mild morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Whisper awoke to the sound of a gentle lament. It came from the rustling ferns that lined the forest floor, a delicate tune that carried a message of worry. The forest was out of balance. Something was amiss. Whisper, with a heart full of concern, bounded over to his friend Elara, the wise old owl who roosted in the hollow of the grand oak. Lyra's feathers were a tapestry of grays and browns, her eyes pools of deep amber that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "Good morning, Whisper," Elara greeted, her voice a soothing balm. "What brings you to my perch so early?" "The ferns are singing a song of distress," Whisper replied, his voice a gentle murmur. "They say the balance of Eldergrove is tipping. I can feel it in the air, a heaviness that wasn't there before." Elara nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "Indeed, I have sensed it too. The winds have whispered of a change in the seasons, one that is not as it should be. Perhaps it is time to call upon the counsel of the Eldergrove." With that, Elara spread her majestic wings, gliding gracefully down to the clearing below. Whisper followed, his soft paws barely making a sound as he descended the great oak. In the clearing, the creatures of Eldergrove gathered, foxes with fur like fiery sunsets, gentle deer whose eyes spoke of moonlit nights, and a myriad of birds whose songs wove a tapestry of sound. They circled around the grand oak, their presence a testament to their unity and shared purpose. Elara spoke first, her voice clear and resonant. "Friends, Eldergrove is troubled. The balance we cherish is under threat. The seasons are shifting in ways we do not understand. We must discover the cause and restore harmony to our home." A murmur moved through the gathering, a wave of concern and determination. It was then that an unexpected voice rose above the rest. It belonged to Tumble, a small hedgehog whose quills were as soft as the whispers of the forest. "I have heard tales, passed down through my family, of a time when the seasons were once disrupted," Tumble said, his voice steady. "It was said that the forest spirits, who guide the turning of the seasons, became lost and confused." Whisper's ears perked up. "Forest spirits? How might they become lost?" Tumble nodded, his eyes gleaming with the knowledge of his ancestors. "The spirits are tied to the cycles of nature, to the dance of the sun and the moon, to the rhythm of life itself. Sometimes, when the world outside our forest changes too quickly, they falter." Elara considered Tumble's words, then spoke with gentle authority. "Then it seems our path is clear. We must find these spirits and guide them back to their rightful places. Only then can balance be restored. With the council's agreement, Whisper, Lyra, and Tumble set out on their quest, leaving the safety of the Grand Oak behind. They journeyed deeper into the forest, where the trees grew older and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As they traveled, Whisper listened intently to the forest's whispers, hoping for guidance. Their path led them to a hidden glen, a place where the sunlight danced through the leaves in a symphony of light and shadow. In the center of the glen stood a circle of stones, ancient and worn, each one etched with symbols of the elements: earth, air, fire, and water. It is said that the spirits can be summoned here, Tumble explained, his voice reverent, but only if we can speak the language of the forest itself. Lyra nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. Let us each offer a piece of ourselves, a gift of our essence, to call upon the spirits. With that, Whisper plucked an acorn from a nearby oak, its shell smooth and warm in his paws. He placed it within the stone circle, a symbol of life and renewal. Lyra added a feather, soft and downy, representing wisdom and vision. Tumble contributed a small polished stone, a token of endurance and strength. As they stepped back, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. Then, from the stones, a soft glow emerged, a gentle radiance that enveloped the glen. The spirits had heard their call. Figures emerged from the light, ethereal and graceful. Each spirit was a reflection of the season they governed. Spring, with hair like budding leaves and eyes of vibrant green. Summer, radiating warmth and light, her laughter like the song of a babbling brook. Autumn, cloaked in colors of rust and gold, with a voice as soft as falling leaves. And winter, serene and silent, her presence like a blanket of fresh snow. Welcome, guardians of Eldergrove, Spring spoke, her voice a melody of new beginnings. We felt your call and have come to listen. Whisper, with a heart full of hope, stepped forward. Great spirits, the balance of our forest is shifting. The seasons no longer dance in harmony. How can we help you find your way? Summer nodded, her eyes warm with gratitude. The world beyond your forest has changed rapidly, and we have struggled to adapt. We are in need of your wisdom and friendship to guide us back to our paths. Autumn's gaze was thoughtful, her voice a gentle breeze. Perhaps it is time to remember the lessons of the past, to draw upon the wisdom of those who came before us. Winter, silent and contemplative, finally spoke. Her words were like snowflakes, each one delicate and profound. There is a story, an old tale, of a time when the forest itself showed us the way. It is said that the earth remembers, that it holds the echoes of balance within its heart. Lyra, ever wise, nodded in agreement. Then let us listen to the earth, let us seek its guidance. Together, we can restore the harmony we all cherish. And so, under the watchful eyes of the spirits, Whisper, Lyra, and Tumble knelt upon the earth. They closed their eyes, allowing themselves to be still, to hear the whispers of the soil, to feel the heartbeat of the forest beneath their paws. As they listened, a vision unfolded, a tapestry of seasons, each one flowing seamlessly into the next, a dance of life and renewal. They saw the importance of patience, of allowing time to heal and balance to return naturally. They understood that each season, each change was a necessary part of the whole, a vital thread in the fabric of existence. With this newfound understanding, they opened their eyes, their hearts filled with peace. The spirits, too, had seen the vision, their forms shimmering with the light of comprehension. Thank you, guardians of Eldergrove, Spring spoke, her voice a gentle caress. With your help, we have found our way. Summer's laughter was a joyous ripple in the air. The balance will be restored, and the seasons will once again dance in harmony. Autumn nodded, her eyes twinkling with the promise of change. And we will carry this wisdom with us, to guide us through the ages. Winter, serene and steadfast, offered a final blessing. May the forest always be your home, a place of peace and unity. With that, the spirits began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light, leaving behind a sense of balance restored, of harmony renewed. Whisper, Lyra, and Tumble returned to the Grand Oak, their hearts light with the knowledge of a challenge overcome. As they settled beneath the great tree, surrounded by their friends, the forest sang a song of gratitude, a melody of unity and hope. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, peace reigned once more. The creatures of the forest continued to live in harmony, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations. by the gentle touch of friendship, and by the ever-present magic of the natural world. As the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Whisper curled up beneath the grand oak, his heart full of contentment. The gentle rustle of leaves above was like a lullaby, a promise of dreams to come. The balance of Eldergrove was restored, and all was as it should be. In the quiet of the night, as the forest slept, the spirits watched over their beloved home, their presence a silent guardian of peace and harmony. And in that sacred place, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to dance in the eternal rhythm of the seasons, a testament to the beauty and balance of the world. Story 26. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers in the soft breeze and the moonlight wove silver threads through the branches, there lay a small, enchanting village named Everglen. This village was cradled by hills that rolled like ocean waves, and every cottage was tucked under a canopy of twinkling stars, with moss-covered roofs and chimneys that curled tendrils of sweet-smelling smoke into the night sky. In the center of Everglen was a curious little shop known as Thistle and Bloom. It was owned by an older woman named Edith, whose kind eyes crinkled with laughter lines. Edith was a keeper of secrets and a whisperer of old tales, her hands always busy with the herbs and flowers that filled her shop with an earthy, calming aroma. The villagers often visited her for remedies and advice, though they also came to hear her stories, spun like golden threads on a loom of magic. One particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the bell above Thistle and Bloom's door tinkled softly. A small figure stepped inside, bringing with them the crisp scent of the evening air. It was a young girl named Lila, whose eyes were wide with curiosity and whose heart was as tender as spring's first bloom. "Good evening, Miss Edith," Lila greeted, her voice as soft as the petals of the daisies she wore in her hair. "I was wondering if you might have a story for me tonight." Edith's eyes twinkled like the stars beginning to peek through the twilight. "Ah, Lila, dear child, I always have a story to share. Come, sit by the fire, and let us see what tale the night brings us." Lila settled into a chair by the crackling fireplace, its warmth wrapping around her like a cozy blanket. Edith joined her, her fingers deftly weaving a garland of lavender and thyme, the scent mingling with the wood smoke in a comforting embrace. "Let me tell you about the time the Whispering Woods revealed its deepest secret," Edith began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Her words wove a tapestry of images in Lila's mind, each more enchanting than the last. Once upon a time, in the very heart of these woods, there grew an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its roots delving deep into the earth, as if it were a bridge between worlds. This tree, known as the Sentinel, was said to harbor great wisdom, whispering secrets to those who were willing to listen with their hearts rather than their ears. One day, a gentle breeze carried a new visitor to the Whispering Woods. It was a young fox named Finn, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves and whose eyes were bright with the promise of discovery. Finn had come from a distant land, driven by a longing he couldn't quite understand, a yearning for something more. Finn wandered through the woods, his paws padding softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, until he stumbled upon the Sentinel. The great oak towered above him, its leaves rustling as if murmuring a welcome. Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him, as if he had finally found the place he was meant to be. Curious and hopeful, Finn sat beneath the tree, closing his eyes and listening. The forest around him was alive with the gentle sounds of nature, a distant owl hooting, the soft rustle of nocturnal creatures stirring, and the whisper of the wind weaving through the branches. As he sat there, Finn felt a presence beside him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself looking into the wise, gentle eyes of a hare. Her fur was soft as moonlight, her demeanor calm and serene. "Hello, young fox," the hare greeted, her voice as light as the breeze. "I am Elara, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to this ancient place?" Finn was taken aback by the hare's kindness and wisdom. "I was drawn here," he admitted, his voice a mere whisper. "I seek something, but I know not what." Elara nodded, understanding reflected in her eyes. "Many come to these woods seeking answers, dear Finn. The sentinel holds many secrets, but it is not mere knowledge that it offers. Rather, it guides the heart to find its own truth. With Elara's gentle guidance, Finn began to explore the woods, discovering its wonders and mysteries with each passing day. He learned to listen to the songs of birds, to read the stories written in the patterns of the stars, and to understand the language of the river as it babbled over stones. Through his journeys, Finn met many of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl named Sage, who taught him about the cycles of the moon, a playful otter named Ripple, who showed him the joy of the river's embrace, and a family of deer who shared with him the beauty of quiet moments. But it was his friendship with Elara that grew strongest. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, discovering hidden glades where wildflowers danced in the sunlight, and secret groves where the air hummed with magic. In Elara, Finn found a kindred spirit, someone who understood his longing and helped him see the beauty in both the world and himself. One moonlit night, as they sat beneath the sentinel, Finn turned to Elara with a newfound understanding. "I think I've found what I was seeking," he said, his voice filled with quiet wonder. "It's not a place or a thing, but a feeling, a sense of belonging." Elara smiled, her eyes glowing softly in the moonlight. "You have learned well, dear Finn. The Whispering Woods has shown you that the greatest magic lies not in the seeking, but in the sharing, in the connections we make and the love we give." With this newfound wisdom, Finn realized that his journey had only just begun. Though he had found a home in the Whispering Woods, he knew there was still much to explore and learn. And with Elara by his side, he felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in gentle pastels, Finn and Elara sat quietly beneath the sentinel, content in the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a world filled with wonder and friendship, where even the smallest creature could find their place. "And so, dear Lila," Edith concluded softly, "Finn's story reminds us that sometimes it is not the answers we find, but the questions we ask that truly matter. In seeking, we discover who we are, and in friendship, we find where we belong." Lila, her eyelids growing heavy, nodded sleepily. The fire's warmth and Edith's soothing voice had wrapped around her like a soft cocoon, and she felt a deep sense of peace. "Thank you, Miss Edith," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "That was a beautiful story." Edith smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "You're welcome, dear child. Sweet dreams, and may the magic of the Whispering Woods guide you through the night." With that, Lila drifted into slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle wonders of the forest, where friendships were forged and mysteries unfolded under the watchful eyes of the moonlit trees. And in the quiet comfort of thistle and bloom, the world outside seemed to hold its breath, as if listening to the whispers of the woods, promising new adventures with each new dawn. Story 27. In a quaint little village nestled among the rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cottage with a door painted the color of the morning sun. It belonged to a young woman named Elara, known for her kind eyes and gentle smile. Yet, despite the warmth she brought to others, Elara often felt as if a heavy cloud hovered just above her, casting shadows on her heart. Change was something Elara struggled with deeply, and in this village where seasons turned with the flicker of a breeze, change was ever present. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Elara sat by her window, watching the leaves dance in the wind. The air was tinged with the earthy aroma of autumn, and the first fires of the season crackled warmly in hearths around the village. It was then that Elara noticed something unusual, a flickering light amidst the trees at the edge of the forest, where the land dipped into a secret hollow. Curiosity sparked within her, a gentle nudge against the familiar rhythm of her days. She wrapped herself in a shawl the color of twilight and stepped outside, the golden light of lanterns guiding her path as she ventured toward the mysterious glow. As she drew closer, the light resolved into a myriad of twinkling, floating orbs that danced around an ancient oak tree, whose gnarled branches stretched toward the sky like welcoming arms. Elara approached cautiously, her breath mingling with the crisp night air. She reached out tentatively, her fingers grazing one of the luminous orbs. To her surprise, it shimmered and whispered like a brook over pebbles. "Welcome, seeker of change." Startled yet intrigued, Elara whispered back, "What are you?" "We are the luminaries," the orb replied, its voice a soothing melody. "We guide those who wish to grow, to transform, to embrace the path of their true selves." Elara felt a flicker of hope. Could these luminaries help her navigate the tangled brambles of her heart? She had always feared change, clinging to the familiar like a ship to its anchor. But here, under the canopy of the ancient oak, she felt a calling, a gentle urging to explore the uncharted waters of her soul. The luminaries, sensing her hesitance, glowed brighter, casting a warm, reassuring glow. "You are not alone on this journey, Elara. There are friends and wisdom to be found along the way." With a deep breath, Elara nodded, her resolve beginning to unfurl like a new leaf in spring. "I am ready," she said softly. The luminaries swirled around her, weaving a tapestry of light that enveloped her in its embrace. As the world around her shimmered and blurred, Elara felt a sensation of lifting, as if she were floating on a gentle breeze. When her feet touched the ground again, she found herself in a place both familiar and strange. The forest was still around her, but it was transformed. The trees taller and more vibrant, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she was beginning to understand. A path stretched before her, winding through the trees like a ribbon of possibilities. With the luminaries as her guide, Elara took her first steps into this new magical realm. As she walked, she encountered a multitude of creatures, each more wondrous than the last. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered with the colors of the dawn. He perched on a low branch, his golden eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "Welcome, Elara," Orin hooted gently. "I have been waiting for you. Here in the heart of the forest, you will find the courage to embrace the changes you seek." Elara listened intently as Orin spoke of the forest's magic, a reflection of the magic within her own heart. "Change," he said, "is like the turning of the seasons. It is natural, inevitable, and beautiful in its own right." With each word, Elara felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a journey to embark upon, filled with discovery and wonder. As days turned into nights and back into days, Elara continued her journey, meeting new friends along the way. There was Sylvia, a silver fox with eyes like moonlit pools, who taught her the art of adaptability, showing her how to dance with the ever-shifting winds of life. Then there was Thistle, a kind-hearted hedgehog who shared stories of resilience and the strength found in vulnerability. Each encounter, each lesson, was a step toward understanding herself, peeling back the layers she had wrapped around her heart. The forest mirrored her transformation, the luminaries casting their glow on the path ahead, illuminating the beauty of her growth. One evening, as the sky blazed with the hues of a setting sun, Elara found herself at the edge of a serene lake. Its waters were as still as glass, reflecting the sky in a perfect mirror. She knelt by the water's edge, her reflection gazing back at her, not as a stranger, but as a friend. In that moment, Elara understood that the change she had feared was not an ending, but a beginning, a transformation of her own making. The luminaries hovered around her, their light blending with the colors of the sky, a promise of new days and endless possibilities. With a heart full of gratitude, Elara whispered her thanks to the luminaries, to Orin, Sylvia, Thistle, and to the forest itself. She knew that the journey of transformation was ongoing, a path she would walk with courage and joy. As she turned to leave, the luminaries sang softly, their voices a lullaby carried on the wind. "Remember, Elara, the magic of change lies within you. Embrace it, for it is the essence of life." With these words echoing in her heart, Elara returned to her village, her spirit light and her steps sure. The cottage with the sun-colored door welcomed her back, and she knew that while she had returned to the familiar, she was forever changed. Nestled by the warmth of her hearth, Elara smiled, her heart aglow with the magic of transformation. The journey had taught her that change was not to be feared, but celebrated, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the wondrous tapestry of life. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she carried with her the gentle, comforting glow of the luminaries, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 28. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to one another in the softest of breezes, there lay a narrow path. This path, winding and somewhat overgrown, was said to lead to the Enchanted Hollow, a place where time seemed to pause, and the air shimmered with unseen magic. It was on a crisp autumn morning, just as the sun was painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, that two souls from worlds apart found themselves treading this very path. One was a young girl named Elara, with hair as dark as a raven's wing and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hailed from the village, her feet familiar with the cobbled streets and the laughter of market days. The other was a creature from the depths of the woods, a fox named Thistle, whose fur was a patchwork of russet and cream, and whose life had been one of solitude and whispers among the ferns. Elara had always been drawn to the woods, enchanted by the stories her grandmother told by the fireside, tales of hidden glades and mysterious creatures. Her heart ached for adventure, and so with a satchel filled with bread and cheese and a mind filled with dreams, she stepped beyond the boundary stones that marked the edge of her world. Thistle, on the other hand, had never ventured beyond the canopy of his forest home. His world was one of shadows and sunlight, of rustling leaves and the gentle hum of nature. He was cautious by nature, taught by his mother to be wary of humans and their unpredictable ways. But that morning, a strange longing pulled at him, a desire to see what lay beyond the familiar rustle of his den. Their paths crossed quite unexpectedly. Elara, lost in thought, had wandered from the trail, her feet carrying her into the heart of the woods. She stumbled upon a clearing where the sun spilled like liquid gold through the branches, and there, sitting poised and alert, was Thistle. For a moment they regarded each other with mutual surprise. Elara, having never been so close to a wild creature, was captivated by the fox's intelligent eyes and the way his ears flicked, as if catching every sound of the forest. Thistle, in turn, was intrigued by the girl who seemed not to fear him, but rather appeared curious and gentle. "Hello," Elara said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might cause the moment to shatter like fragile glass. Thistle, though he did not speak the language of humans, sensed the kindness in her tone. He tilted his head, a silent acknowledgement of her presence. It was an unspoken understanding that marked the beginning of their companionship. Misunderstandings, however, were not far behind. Elara, eager to explore, often moved with the impulsiveness of youth, straying too close to hidden burrows or unknowingly trampling over delicate flowers. Thistle, protective of his woodland home, would chuff or dart in front of her, trying to steer her away from harm, though his intentions were not always clear to Elara. Once, as they wandered deeper into the woods, Elara came upon a patch of wild mushrooms. Their caps were a vivid red, dotted with white, and they seemed to call to her with their vibrant color. As she reached out to touch one, Thistle barked sharply, startling her. She pulled back, her heart pounding, misunderstanding his warning for aggression. "Why did you do that?" she exclaimed, her voice carrying a hint of hurt. Thistle, sensing her distress, circled the mushrooms and then looked back at her, his eyes urging her to understand. Slowly, realization dawned on Elara. These mushrooms were not the edible kind her grandmother gathered, but rather the dangerous ones she had been warned about in tales of caution. "I'm sorry," she murmured, crouching down to meet Thistle's gaze. "I didn't know. Thank you." With each passing day, they learned more about each other. Elara discovered that Thistle had a fondness for the ripe berries that grew near the winding brook, and she would gather them in her hands, offering them as a token of friendship. Thistle, in turn, showed Elara the hidden paths and secret groves, teaching her to move quietly and observe the beauty of the world around her. Their bond grew stronger as they faced challenges together. One chilly afternoon, as the sky darkened with the promise of rain, they found themselves caught in a sudden storm. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain fell in sheets, turning the forest floor into a slick, muddy labyrinth. Elara, shivering and soaked, struggled to find her bearings. In that moment of chaos, Thistle took the lead, his instincts guiding him through the tempest. He nudged Elara gently, guiding her to a hollow tree that offered shelter from the storm. They huddled together, the warmth of their bodies a comfort against the chill. "Thank you, Thistle," Elara whispered, her voice barely audible over the drumming rain. She wrapped her arms around herself, feeling the steady rise and fall of the fox's breath beside her. In the quiet that followed, she realized that true friendship was built not on words, but on trust and understanding. As the storm passed and the sun broke through the clouds, casting rainbows across the dripping leaves, Elara and Thistle emerged from their refuge. They were different now, their friendship tempered by the trials they had faced together. Back in the village, Elara found herself longing to return to the woods each day, not just for the adventure, but for the companionship she had found in Thistle. The villagers, curious about her newfound joy, would ask about her time in the forest. Elara would smile and speak of the beauty she had discovered, her words weaving tales of wonder and warmth, though she kept the heart of her adventures, her friendship with Thistle, a cherished secret. Seasons changed, and as winter approached, the forest transformed into a wonderland of frost and stillness. Elara knew that soon she would have to spend more time at home, by the fireside, while Thistle would retreat to the warmth of his den. On their last day together before the snows came, Elara brought a small gift for Thistle, a scarf she had knitted herself, a deep green to match the leaves of their beloved woods. She wrapped it gently around his neck, her fingers brushing the soft fur. "To keep you warm," she said, her voice tinged with the bitter sweetness of parting. Thistle, with a flick of his tail, nuzzled her hand in thanks. They sat together, side by side, watching as the sun set, painting the sky with the colors of their first meeting. And so it was that in the heart of the Whispering Woods, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended words and worlds, built on trust, kindness, and the shared joys and challenges of life. As Elara returned to her village and Thistle to his woodland home, their hearts remained intertwined, forever touched by the magic of their journey together. In the quiet of the night, as Elara lay in her bed, the wind would carry the soft rustle of the forest to her window, a gentle reminder of her friend. She would smile, knowing that though they were apart, their friendship was a light that would never fade. And in the woods, Thistle would often pause in his wanderings, looking toward the village with a sense of peace, knowing he had found a true friend in a world that had once seemed so distant. Together, they had learned that friendship was not bound by time or place, but by the love and understanding that beats in the heart of every living being. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, there was a quaint little village known as Moonlit Glen. The village was nestled snugly between rolling hills and shimmering streams, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flowers and freshly baked bread. In Moonlit Glen, there lived a young girl named Elara. Elara was known for her curious mind and kind heart. She had a special knack for noticing things that others might overlook, and she always wore a necklace that shimmered with the colors of the dawn. Elara lived with her grandmother, Nana Willow, who was the village's wise woman. Nana Willow was as gentle as a spring breeze and as wise as the ancient oak trees that surrounded the village. One crisp autumn evening, as the last rays of sunlight painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Elara noticed something unusual. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the center of Moonlit Glen, had begun to chime at odd hours. It was a gentle sound, like the tinkling of silver bells, but it was out of rhythm, echoing at times when it should have been silent. This curious occurrence set the villagers whispering, for the clock tower had always been as reliable as the sunrise. Determined to uncover the mystery, Elara decided to investigate. She bundled up in her favorite knitted scarf, and with a twinkle of determination in her eyes, she set off towards the clock tower. The path was lined with lanterns that flickered softly in the evening breeze, casting a warm glow on the cobblestone streets. As she approached the tower, Elara heard a gentle rustling in the bushes nearby. Out popped a small, fluffy creature with eyes as bright as the moon and fur that sparkled like stardust. It was Pip, the village's mischievous but kind-hearted sprite. Pip had a reputation for being a little trickster, but his heart was as pure as the crystal-clear streams of the forest. "Elara!" Pip exclaimed, hopping excitedly. "I heard about the chimes and thought you might need some company. Mysteries are always more fun with friends." Elara smiled warmly at Pip. "I'm glad you're here, Pip. Together, we'll discover what's causing the clock tower's strange behavior. The two friends made their way inside the tower, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. The interior was filled with the comforting scent of aged wood and the gentle ticking of clockwork mechanisms. Elara scanned the room with her sharp eyes, noticing every detail, the intricate carvings on the walls, the delicate cobwebs that draped the corners, and the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the windows. "Look there," Pip said, pointing towards a small door at the base of the tower. "I bet that's where the magic happens." Elara nodded and carefully opened the door. Inside, they found a winding staircase leading upwards. They climbed the stairs, each step creaking underfoot, until they reached the top of the tower. There, amidst gears and cogs that spun like a mechanical symphony, sat an old owl with feathers as white as snow. His eyes were wise and kind, and he wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched upon his beak. It was Archimedes, the sage of the skies, known for his vast knowledge and gentle wisdom. "Ah, Elara and Pip," Archimedes hooted softly. "I wondered when you might arrive. I've been waiting for someone with a keen eye and a caring heart to help me solve this little puzzle." Elara and Pip exchanged curious glances. "What seems to be the problem, Archimedes?" Elara asked. The old owl fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "It seems that the clock has developed a mind of its own, chiming whenever it pleases. I've tried to reason with it, but alas, the gears do not heed my wisdom." Elara pondered for a moment, observing the intricate machinery. She noticed a faint shimmer of magic swirling among the gears, like a playful breeze dancing through the branches. "I think the magic might be the key," she mused. "Perhaps the clock is trying to tell us something." Pip nodded eagerly. "Maybe it's a message or a song that needs to be heard." With a gentle touch, Elara traced the path of the magic, feeling its warmth against her fingertips. She closed her eyes, listening to the rhythm of the chimes and the whisper of the magic. Slowly she began to understand its melody, a melody of time and harmony, of moments shared and memories cherished. "I think the clock is singing about time," Elara said softly, "about how precious it is, and how we should cherish every moment." Archimedes nodded, a twinkle in his wise eyes. "Indeed, my dear, time is a gift, and it seems the clock wishes to remind us of its value." With newfound understanding, Elara adjusted the gears gently, aligning them with the melody of the magic. The clock chimed once more, but this time it was a harmonious song that filled the air, resonating with the hearts of all who heard it. As the melody faded into the night, Elara and Pip thanked Archimedes for his guidance and made their way back down the tower. The village was bathed in moonlight, peaceful and serene, the mystery of the chiming clock resolved. The villagers soon gathered around, drawn by the beautiful music, and Elara shared the tale of the clock's message. Together, they marveled at the wonder of time and the joy of sharing it with loved ones. That night, as Elara and Pip walked home under the starlit sky, they felt a deep sense of contentment. The air was filled with the scent of blooming night flowers and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. They knew that the mystery had brought the village closer together, reminding everyone of the simple, precious moments that wove the fabric of their lives. As Elara nestled into her cozy bed, she smiled, feeling the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of time enveloping her like a soft blanket. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the clock tower's song lingered in her dreams, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every heartbeat and every breath. And so, the village of Moonlit Glen rested, cradled in the embrace of the whispering woods, where mysteries were solved with kindness and wisdom, and every day was a new chapter in the enchanting story of life. Story 30. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone streets were lined with cottages draped in ivy, a gentle hush would fall each evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of soft lavender and rose. It was in this serene setting that young Clara lived with her grandmother, Nan Willow, in a cozy stone-walled house at the edge of the village. Clara was an inquisitive girl with a heart full of dreams and a mind brimming with curiosity. Her days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, her imagination turning the familiar landscape into a tapestry of adventures waiting to unfold. However, it was on one particularly misty morning that Clara's life would take an unexpected turn. As Clara ventured into the attic of their home, a place rarely visited and filled with dusty memories, she stumbled upon a peculiar object tucked away in a forgotten corner. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface gleaming despite the dust. Curiosity piqued. She gently opened the lid to reveal an exquisite silver pocket watch nestled within. Its face was adorned with tiny, brilliant stars that seemed to twinkle with an inner light. Clara's fingers brushed against the watch, and as if awakened from a slumber, it began to tick softly. Entranced by its beauty, she latched it onto a chain around her neck, feeling a warmth spread from where the watch rested against her heart. Little did Clara know, this was no ordinary timepiece. As the days went by, Clara noticed subtle changes around her. Time seemed to dance at her command. The flowers in her grandmother's garden bloomed more vibrantly, and the village's rhythm seemed to harmonize with her own. Yet, it was not until Clara encountered an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, who visited the village market one afternoon, that she began to understand the true nature of the watch. Mr. Thistle, with his twinkling eyes and a voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, was a traveler from lands far beyond Willowbrook. He recognized the watch immediately, for he had seen its magic before. "Ah, young Clara," he mused, his gaze soft and knowing, "you've found the timekeeper's heart, a relic of old magic. It chooses its bearer with care, and its gifts are many, though not without challenges." Intrigued and a little overwhelmed, Clara listened as Mr. Thistle explained that the watch allowed its bearer to glimpse the threads of time, to see moments both past and potential. But with such power came the responsibility to use it wisely, for the fabric of time was delicate, easily unraveled by haste or greed. Eager to learn, Clara embarked on a journey of discovery. Guided by Mr. Thistle and joined by her loyal cat Whiskers, who seemed to have gained the ability to speak in riddles since the watch's awakening, Clara set out to understand the depths of the timekeeper's heart. Their travels took them through the enchanted whispering woods, where trees whispered secrets of the ages, and across the serene lake of echoes, where the air shimmered with the laughter of water nymphs. Along the way, Clara met the inhabitants of these magical realms, each with a story to tell and wisdom to share. There was Solara, the gentle glowworm who lit their path through the darkest nights with her luminous glow, and Finian, the mischievous sprite who could spin illusions from moonbeams and shadows. Both became dear friends, their unique talents aiding Clara on her quest. As Clara delved deeper into the mysteries of the watch, she encountered a challenge that tested her heart and mind. A great oak in the heart of the whispering woods was wilting, its branches drooping and leaves fading. The forest spirits were in distress, for the tree was the source of their magic, its roots entwining with the essence of their world. Clara realized that the oak's plight was linked to the temporal disturbances caused by the watch's awakening. She had to find a way to restore balance before the magic of the woods was lost forever. It was a task that required not only her newfound abilities, but the wisdom of her companions and the trust she had built with the beings of the forest. Together, they pieced together the knowledge shared by the forest creatures and the insights whispered by the trees themselves. Clara learned that the heart of the oak resonated with the same magic that powered the watch. It needed a gentle touch, a reminder of the harmony between time and nature. Sitting beneath the ancient boughs, Clara closed her eyes and let the ticking of the watch guide her thoughts. She envisioned the oak in its glory, its branches reaching skyward, vibrant and full of life. Her heart swelled with a love for the forest and its inhabitants, a desire to see them flourish. In that moment of clarity, the watch glowed warmly against her chest, its magic interweaving with the essence of the oak. Slowly, the tree began to revive, its leaves unfurling and color returning to its bark. A gentle breeze, carrying the sweet scent of blossoms, swept through the forest, and the spirits rejoiced in harmony once more. With the oak restored, the whispering woods thrived, its magic renewed. Clara had learned a profound lesson, that true power lay not in the ability to change the world at will, but in understanding and nurturing the bonds that connect all living things. As her journey came to an end, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of gratitude and wisdom. The timekeeper's heart continued to tick softly, a reminder of the adventures she had and the friendships she forged. Though the watch's magic was subtle, it had transformed Clara's life, teaching her that the greatest wonders often lay within the simplest moments. Each night, as the crackling fire warmed their cottage, Clara would share her tales with her grandmother, her voice weaving a tapestry of enchantment and wonder. And as the village of Willowbrook slept under a blanket of stars, the gentle ticking of the watch echoed softly, a lullaby of time, mystery, and the enduring power of love. Story 31, The Tale of the Little Fox and the Starry-Eyed Bird. Once upon a time, in a tranquil valley nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a little fox named Fern. Fern's fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed grass under the morning sun. He was a curious soul, always eager to explore the meadows and woods that stretched beyond his den. Yet, despite his adventures, Fern often felt a tiny ache of loneliness in his heart. One day, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Fern ventured farther than ever before. He trotted through fields of wildflowers, their sweet scent wrapping around him like a gentle embrace. As the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, Fern heard a soft, melodic song floating on the night air. Entranced, he followed the sound to its source. Perched atop an ancient oak tree was the singer, a bird with feathers as blue as the twilight sky and eyes that shimmered with 1,000 dreams. Her name was Celeste, and she had journeyed from a distant land, drawn by the valley's serene beauty and the whispering promise of new beginnings. The little fox and the starry-eyed bird were as different as night and day. Fern was grounded, his world revolving around the earthy scents and solid comforts of the forest floor. Celeste belonged to the heavens, where limitless skies and the call of the wind were her companions. Yet, in that moment, something magical happened. Their eyes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. A spark of curiosity, a whisper of friendship. "Hello," chirped Celeste, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "I am Celeste. Your world is beautiful from up here." Fern, a bit shy but intrigued, replied, "Hello, Celeste. I am Fern. Your song is the loveliest I have ever heard." And so a friendship began, delicate as a spider's web glistening with morning dew. Every evening as the sun kissed the earth goodnight, Fern and Celeste would meet beneath the old oak. They would share stories. Fern, of the forest floor, where mushrooms sprouted like tiny umbrellas and shadows danced beneath the ferns. Celeste, of the skies, where clouds sailed like ships and stars told tales of ancient times. Their bond, however, was not without its misunderstandings. One particularly blustery night, as a storm gathered strength on the horizon, Celeste announced she would fly high above the clouds to watch the lightning dance. Fern, fearing for his friend's safety, protested, "But it's dangerous. What if you're caught in the storm?" Celeste, misunderstanding his concern as a lack of belief in her abilities, grew quiet. "I am not afraid of the storm, Fern. I have flown through many." Fern, sensing her hurt, realized his mistake. "It's not that I doubt you, Celeste. I just care about you. I don't want anything to happen to my dear friend." Touched by his words, Celeste perched closer to Fern. "Thank you, Fern. I didn't understand. I will be careful." This moment of misunderstanding became a cornerstone of their friendship, teaching them the value of patience and the importance of listening with the heart. Days turned into weeks, and one chilly autumn evening, their friendship faced a true test. As they sat beneath their oak, the ground began to tremble. A low rumble echoed through the valley, and the earth cracked open, sending a shiver of fright through all its creatures. A landslide loomed, threatening to bury the meadow where many animals made their home. Fern and Celeste, without a second thought, sprang into action. Fern darted through the underbrush, alerting the woodland creatures. "To the hills," he barked. "We must seek higher ground." His voice was a beacon of courage, guiding the frightened animals to safety. Meanwhile, Celeste soared into the sky, her sharp eyes scanning the land. She sang a warning song, her melody rising above the chaos, reaching the ears of those who lingered in fear. "Follow me," her song seemed to say. "There is hope, there is safety." Together, they led the animals to a safe haven on a hill, where the earth was steady, and the stars watched over them like silent guardians. As the dust settled, and the night resumed its calm, the forest creatures gathered around Fern and Celeste, gratitude shining in their eyes. In the days that followed, as the valley healed from its scars, Fern and Celeste found their friendship had deepened. They understood each other's worlds a little better now. Fern, the freedom and courage it took to soar above the clouds. Celeste, the strength and wisdom found in roots that ran deep into the earth. One evening, as they sat beneath their oak, Fern turned to Celeste, his voice filled with warmth. "You taught me something precious, Celeste, that even when we come from different worlds, our hearts can speak the same language." Celeste nodded, her eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the stars. "And you, dear Fern, showed me that friendship means being there, not just in the easy times, but when the winds are fiercest." And so, the little fox and the starry-eyed bird continued their journeys, side by side. They discovered new wonders in the valley and the skies, always returning to their oak tree, where dreams and stories wove a tapestry of friendship that would endure through the seasons. In the quiet moments, when the world was still and the night air hummed with the promise of dreams, they would look at each other and know they had found something rare and beautiful. A friendship that transcended the boundaries of their worlds, teaching them that true companionship is not defined by differences, but by the love and understanding that bridges those differences. And so, in the gentle embrace of the valley, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, Fern and Celeste's tale became a whispered legend, a timeless story of unlikely companions who discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond stronger than the fiercest storm, more enduring than the oldest oak. Their story, shared and cherished, became a lullaby carried on the breeze, a reminder to all who heard it that friendship, in its purest form, is the greatest adventure of all. And with that comforting thought, the valley would drift into slumber, cradled in the warmth of a tale well told, a tale of heart and hope. Story 32, The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Lake. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sprawling emerald forest, there lived a young squirrel named Fern. Fern had the softest, bushiest tail in all the Whispering Woods, and her eyes sparkled like twin pools of midnight ink under the canopy of stars. She was known not just for her beauty, but for her insatiable curiosity and kindness that seemed to shimmer in the very air around her. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Fern would scamper through the woods, her tiny paws pattering gracefully over the forest floor strewn with crisp autumn leaves. The forest was alive with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft lullaby of the evening breeze, which carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. One twilight, as the full moon began its ascent, casting a silver glow over the landscape, Fern discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow trail, partly hidden by ferns and dappled with moonlight. Entranced by this mysterious discovery, Fern decided to follow it, feeling a gentle tug at her heart as if the forest itself was inviting her to explore its secret depths. The path wound deeper and deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. The air was filled with a serene silence, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the soft flutter of bat wings. As Fern continued her journey, she noticed something peculiar, a soft, melodious hum that seemed to resonate from the very earth beneath her paws. Curiosity piqued, Fern followed the sound until she emerged into a small clearing bathed in moonlight. At the center lay a tranquil lake, its surface shimmering like a sea of liquid silver. The lake was surrounded by ancient willow trees, their long, elegant branches draped over the water like the tresses of a sleeping giant. As Fern approached the water's edge, she noticed a small, shimmering figure dancing upon the waves. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a tiny, luminous creature, no larger than her paw, with wings that glowed with the iridescence of moonbeams. The creature glided over the water with grace and ease, leaving trails of sparkling light in its wake. "Hello," Fern called softly, her voice barely more than a whisper in the still night air. The creature paused its dance and turned to Fern, its eyes twinkling with mischief and joy. "Greetings, little squirrel," it replied, its voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "I am Luna, guardian of the moonlit lake. What brings you to my watery home on this moonlit night?" Fern, feeling a warmth spread through her heart at the creature's kind tone, replied, "I was drawn here by the song of the forest. I have never seen such a beautiful place, nor a creature as magical as you." Luna fluttered closer, landing gently on a smooth stone by the water's edge. "The Whispering Woods are full of wonders, dear Fern, but the greatest magic lies within the hearts of those who dwell here. Tell me, what do you seek in these enchanted woods?" Fern pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting to the silvered surface of the lake. "I suppose," she said slowly, "I seek to understand the mysteries of this world and perhaps find my place within it." Luna nodded, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "A noble quest indeed. But remember, Fern, the greatest discoveries are often found not in the answers, but in the journey itself." As they spoke, the night deepened, and the stars, like 1,000 tiny lanterns, blinked cheerfully above them. Fern, feeling a sense of peace she had never known before, sat by the lake, her heart open to the mysteries of the night. In the days that followed, Fern returned to the moonlit lake whenever the moon was full, each time finding Luna waiting with a new story or song. The two became fast friends, sharing laughter and tales beneath the canopy of stars. With each visit, Fern felt herself growing, not just in knowledge but in understanding and wisdom. As the seasons changed, so did Fern. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand the language of the wind and the stories carried by the river. She discovered that every creature, every tree, and every stone had a tale to tell, and all she needed to do was open her heart and listen. One crisp autumn night, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Luna took Fern to a part of the lake she had never seen before. There, nestled amongst the reeds, was a cluster of delicate water lilies, their petals glowing faintly in the moonlight. "These lilies," Luna explained, her voice a gentle caress, "only bloom under the light of a full moon. They are a symbol of the beauty that exists in the world, even in the darkest of times." Fern watched in awe as the lilies opened, their fragrance filling the air with a scent so sweet it felt like a dream. At that moment, Fern realized that she had found what she was searching for. Not a single answer, but a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it. As the years passed, Fern became a beloved figure in the Whispering Woods, known for her wisdom and kindness. She shared the stories and songs she had learned from Luna, teaching others to see the beauty and magic in the world around them. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Fern continued her journey, forever exploring, forever growing, knowing that the greatest treasures were not found in the destination, but in the journey itself. And on quiet nights, when the forest was wrapped in the embrace of the moon's gentle light, the creatures of the Whispering Woods could sometimes hear the soft hum of Luna's song floating across the lake, a reminder of the magic that lay waiting for those with open hearts and curious minds. Thus, the Whispering Woods, with its secrets and wonders, remained a place of magic and mystery, a sanctuary of peace and friendship, where dreams were born and stories never ended. And under the moonlit canopy, Fern the squirrel continued to wander, forever guided by the gentle wisdom of her friend, Luna, guardian of the moonlit lake. Story 33. Once upon a time, in a world where the sun always rose with a golden glow and the moon shimmered like a silver coin, there existed two distinct lands separated by a lush, whispering forest. On one side lay the land of the sky, where the air was crisp and cool, and the people lived in cozy homes perched upon floating islands, tethered by shimmering vines. On the other side was the land of the earth, where the ground was warm underfoot, and the townsfolk resided in quaint cottages nestled among vibrant, sprawling gardens. In the land of the sky lived a young girl named Elara. Her hair flowed like cascades of sunset, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Elara loved to watch the world from her favorite cloud garden, dreaming of the adventures that lay beyond the horizon. She was known for her laughter, which was as light as the breeze that carried it. Meanwhile, in the land of the earth, there was a boy named Finn. His eyes mirrored the deep blue of the ocean, and his smile was as bright as the sunflowers that lined the cobblestone paths of his village. Finn had a knack for growing things and could coax life from the most barren of soils, filling his world with color and fragrance. Though Elara and Finn were as different as night and day, fate had a peculiar way of weaving their threads together. One day, as Elara wandered near the edge of her floating island, she found a peculiar seed, a seed unlike any she had ever seen before. It was as smooth as a river stone and glowed with a soft, golden light. She tucked it away into her satchel, curious about what it might become. On the very same day, Finn was exploring the edge of the forest when he stumbled upon an unusual flower. Its petals shimmered with the hues of a sunrise, and its scent was like a melody that lingered in the air. Entranced, he carefully picked the flower, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. That evening, as the sky painted itself in shades of purple and gold, a gentle breeze carried whispers through the forest. It was a magical breeze, capable of weaving dreams into reality. As it swept over Elara and Finn, it tied their destinies together in a delicate, unseen knot. The next morning, Elara awoke to find her floating island gently drifting towards the land of the earth. Alarmed yet intrigued, she decided to embrace the adventure, hoping to discover the mystery of the glowing seed she had found. At the same time, Finn noticed an unusual path opening through the forest, one that seemed to call his name, leading him towards the land of the sky. As they journeyed, the forest between their worlds seemed to sigh with anticipation, its emerald leaves whispering secrets to anyone who would listen. It was in this enchanted forest that Elara and Finn first met. At the edge of a serene, shimmering pond, their paths converged. Elara, with her satchel filled with wonder, and Finn, with the flower that sang to his heart, stood across from each other, both startled and curious. Their initial interaction was filled with misunderstanding. Finn, thinking Elara a creature of magic come to ensnare him, held up his flower defensively. Elara, believing Finn to be a guardian of the forest, feared she might have trespassed where she should not have. But as they spoke haltingly, trying to understand one another, the forest seemed to lean in, encouraging their words. Gradually, the misunderstandings unraveled like threads of a tapestry, revealing a shared curiosity and kindness beneath. They decided to travel together, each intrigued by the other's world. As they walked, they encountered challenges that tested their budding friendship. There were mischievous sprites that danced in rings of moonlight, intent on leading them astray, and tricky riddles posed by the ancient trees, who were wise yet playful in their ways. Through these challenges, Elara's laughter became a beacon of light, and Finn's gentle nature acted as a steady compass. When the sprites tried to confuse them, Elara's quick wit and Finn's calming presence turned mischief into merriment. And when the ancient trees posed their riddles, they found that by listening to each other, they could unravel even the most tangled of puzzles. In these shared moments, they discovered something profound. Though they came from different worlds, their hearts spoke the same language. They learned to trust in one another, offering support when one faltered, and celebrating when the other succeeded. Elara showed Finn the beauty of the sky at dawn, painting the clouds with hues of pink and orange, while Finn taught Elara the art of planting life into the earth, watching as seeds blossomed into vibrant blooms. As they neared the boundary that separated their lands, they faced their greatest challenge yet, a storm, fierce and wild, that threatened to tear them apart. The winds howled with a fury that echoed through the forest, and the sky darkened with clouds as thick as velvet. Together, they stood hand in hand, refusing to be divided by the storm. Elara reached deep within, summoning the courage of the sky, while Finn drew upon the steadfastness of the earth. Their combined strength created a haven of calm amidst the chaos, a testament to the power of their friendship. When the storm finally passed, the lands were bathed in a soft, cleansing light. The forest, once again tranquil, seemed to smile upon them. It was then that Elara remembered the seed she had found, and with Finn's help, they planted it at the heart of the forest. As the seed nestled into the rich soil, it began to glow, its light spreading warmth and harmony throughout the land. With the seed planted, a bridge of shimmering lights arched between the land of the sky and the land of the earth, allowing Elara and Finn to visit each other whenever they wished. They realized that their differences were like the colors of a sunset, each unique yet perfectly beautiful when brought together. Through their adventures, Elara and Finn discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends boundaries, built on understanding, support, and shared dreams. As they parted that evening, promising to meet again soon, the forest whispered its approval, cradling their promise in its ancient embrace. And so, under a sky dotted with stars and a moon that smiled knowingly, Elara and Finn returned to their worlds, forever changed by the friendship they had found. Their story became a gentle reminder that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in their differences, and that true friendship is a light that shines through even the darkest of storms. And as they drifted into dreams that night, their hearts full of warmth and hope, the forest sang their story to the night, a lullaby of love and unity that echoed through the lands, promising peace and friendship to all who would listen. Story 34. Once upon a time, in the verdant heart of the whispering woods, where the birch trees grew tall and the streams sang softly as they wound their way through mossy banks, there lived a little hedgehog named Hazel. Hazel was not an ordinary hedgehog. She was curious and adventurous, with a nose that twitched at the slightest hint of mystery, and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, Hazel would embark on her nightly wanderings. She loved the cool touch of the evening breeze and the way the shadows danced under the moonlight. The forest was her playground, filled with wonders she had yet to discover, and mysteries that called out to her inquisitive heart. One crisp autumn night, as the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, Hazel decided to explore the northern edge of the forest, a place known as the Enchanted Glade. The glade was said to be home to fairies and other magical creatures, but few had ever seen them, for they were shy and elusive. Hazel's paws patted softly on the forest floor, the dry leaves crunching gently beneath her as she made her way through the trees. As she approached the glade, Hazel noticed a soft, silvery glow emanating from within. Her heart beat a little faster, a mix of excitement and wonder flooding through her. She peered through the leaves and saw, much to her astonishment, a circle of small, glowing creatures dancing in the moonlight. They were the fairies, their wings shimmering like the finest gossamer threads, moving with grace and joy that captivated Hazel's curious eyes. Summoning her courage, Hazel crept closer, careful not to startle the delicate beings. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of the fairies' laughter was like a soothing lullaby. As Hazel watched, entranced, she noticed something odd. One of the fairies, smaller and dimmer than the others, sat apart from the rest, her tiny face clouded with worry. Unable to contain her concern, Hazel approached the little fairy, her footsteps as soft as the rustling leaves. "Hello," Hazel said gently, her voice a warm whisper in the night. "I couldn't help but notice you seemed troubled. Is there anything I can do to help?" The fairy looked up, her eyes wide and glistening like stars. "Oh, hello," she replied, her voice as light as a breeze. "I'm Faye. I am just a bit sad because I lost my glow. Without it, I cannot join the dance." Hazel's heart ached with empathy. "What happened to your glow, Faye?" she asked, her mind already racing with thoughts of how she might help. "I don't know," Faye admitted, her wings drooping slightly. "It just started to fade a few days ago. I've tried everything I know to bring it back, but nothing works." Hazel pondered for a moment, her eyes scanning the glade. "Perhaps," she suggested thoughtfully, "we can find something here in the forest that might help. There's magic all around us, sometimes hidden in the most unexpected places." Faye's face brightened with hope. "Do you really think so?" "Absolutely," Hazel replied with a reassuring nod. "Let's start by looking around. Maybe the forest can guide us to what you need." With newfound determination, Hazel and Faye set off through the glade. The night was alive with the sounds of crickets chirping and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Hazel's keen senses led them deeper into the woods, where the air was thick with the earthy scent of mushrooms and damp soil. As they wandered, Hazel shared stories of the forest with Faye, telling her about the wise old owl who lived in the ancient oak and the mischievous squirrels who played tricks on unsuspecting passers-by. Faye listened intently, her spirits lifting with each tale. Suddenly, Hazel stopped, her nose twitching with excitement. "Do you smell that, Faye?" she asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Faye sniffed the air, her tiny nose scrunching adorably. "I smell something sweet," she said, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Exactly, it's honey, Hazel exclaimed with a smile. There's a wild beehive nearby. The bees here make honey from the flowers of the moonlit jasmine, a plant known for its magical properties. Perhaps the honey can help restore your glow. Guided by the enticing aroma, Hazel led Faye to a hollow tree where the bees had made their home. The bees buzzed gently around them, their wings creating a soft symphony in the stillness of the night. Hazel approached the hive with care, explaining their plight to the bees. To Hazel's delight, the bees were understanding and kind-hearted, offering a small jar of their precious moonlit jasmine honey. Use this with care, the bees hummed in unison. It holds the magic of the moon and the flowers that bloom only in its light. Faye accepted the honey gratefully, her tiny hands cradling the jar. Thank you, she said, her voice filled with gratitude. I will never forget your kindness. Back in the glade, under the watchful eyes of the other fairies who had gathered to see what would happen, Faye dipped her finger into the honey and touched it to her heart. A soft, radiant light began to glow from within her, growing brighter and brighter until she shone with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. The other fairies cheered, their voices rising in a joyful melody that echoed through the forest. Faye's face was a picture of pure happiness, her wings fluttering with newfound energy. Thank you, Hazel, she said, her voice full of warmth. You helped me find my glow again. I don't know how to repay you. Hazel smiled, her heart swelling with joy at having helped her new friend. Your happiness is all the thanks I need, Faye. And remember, you are never truly lost. The forest will always guide you back to where you belong. As the fairies resumed their dance, Faye joined them, her light twinkling among the others like the brightest star in the sky. Hazel watched them for a while, feeling the gentle magic of the moment wrap around her like a comforting blanket. Eventually, the night grew deeper, and Hazel knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to Faye and the other fairies, promising to visit again soon. With a heart full of warmth and wonder, she made her way back through the whispering woods, the path lit by the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the trees. As Hazel curled up in her cozy burrow, surrounded by the familiar sounds of the forest, she felt a profound sense of peace. She had made a new friend, discovered the magic within the world around her, and learned that sometimes all it takes to solve a problem is a little kindness and a lot of heart. And so, with a contented sigh, Hazel drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, that the whispers of the woods lulling her into dreams filled with starry nights and shimmering fairies. The forest cradled her in its embrace, a reminder that she was never alone, and that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And if you listen closely, on quiet nights when the wind sings softly through the trees, you might still hear the echoes of the fairies' laughter and the gentle hum of their wings, carrying with them the timeless promise of wonder and the enduring magic of friendship. Story 35. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lay a peculiar shop at the edge of town. Its sign, Whispering Wonders, swung gently in the breeze, creaking softly like a lullaby. This shop was no ordinary place. It was brimming with curiosities that whispered tales of enchantment to those willing to listen. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced upon the cobblestones, a young girl named Elara wandered into the shop. She had strawberry blonde curls that bounced with each step and eyes the color of a stormy sea, filled with curiosity and wonder. Elara was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable thirst for stories and adventures. The shopkeeper, a kindly old man named Mr. Thistle, greeted her with a warm smile. His spectacles perched precariously on his nose, and his eyes twinkled like stars as he said, "Ah, Elara, my dear, what brings you to my humble store today?" "I'm searching for something special, Mr. Thistle," Elara replied, her voice soft and hopeful. "Something magical." Mr. Thistle chuckled, a sound like the rustle of ancient pages. "Well, you've come to the right place, my child. Have a look around. Perhaps something will call to you." As Elara meandered through the aisles, she marveled at the treasures around her. Enchanted music boxes that played melodies of distant lands, teapots that poured endless cups of sweet-smelling nectar, and mirrors that reflected not just one's appearance, but one's heart's true desires. It was then that she noticed a small, unassuming box tucked away on a dusty shelf. The box was made of polished mahogany, adorned with intricate carvings of vines and flowers. It seemed to hum softly, a gentle, inviting sound that tugged at Elara's heart. Carefully, she lifted the box from its resting place and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a simple silver key. It was unremarkable at first glance, but as Elara held it, she felt a warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the key were alive with its own quiet magic. "What does this key open, Mr. Thistle?" Elara inquired, her voice tinged with awe. The shopkeeper approached her, his expression thoughtful. "Ah, the key of whispers," he said reverently. "It's said to unlock the door to your deepest dreams and hidden potential, but it only works if you truly believe in its magic." Elara's heart fluttered with excitement. She thanked Mr. Thistle and promised to return with tales of her adventures. Clutching the key tightly, Elara set off towards the hills, where the whispers of the wind beckoned her forward. The path was strewn with fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot, and the air was filled with the scent of earth and the promise of rain. As she walked, Elara's mind wandered to a story her grandmother had once told her, of a hidden door in the heart of the woods, a portal to a place where dreams took flight. With each step, the key seemed to grow warmer, as if guiding her towards this fabled door. Along the way, Elara encountered a peculiar cast of characters. First, she met Thistle the hedgehog, a wise creature with quills as soft as wool. Thistle was known for his vast knowledge of the forest and its secrets. "Hello, young Elara," he greeted, his voice a gentle rumble. "What brings you to the edge of the woods today?" Elara showed him the key and shared her quest. Thistle nodded sagely. "Ah, the key of whispers. You must listen to its song and follow where it leads. But remember, the journey is just as important as the destination." With Thistle's advice echoing in her mind, Elara continued her journey, feeling emboldened by his words. Next, she met Luna, a graceful deer with eyes like pools of moonlight. Luna was shy but kind, and her presence brought a sense of peace to those around her. "You seek the heart of the forest," Luna said softly. "Follow the stream and it will guide you, but be wary of distractions that may lead you astray." Elara thanked Luna and followed the gentle babble of the stream as it wound through the trees like a silver ribbon. The forest was alive with whispers, the leaves rustling secrets and the birds singing stories of their own. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Elara found herself at the foot of an ancient oak. Its gnarled branches stretched towards the heavens, and at its base, hidden among the roots, was a door of wood and ivy. The key thrummed with energy in her hand, and Elara knew she had found the gateway to her dreams. She hesitated for a moment, the enormity of the moment settling over her like a soft cloak. But then, remembering Thistle's wisdom and Luna's guidance, Elara took a deep breath and inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and the door creaked open, revealing a world awash with colors she had only ever imagined in her dreams. Beyond the door lay a meadow, bathed in golden light, with flowers that sang as the wind caressed their petals, and a sky filled with floating islands of emerald and sapphire. It was a place where the impossible became possible, where dreams danced freely and laughter echoed like bells. Elara stepped through the doorway, feeling a sense of belonging she had never known. Here she encountered creatures of legend and lore, each offering her a piece of wisdom, a fragment of magic. There was Solara, the sunbird, whose feathers shimmered like liquid gold. She taught Elara the importance of joy and light, of finding happiness in the smallest of moments. And there was Boreas, the gentle giant, whose heart was as vast as the sky. He showed Elara the strength and kindness, in offering a helping hand without expecting anything in return. In this realm of wonders, Elara discovered parts of herself she had never known, talents and dreams that had lain hidden beneath the surface. She learned to weave stories from stardust, to paint with the colors of the dawn, and to dance with the rhythm of the earth. Days turned into weeks, and Elara's heart brimmed with newfound wisdom and joy. But she knew it was time to return to Willowbrook, to share her stories and her magic with those she loved. With a bittersweet farewell to her newfound friends, Elara stepped back through the door, the key in her hand a reminder of the world she had discovered within herself. When she returned to the village, Elara found that everything appeared just as it was, yet she saw it all with new eyes. The ordinary had become extraordinary, and the world was alive with possibility. She visited Mr. Thistle, who listened with rapt attention to her tales of the meadow and its wonders. "You see, my dear," he said with a knowing smile, "the true magic was within you all along. The key merely unlocked what was already there." Elara nodded, understanding now that the journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had learned the value of wisdom and friendship, of seeing the world through the lens of wonder and possibility. As she lay in bed that night, the wind whispering through her window like a soothing lullaby, Elara held the key close to her heart. She knew that whenever she needed it, the magic would be there, guiding her towards new adventures, new dreams. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under a sky twinkling with stars, a young girl with strawberry blonde curls and stormy sea eyes drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart filled with the promise of all that was yet to come. Story 36. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, where the tall trees formed a canopy that filtered sunlight into a gentle, dappled glow, there thrived a world both unseen and wondrous. This was a realm where the delicate balance between the natural and the magical was both nurtured and revered. Here every creature, from the tiniest ant to the majestic stag, played a vital role in the grand tapestry of life. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature. Leaves rustled softly as a gentle breeze wove through the branches, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers. The air was filled with the songs of birds, each note a testament to the harmonious existence shared by all who lived beneath the lush green canopy. In this enchanted forest there lived a wise old turtle named Orin. His shell was a mosaic of earthen hues, and his eyes held the deep wisdom of ages past. Orin was the keeper of the forest's history, a storyteller whose tales were sought after by creatures great and small. It was said that Orin had walked the forest paths for over 100 years, witnessing the ebb and flow of the seasons and the subtle shifts in nature's rhythms. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist clung to the forest floor and the leaves began to turn shades of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Elara scampered up to Orin. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and her fur was the rich brown of acorns. "Orin," she chirped excitedly, "tell me the story of the northern lights. I heard whispers that they're tied to the changes in the forest, and I want to understand their magic." Orin smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting gently as he settled himself more comfortably on the soft, moss-covered ground. "Ah, the northern lights," he began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very trees around them. "A tale as old as the stars themselves." The forest quieted as creatures gathered around to listen. Birds perched on branches above, rabbits peered from behind tufts of grass, and even a pair of foxes sat at a respectful distance, ears pricked. "The northern lights," Orin continued, "are the dances of the sky spirits. Long ago, when the world was young, the sky spirits descended to the earth to teach its inhabitants the importance of harmony and balance. They knew that each season, each change in the weather, was a delicate thread in the fabric of life." He paused, allowing the soft rustle of the leaves to fill the air before continuing. "To remind us of this balance, the sky spirits painted the night sky with brilliant colors whenever the forest needed to remember its place in the cycle of life. These lights are a message, a gentle reminder that all things are connected." Lyra's eyes were wide with wonder. "But how do the lights know when to appear?" "Ah," Orin replied, his eyes twinkling, "that is the true magic. You see, the forest itself speaks to the sky spirits through the wind. When the balance is threatened, be it through a harsh winter or an overabundance of rain, the wind carries the forest's whispers to the sky, and the lights begin their dance." As Orin spoke, the sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows through the forest. The creatures listened, enthralled by the tale that seemed to shimmer with its own quiet magic. "And so," Orin concluded, "the northern lights are not just a spectacle of beauty. They are a symbol of the wisdom passed down through generations, teaching us to cherish and protect the delicate balance of our world." A soft murmur of agreement rose from the gathered creatures, and Elara, her heart full of newfound understanding, thanked Orin with a gentle nuzzle. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, the forest settled into a peaceful stillness. The creatures returned to their burrows and nests, each carrying with them the warmth of Oren's story and the gentle reminder of their role in maintaining the harmony of their home. And so, beneath the glow of the moon and the silent promise of the northern lights, the Whispering Wood continued its timeless dance with the seasons, a testament to the enduring magic of nature and the wisdom found in its quiet embrace. Story 37. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a little shop that seemed to have existed since time itself began. Its wooden sign, swinging gently in the breeze, read, "Whimsy's Curiosities." The shop was filled with treasures from far and wide, each with its own story waiting to be discovered. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, where the scent of blooming lavender mingled with the crisp morning air. But it was the shop, with its colorful windows and overflowing flower boxes, that seemed to hold a particular allure, drawing villagers and travelers alike. The shopkeeper, a kind-hearted man named Mr. Whimsy, was as much a mystery as his shop. With his twinkling eyes and a voice that wrapped around you like a soft woolen scarf, he had a knack for knowing precisely what each visitor needed, even if they themselves did not. Among his myriad of artifacts was a peculiar object that had long gone unnoticed, a small, unassuming teapot, nestled in the corner of a dusty shelf. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Elara wandered into the shop. With hair like autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, Elara was known in the village for her love of adventure and the peculiar knack for noticing the unnoticed. Her visits to Whimsy's Curiosities were frequent, for she found endless stories hidden within its walls. As Elara meandered through the shop, her attention was drawn to the teapot. It was pale blue, with delicate silver vines etched into its surface, and it seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. "How lovely," she murmured, reaching out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the teapot, a gentle warmth spread through her, as if she had just sipped a cup of cocoa on a cold winter's day. Mr. Whimsy appeared beside her, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "Ah, you found the teapot of telltales," he said softly. "It's said to brew not just tea, but also stories." Alara's eyes widened with wonder. "Stories? Yes," he nodded. "But only those who truly listen can hear them. Perhaps it has chosen you, my dear." Curiosity piqued, Elara decided to bring the teapot home. That evening, as the twilight painted the sky in hues of purple and gold, she carefully brewed a pot of tea. As the steam curled upwards, she thought she heard a whisper, soft as the rustle of leaves. Intrigued, she leaned closer, closing her eyes. And then, she was no longer in her cozy kitchen. She was standing in a vast meadow under a sky speckled with stars that seemed close enough to touch. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and a gentle breeze caressed her face. "Welcome, Elara," a voice chimed, as sweet and clear as a bell. She turned to see a small, luminous creature perched on a rock. It was a sprite, with wings like the gossamer threads of a spider's web, and eyes that glimmered like dew on a summer morning. "I am Lumina," the sprite introduced itself with a graceful bow, "guardian of the Meadow of Memories." Elara, though astonished, felt oddly at ease. "Is this a dream?" she wondered aloud. Lumina chuckled, a sound like tinkling chimes. "It is a journey, dear Elara, a journey of discovery." As they walked through the meadow, Lumina explained that every flower held a memory, a tale waiting to be told. Some were joyous, others bittersweet, but all held wisdom that had been gathered through ages. Their first stop was at a patch of sunflowers, their golden faces turned towards the moon. As Lumina touched a petal, a soft melody filled the air, and Elara found herself in the middle of a bustling village market, much like her own. There, a young girl with eyes full of dreams was trading her handmade trinkets for stories from travelers. In this tale, Elara learned of the importance of sharing and the richness it brought to life. They moved on to a cluster of bluebells, their soft bells chiming in the breeze. A touch from Lumina unveiled another story, this time of an ancient oak tree and a wise old owl. The owl, with feathers as white as snow, taught a group of children the value of patience and listening to the whispers of the forest. Each story, though different, was a piece of a larger puzzle, teaching Elara lessons of kindness, compassion, and the strength found in unity. But the most enchanting tale came from a solitary rose, its petals a deep crimson. As Lumina brushed its petals, Elara was transported to a starlit night where a young boy and girl danced in a clearing, their laughter echoing through the woods. It was a tale of friendship that had blossomed despite challenges and grown into a bond unbreakable by time or distance. As the stories unfolded, Elara felt her heart swell with understanding and empathy, realizing that every story, every memory, had a purpose in the tapestry of life. At last, as the first light of dawn began to creep into the sky, Lumina led Elara back to the spot where they had begun. "You have listened well, dear Elara," said the sprite, "and now it is your turn to be the keeper of these stories. Share them, and let them weave their magic into the hearts of others." With a gentle touch, Lumina bade farewell, and the meadow slowly faded, replaced by the cozy warmth of Elara's kitchen. The teapot, still sitting on the table, steamed gently, as if content in its purpose. Elara, her heart full and her spirit alight, knew that her journey had only just begun. She understood now, more than ever, the power of stories and the magic of listening. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed not of endings, but of beginnings, and the endless possibilities that awaited. In the days that followed, Elara became a storyteller in her own right, sharing tales that brought smiles and wisdom to her friends and neighbors. She watched as the village grew closer, the bonds of friendship and understanding weaving tighter with each story shared. And so, in the heart of the village, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, the little shop of Whimsy's Curiosities continued to thrive, a beacon of wonder and discovery. And the teapot of telltales with its quiet magic remained a cherished friend, always ready to share its stories with those willing to listen. Thus, in the comforting glow of candlelight and the gentle embrace of night, the village learned that the most extraordinary secrets often lie within the simplest of things, waiting for a curious heart to uncover them. And with that knowledge, they found not only stories, but a deeper connection to one another, wrapped in the warmth of shared experiences and the gentle wisdom of ages past. Story 38. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed with secrets only the wind knew, lay the village of Moon Hollow. This was no ordinary village. It was a place where magic felt as natural as the air itself. Moon Hollow was nestled between velvet hills and cradled by a silvery river that sang the sweetest lullabies. The villagers of Moon Hollow lived in harmony with the magical creatures that thrived in the woods. At night, the luminous glow of the moon would cast a gentle light over the cobblestone streets. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and flower-filled window boxes, seemed to hum with a quiet contentment. One such cottage belonged to a wise old woman named Elara, whose eyes sparkled like the stars. Elara was known for her kindness and her knack for mending hearts with her soothing words and gentle tease. She was also known for her keen insight into the strange occurrences that sometimes rippled through the village like a soft breeze. It was a brisk autumn evening when the first peculiar event unfolded. The villagers woke to find their pumpkins, plump, round, and ripe, had been mysteriously arranged in a perfect spiral in the village square. No one had heard a sound in the night, not even the owls who watched over Moon Hollow. The villagers were puzzled, but not alarmed. In Moon Hollow, oddities were often signs of something more. Elara, with her shawl wrapped snugly around her shoulders, stood in the square, gazing thoughtfully at the pumpkins. Her cat, a sleek, silver-furred creature named Nimbus, wound around her legs, purring softly. "Well, Nimbus," Elara mused, "it seems our magical friends are trying to tell us something." The villagers gathered, their faces a mix of curiosity and amusement. "Perhaps it's a game," suggested young Pip, a bright-eyed boy with a head full of dreams. Elara chuckled, her laughter as warm as a hearth. "Or perhaps it's a message," she replied, her eyes twinkling. As the days turned, more peculiar happenings occurred. One morning, the villagers awoke to find their laundry, hung out to dry beneath the twinkling stars, had been folded with delicate precision. Another day, the village fountain, usually a gentle trickle, bubbled over with fragrant lavender water. The villagers, now more intrigued than ever, began to look forward to the daily surprises. Each occurrence was like a riddle wrapped in enchantment, sparking joy and curiosity in equal measure. Elara decided it was time to delve deeper into the mystery. She invited a few trusted friends to her cottage for an evening of tea and contemplation. There was Marlowe, the gentle baker whose cinnamon rolls were the stuff of legend. Sylvie, the gardener with a green thumb and a heart as big as the sky, and Finn, the village blacksmith with a knack for storytelling. As they settled around the hearth, the fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the room. The scent of spiced tea mingled with the autumn air as Elara poured steaming cups for her friends. "I believe these happenings are connected," Elara began, her voice serene, "but we must look beyond the surface to understand their meaning." Sylvie nodded, a thoughtful expression on her face. The pumpkins, the laundry, the fountain, each feels like a gentle touch, a sign of care. "And the lavender water," Marlowe added. "It felt like a blessing, a wish for peace." Finn, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. "Perhaps it's someone, or something, trying to communicate. But how do we respond?" Nimbus, who had been dozing by the fire, suddenly stirred. He stretched, his silver fur shimmering in the firelight, and padded over to a shelf lined with ancient books. With a soft meow, he tapped a particular volume with his paw. Elara smiled fondly at her feline companion. "Ah, Nimbus, always one step ahead." She retrieved the book, its leather cover worn with age and wisdom. It was a collection of old tales and legends, a tapestry of Moonhollow's history. As Elara turned the pages, a story caught her eye. A tale of the woodland sprites, gentle creatures known for their love of harmony and beauty. According to the legend, the sprites would sometimes visit villages to spread joy and kindness, leaving behind small tokens of their presence. Could it be the sprites? Marlowe wondered aloud, his eyes wide with wonder. Elara nodded thoughtfully. "It seems likely, but if they are trying to communicate, we must find a way to let them know we've heard their message." Sylvie, her hands cradling her teacup, pondered for a moment. "What if we create something beautiful for them? A gift, a gesture of friendship and gratitude?" The idea was met with enthusiastic agreement. The villagers decided to host a festival in the sprite's honor, a celebration of the magic and mystery that graced their lives. The preparations began in earnest. Sylvie wove garlands of autumn leaves and wildflowers, their colors vibrant against the crisp air. Marlowe baked a feast of treats, each one more delicious than the last. Finn crafted lanterns that glowed with a soft, welcoming light. As the day of the festival arrived, the village was transformed into a wonderland of color and light. The villagers gathered in the square, their hearts brimming with anticipation and joy. Music filled the air, a gentle melody that danced with the leaves. As twilight descended, the villagers released their lanterns into the sky, each one a beacon of hope and gratitude. The lanterns floated upward, swaying gently in the breeze, their light mingling with the stars. And then something magical happened. The air shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow, and tiny figures appeared, flitting between the trees. The woodland sprites had revealed themselves, their presence like a gentle sigh of the forest. The villagers watched in awe as the sprites danced among the lanterns, their laughter a tinkling melody. It was a moment of pure enchantment, a connection between the seen and unseen, the real and the magical. Elara, standing with her friends, felt a deep sense of peace. The mystery had unfolded in its own time, revealing a lesson in patience and understanding. The sprites had shown them the beauty of small acts of kindness, the power of a gentle touch. As the festival drew to a close, the sprites began to fade, leaving behind a shimmering trail of stardust. The villagers knew that though the sprites were gone, their presence would linger, woven into the very fabric of Moonhollow. The following morning, the village awoke to find a new surprise, a circle of delicate mushrooms, a fairy ring, in the heart of the square. It was a gift, a reminder of the night before. Elara, with Nimbus by her side, smiled as she gazed at the ring. "Thank you," she whispered to the woods, her heart full of gratitude. And so, life in Moonhollow continued, each day touched by the gentle magic of the forest. The village thrived, its people bound by the invisible threads of friendship and wonder. In the end, the mystery had not only been solved, but it had also enriched their lives, teaching them the value of looking beyond the ordinary to find the extraordinary. And as the seasons turned, the village of Moonhollow remained a place where dreams and reality danced hand in hand, a haven of peace and enchantment beneath the whispering trees. Story 39. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, lived a young girl named Elara. Willowbrook was a place where the air always seemed to hum with whispers of ancient tales, where each flower and leaf seemed to hide a story waiting to be told. Elara, with her vivid imagination and kind heart, often wandered the cobblestone paths, her curiosity leading her to every nook and cranny of her beloved village. Elara lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman known to all as Granny May. Their home was a cozy, thatched cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with every color imaginable. Granny May filled their little home with love and laughter, her stories weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder that captivated Elara's dreams each night. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to turn shades of gold and crimson, Elara decided to venture into the attic. It was a place she had always been curious about, but had never dared to explore. The attic was filled with dusty trunks and forgotten treasures, the air thick with the scent of cedar and old parchment. As she rummaged through the relics of the past, her fingers brushed against something unusual, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of ivy and stars, and it seemed to pulse gently with a warmth that piqued Elara's curiosity. She carefully opened the lid, revealing a shimmering, iridescent feather nestled within. The feather was unlike anything she had ever seen, its colors shifting and changing with the light, as if imbued with the essence of 1,000 dawns. As Elara held the feather, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, and a soft whisper echoed in her mind. It was a voice, gentle and soothing, inviting her to listen closely. Intrigued and a little mystified, Elara decided to show the feather to Granny May, hoping her grandmother's wisdom could unravel its secrets. Granny May, upon seeing the feather, smiled a knowing smile and led Elara to the hearth, where they sat together in the warm glow of the fire. "This feather," Granny May began, "is a gift from the Whispering Woods, a place where magic resides in every leaf and breeze. It has chosen you, my dear, perhaps because it knows you have a heart open to wonder." Elara listened intently, her eyes wide with awe. Granny May continued, "The feather holds the power to reveal truths hidden from the ordinary eye. But remember, its magic is not for frivolous use. It will guide you on a journey, one that will test your kindness and patience, and in return, it will show you the wonders of the world." With Granny May's gentle words lingering in her mind, Elara felt a sense of purpose awaken within her. She decided to embark on a journey to the Whispering Woods to discover what secrets the feather might reveal. The following day, with the feather tucked safely in her satchel, Elara set off along the winding path that led from Willowbrook into the heart of the ancient forest. As Elara walked, the air grew rich with the scent of pine and earth, the forest alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds. The path led her deeper into the woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was a place of serenity and mystery, where time seemed to drift like the gentle flow of a stream. Along the way, Elara encountered a peculiar sight, a small squirrel perched on a low branch, its fur a soft russet. The squirrel regarded her with bright, curious eyes, and to Elara's surprise, it spoke. "Greetings, traveler," it chittered, its voice high and melodic. "I am Nib, guardian of these woods. What brings you here, young one?" Elara, taken aback by the talking squirrel, found her voice and replied, "I am Elara, from Willowbrook. I carry a feather from the Whispering Woods, and I seek to understand its magic." Nib nodded, his tiny paws clasped together. "Ah, the Feather of Whispers. It has chosen you well. The woods hold many secrets, and I shall accompany you on your journey. Together, we shall uncover the wonders hidden within." With Nib scampering alongside her, Elara continued her journey, feeling heartened by the squirrel's companionship. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing bathed in gentle sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward, leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. Beneath the oak sat an elderly owl, its feathers as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The owl opened its eyes, which gleamed like twin moons, and spoke in a voice as smooth as silk. "Welcome, child of the feather. I am Eldrin, keeper of the forest's wisdom." Elara bowed her head in respect, feeling the weight of the owl's gaze upon her. I seek to understand the magic of this feather, she said, holding it out for the owl to see. Eldrin regarded the feather with thoughtful eyes. The feather you hold is a key, young one. It will open your heart to the whispers of truth and guide you to see the world with clarity and compassion. But to wield its magic, you must first understand the nature of your own heart. With these words, Eldrin closed his eyes, and a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it a melody that resonated deep within Elara's soul. She felt a warmth spread through her, as if the forest itself was embracing her spirit. Guided by Nib and the wisdom of Eldrin, Elara ventured further into the woods, each step revealing new wonders. They passed sparkling streams that sang as they flowed, fields of wildflowers that danced in the breeze, and meadows where deer grazed peacefully. Each sight filled Elara with a sense of awe and gratitude, her heart swelling with the beauty of the world around her. As dusk began to settle over the forest, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Elara and Nib found themselves at the edge of a tranquil pond. The water mirrored the colors of the sky, and at its center floated a single lily, its petals as luminous as the feather she carried. Elara felt a gentle nudge from Nib, encouraging her to approach the pond. As she knelt by the water's edge, she heard a soft, melodious voice emanating from the lily. "Child of the feather, you have journeyed far. I am Lyra, spirit of this pond. What truth do you seek?" Elara gazed into the water, her reflection mingling with the colors of the sky. "I seek to understand the magic within this feather, and within myself," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle ripples of the pond. Lyra's voice was soothing, like the lullaby of a gentle stream. "The magic you seek lies not in the feather, but in the courage to listen to your heart's true desires. The journey you have embarked upon has already begun to awaken the wisdom within you." As Elara listened to Lyra's words, she felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. She realized that the journey she had undertaken was not just about the feather, but about discovering the strength and kindness within herself. The forest had shown her the beauty of the world, but more importantly, it had shown her the beauty of her own heart. With newfound clarity, Elara thanked Lyra and rose to her feet, feeling lighter and more at ease than she had ever felt before. Nib chirped happily beside her, his eyes twinkling with pride and friendship. Together, they began the journey back to Willowbrook, the feather nestled safely in Elara's satchel. As they emerged from the forest, the village lights twinkling in the distance, Elara felt a warm glow of gratitude for the friends she had made and the wisdom she had gained. Her heart was full, and she knew that the magic of the feather would forever be a part of her, guiding her with gentle whispers of truth and love. Upon returning home, Elara found Granny May waiting by the fire, her eyes filled with warmth and understanding. Elara shared her journey, recounting the wonders of the Whispering Woods and the lessons she had learned. Granny May listened with a smile, her heart swelling with pride for her granddaughter's courage and compassion. That night, as Elara lay in her bed, the feather resting on her bedside table, she felt a gentle breeze caress her cheek, as if the forest itself was whispering a lullaby to her soul. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the colors and melodies of the forest, knowing that she was forever changed by the magic of the journey and the wisdom of her own heart. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, beneath the stars that twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, Elara's heart remained open to the wonders of the world, guided by the feather's gentle whispers and the love that surrounded her. The end. Story 40. In the heart of the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there stood an old cobblestone cottage with a thatched roof. It belonged to a kindly old woman named Edith, known to the villagers as the keeper of tales and trinkets. Her cottage was a trove of peculiar items, each with a story as enchanting as the next. But among these treasures, one item remained a mystery even to Edith, a small, polished silver teapot that sat quietly on a shelf, often overlooked by those who visited. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, a young girl named Clara wandered into Edith's cottage. Clara was a curious soul with a heart as open as the sky above, always eager for adventure and discovery. Her auburn hair glinted in the soft sunlight that streamed through the windows, and her bright green eyes were full of wonder as she explored the shelves lined with curiosities. "Welcome, dear Clara," Edith greeted warmly, her voice like a gentle lullaby. "What brings you here today?" "I'm looking for something special," Clara replied, her gaze sweeping over the shelves. "Something that tells a story or perhaps holds a secret." Edith chuckled softly, an ever-present twinkle in her eye. "Well, my dear, you might be in the right place. But remember, the most extraordinary things often appear quite ordinary at first glance." As Clara continued her exploration, her attention was drawn to the unassuming silver teapot. It glimmered faintly in the light, and something about it seemed to call to her. She reached out, her fingers brushing against its smooth surface, and as she did, a gentle warmth spread through her hand. "Ah, you've found the teapot," Edith remarked, watching Clara with curiosity. "It's been here for as long as I can remember, yet I've never quite uncovered its secret." Intrigued, Clara carefully lifted the teapot. It felt surprisingly light, as if filled with air instead of water. "Do you mind if I take it with me?" she asked, her voice tinged with excitement. "Of course, my dear," Edith replied with a knowing smile. "Perhaps it's waiting for you to reveal its mystery." With the teapot cradled in her arms, Clara thanked Edith and set off towards the forest, a place she often retreated to when lost in thought. The path wound through towering trees whose branches formed a canopy overhead, filtering the sunlight into a gentle, dappled glow. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, creating a serene atmosphere that wrapped around Clara like a warm hug. As she walked, Clara pondered the teapot's secret. Her imagination danced with possibilities, each more whimsical than the last. Could it grant wishes? Reveal hidden truths? The questions swirled in her mind as she reached a peaceful clearing bathed in sunlight. Clara sat down on a moss-covered log, placing the teapot beside her. She traced its intricate patterns with her fingertips, feeling an inexplicable connection to the object. In that moment of quiet contemplation, she noticed something peculiar. The tiny spout of the teapot began to emit a soft, melodious hum, as if humming a tune only the heart could hear. Startled yet fascinated, Clara leaned closer, and to her astonishment, a thin wisp of steam escaped from the spout, forming delicate shapes in the air. The steam swirled and twisted until it became a tiny ethereal figure, a miniature creature with wings like gossamer, shimmering in hues of blue and silver. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a feather. "I am Nimbus, guardian of the teapot. It's been quite some time since anyone has awakened me." Clara blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering with delight. "Nimbus, I had no idea the teapot held such magic. What is your purpose?" Nimbus fluttered closer, its wings casting a gentle breeze. "This teapot is a vessel of journeys and dreams. It can take you to places unseen and help you explore the depths of your imagination, but it requires a kind soul and an open heart to unlock its true potential." Could this be the special adventure Clara had been yearning for? The prospect filled her with an exhilarating mix of anticipation and curiosity. "How do I begin such a journey?" she asked, determination lighting her eyes. Nimbus twirled gracefully in the air, leaving a trail of sparkling mist. "Simply listen to your heart, for it will guide you. The teapot will respond to your innermost desires and lead you where you need to be." Clara nodded, understanding that this journey was as much about self-discovery as it was about unraveling the teapot's secret. She closed her eyes, allowing her mind to wander and her heart to speak. Images of distant lands and forgotten tales unfurled in her mind like a tapestry of dreams. When she opened her eyes, the clearing had transformed. The forest around her shimmered with a magical luminescence, and a path of luminescent stones stretched into the distance, beckoning her forward. With Nimbus fluttering by her side, Clara stepped onto the path, her heart brimming with excitement for the adventure that lay ahead. The journey led Clara through enchanting landscapes, each more wondrous than the last. She wandered through fields of flowers that sang in the breeze, danced across moonlit rivers that whispered secrets of the night, and climbed hills where the stars seemed close enough to touch. Along the way, she met a host of delightful characters, each with stories to share and wisdom to impart. There was Finn, the jovial rabbit with a penchant for riddles, who taught Clara the value of curiosity and looking beyond the surface. Sometimes, he advised with a twinkle in his eye. The simplest question holds the key to the greatest discovery. Then there was Lyra, the gentle deer with eyes as deep as the forest itself. She guided Clara through a maze of twisted vines, teaching her patience and the art of listening to the world around her. "The forest speaks," Lyra whispered, "but only those who listen with their hearts can truly hear its song." With each encounter, Clara's understanding of the world and herself deepened. She learned to see the beauty in the unexpected and to trust her instincts, knowing that the answers she sought were often hidden in plain sight. As the journey drew to a close, Clara found herself standing before a towering waterfall, its cascading waters glowing with an ethereal light. Nimbus hovered beside her, its wings shimmering with anticipation. "This is the heart of the journey," Nimbus explained. "The final challenge is not one of strength or speed, but of wisdom and courage. The waterfall holds a question that only you can answer, for it is a reflection of your own heart." Clara gazed at the waterfall, feeling the cool mist on her skin. She knew that the question would reveal itself when she was ready. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, allowing her heart to guide her. As she approached the waterfall, the waters parted, revealing a shimmering mirror-like surface. In its reflection, Clara saw not only herself, but also the many faces and places she had encountered on her journey. A gentle voice, like the soft rustle of leaves, spoke from the depths of the water. "Clara," the voice intoned, "what is the greatest treasure you have discovered on this journey?" The answer was clear in her heart, as bright and unwavering as the morning sun. "The greatest treasure," Clara replied, her voice steady and true, "is the journey itself, the friends I've made, the lessons I've learned, and the courage to follow my heart." With her answer, the waterfall erupted into a radiant cascade of colors, filling the air with a sense of joy and fulfillment. Nimbus flitted around Clara, its laughter like tinkling bells. "You've done it, dear Clara. You've unlocked the true magic of the teapot." In that moment, Clara understood that the teapot's magic was not about granting wishes or revealing hidden secrets, but about guiding those who held it on a journey of self-discovery and wonder. It was a reminder that the greatest adventures were often found within, and that the heart held the key to unlocking the magic of the world. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit enriched by her journey, Clara returned to Willowbrook, the teapot nestled safely in her arms. She knew that its magic would continue to inspire her, guiding her through life's adventures and reminding her of the beauty and wonder that lay in every moment. As the sun set over the village, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara sat by the fireplace with Edith, sharing tales of her journey and the magic of the teapot. The warmth of the fire and the gentle crackling of the logs created a cozy cocoon of comfort, as Edith listened with a smile, knowing that Clara's adventure was just the beginning of many more to come. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of twinkling stars, the story of the magical teapot became a cherished tale, inspiring all who heard it to embark on their own journeys of discovery and wonder, with hearts as open as the endless sky. Story 41. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient and whispering forest, there existed a realm where the boundaries between the seen and the unseen danced like sunlight upon the ripples of a hidden pond. This forest, known to the few who had stumbled upon its edges as Verdant Vale, was a tapestry of life and magic, seamlessly woven together by the hands of time and nature. In the gentle embrace of dawn, when the first golden fingers of sunlight tenderly caressed the earth, Verdant Vale would awaken with a symphony of life. Birds with feathers painted in hues borrowed from the twilight sky flitted from branch to branch, their songs a melodious greeting that mingled with the soft rustle of leaves. The air, sweet with the scent of wildflowers and dew, carried tales of the night's secrets and the promise of a new day. Within this enchanted forest, every creature, no matter how small, played a role in maintaining the delicate balance that sustained Verdant Vale. Among them were the Lumifae, ethereal beings of light and grace, who flitted through the forest like living stardust. With wings that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil pond under the moonlight, they were the keepers of harmony, ensuring that the magic of the forest flowed like a gentle stream through every leaf and root. One such Lumifae, named Elara, was known for her gentle heart and a voice as soft as the whispering wind. Her eyes, a deep forest green, held the wisdom of centuries, and her presence brought a soothing calm to all who encountered her. Elara's role was to oversee the changing of the seasons, for with each cycle the forest would transform, weaving new patterns of life and magic. As the crisp breath of autumn began to sweep through verdant vale, painting the leaves in shades of amber and gold, Elara sensed a shift in the forest's rhythm. The once vibrant songs of the birds grew quieter, and the creatures of the forest moved with a sense of unease. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for something unseen. Troubled by this change, Elara sought the counsel of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in Verdant Vale. Its bark was etched with the stories of ages past, and its branches stretched high into the sky, a testament to the strength and endurance of time. As Elara approached, the leaves rustled softly, welcoming her presence. "Wise elder oak," Elara began, her voice a gentle murmur, "there is a dissonance within the forest. The harmony we cherish seems to falter. What can be done to restore balance?" The elder oak's deep, rumbling voice resonated through the air, a sound that was both a comfort and a reminder of the forest's enduring wisdom. "Dear Elara," it replied, "the forest speaks of an imbalance in the cycle of seasons. The winter's breath encroaches too soon, and the autumn's dance is cut short. This shift must be understood to restore the harmony we hold dear." Elara nodded, her determination as steadfast as the oak's ancient roots. With a gentle flutter of her wings, she set forth on a journey deeper into the forest, seeking the source of this disruption. Her path led her to the realm of the whispering winds, a place where the air was alive with the gentle murmurs of breezes that carried stories from far and wide. Here Elara met Zephyr, a playful wind spirit who danced through the trees with a light-hearted grace. Zephyr's laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and his presence brought a fresh, invigorating energy. "Ah, Elara!" Zephyr exclaimed, swirling around her in a joyous embrace. "What brings you to the realm of whispers and winds?" Elara returned Zephyr's smile with warmth. "The balance of the seasons has been disturbed, dear Zephyr. The forest speaks of winter's breath arriving too soon. Can you tell me what the winds have heard?" Zephyr paused, his playful demeanor giving way to a thoughtful expression. "The winds speak of a chill from the frost-bound peaks," he said, his voice now a gentle breeze. "There, the ice spirits stir restlessly, their icy breath reaching even the heart of Verdant Vale." Understanding dawned upon Elara. The frost-bound peaks, a distant land where the ice spirits dwelt, were known for their powerful magic tied to the cycles of winter. If their unrest had reached Verdant Vale, then the balance of the entire forest was indeed threatened. "Thank you, Zephyr," Elara said, her gratitude a warm breeze that mingled with the wind spirit's laughter. "I must journey to the frost-bound peaks and seek the counsel of the ice spirits." With a final nod from Zephyr, Elara set her course towards the distant peaks, her heart filled with resolve and the light of the Lumife guiding her way. The journey to the frostbound peaks was long and arduous, taking Elara through landscapes where the forest gave way to rocky cliffs and snow-covered valleys. The air grew colder, the chill biting, yet Elara's spirit burned with a warmth that defied the encroaching winter. As she ascended the peaks, the world around her transformed into a realm of ice and snow, where the sky seemed to touch the earth with a soft, silvery glow. It was here, amidst the crystalline beauty of the frostbound peaks, that Elara found the ice spirits. They were beings of ethereal beauty, their forms shifting and shimmering like the northern lights. Their voices were the sound of ice cracking underfoot, a haunting melody that echoed across the frozen landscape. The leader of the ice spirits, Glaciel, regarded Elara with eyes as blue and deep as the winter sea. "Lumife of the Verdant Vale, what brings you to our icy domain?" Glaciel inquired, her voice a soothing chill. Elara, her wings shimmering in the frosty light, offered a respectful bow. "Noble Glaciel, the harmony of Verdant Vale has been disturbed by the early breath of winter. I seek to understand the cause and restore the balance of the seasons." Glaciel's gaze softened, a gentle snowflake falling upon Elara's brow. "Indeed, the ice spirits have stirred, for the ancient ice heart crystal has been disturbed, its magic unbalanced. This has caused winter's reach to extend beyond its time." Elara listened intently, the truth of the matter unfolding before her. The Ice Heart Crystal, an ancient gem of immense power, was the heart of the Ice Spirit's domain, its magic resonating with the cycles of nature itself. "How can this be remedied?" Elara asked, her voice a gentle plea for guidance. Glaciel's smile was a soft snowfall upon the land. "The crystal must be restored to its rightful harmony. It requires the touch of a heart that carries the warmth and wisdom of the forest. Only then can the balance be reclaimed." Elara nodded, her resolve as firm as the ancient oaks of her home. "I shall do what is needed to restore the crystal and bring harmony back to our realms." With the guidance of the ice spirits, Elara journeyed deeper into the heart of the frostbound peaks, where the Ice Heart Crystal lay nestled within a cavern of shimmering ice. Its glow was a pulsing azure, casting an ethereal light that danced upon the cavern walls. As Elara approached, she felt the crystal's energy, a powerful force that resonated with the very essence of the seasons. She closed her eyes, allowing the warmth of her heart and the wisdom of the forest to flow through her, reaching out to the crystal with a gentle touch. In that moment, the magic of Verdant Vale and the frostbound peaks intertwined, a symphony of life and ice, warmth and chill. The Ice Heart Crystal responded, its glow shifting from a restless pulse to a steady, harmonious light. With the balance restored, the chill that had gripped Verdant Vale began to recede, the forest sighing in relief as the natural order resumed its gentle dance. As Elara returned to Verdant Vale, the forest welcomed her with open arms, the creatures singing their gratitude in a chorus that filled the air with joy. The Lumafay's heart was light, knowing that harmony had been restored not through force, but through understanding and the wisdom passed down through the ages. In the golden light of an autumn sunset, Elara stood once more before the elder oak, her heart filled with peace. The ancient tree, its leaves a tapestry of stories and time, spoke with a warmth that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. "Well done, dear Elara," the elder oak rumbled, its voice a melody of ancient wisdom. "Through your journey you have shown that balance is not a battle, but a dance, a gentle weaving of life and magic." Elara nodded, her heart swelling with the truth of those words. In the quiet of the forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, she knew that Verdant Vale would continue to thrive, a living testament to the harmony that bound all things together. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting their gentle light upon the world below, Verdant Vale settled into the embrace of night, its heart beating in time with the ancient rhythm of the earth. Elara, the gentle Lumafay, watched over the forest, her spirit a beacon of light and love, ensuring that the magic of the seasons would forever dance in harmony with the land. Story 42. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently like old friends sharing secrets, nestled the village of Lullaby Hollow. It was a quaint place where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, and the air was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of baking bread and blooming honeysuckle. The people of Lullaby Hollow were a cheerful folk, known for their kindness and the wondrous festivals they held under the moonlight. However, a peculiar mystery had begun to weave itself into the fabric of village life, and it all started with the chiming of the old clock tower. The clock tower, standing proudly in the village square, had, for as long as anyone could remember, chimed its melodious tune at the stroke of every hour. Lately, though, it had begun to play a different melody each night, an enchanting but unfamiliar tune that seemed to whisper secrets of the past and future. The villagers were both puzzled and intrigued, for the melodies were beautiful, yet no one could decipher their meaning. Some said it was the wind, while others whispered of magic. It was clear that this was no ordinary occurrence, and so a gentle curiosity began to stir among the villagers, leading them to seek answers. Among those most fascinated by the mystery were two young friends, Elara and Finn. Elara, with her twinkling eyes and a crown of wild curly hair, was known for her keen sense of observation. Finn, with his gentle smile and a heart full of courage, had a knack for understanding the language of the forest and its creatures. Together, they decided to uncover the secret of the clock tower's song. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and violet, Elara and Finn set off towards the clock tower. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. As they walked, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot seemed to echo the rhythm of their thoughts, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. When they reached the tower, its ancient stones bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, they were greeted by the familiar, comforting presence of the old clockmaker, Master Thistle. With a beard as white as the first winter snow and eyes that sparkled with wisdom, Master Thistle was a beloved figure in the village, always ready with a story or a riddle. "Ah, young adventurers," he greeted them with a warm smile. "I see the mystery of the tower has captured your imaginations." Elara nodded eagerly. "Master Thistle, can you tell us why the tower plays these new melodies? They're beautiful, but we can't help but wonder what they mean." Master Thistle chuckled softly, his laughter like the gentle rustling of leaves. "The tower is old, my dear, and holds many secrets, but I believe the answer you seek lies not within the tower itself, but in the world around it." Intrigued by his words, Elara and Finn exchanged glances. "What do you mean?" Finn asked, his curiosity piqued. "The melodies are a language of their own," Master Thistle explained, "a language that speaks to the heart of nature. To understand it, you must listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit." With that, he handed them a small, ornate key. "This will open the door to the tower. Perhaps what you find inside will guide you." Thanking the wise clockmaker, Elara and Finn climbed the spiral staircase of the tower, their footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. As they reached the top, they found themselves in a cozy room filled with the gentle ticking of gears and the soft hum of magic. In the center stood a large, ancient clock, its face adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. Elara gently turned the key in the lock, and with a soft click, the clock face swung open to reveal a hidden compartment. Inside lay a collection of delicate, shimmering orbs, each glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As they touched the orbs, the room filled with a cascade of colors and sounds, each orb resonating with its own unique melody. Finn watched in awe, his heart attuned to the magic of the moment. "These must be the source of the melodies," he whispered. "But why are they playing now?" Elara, her fingers tracing the gentle patterns of light, pondered for a moment. "Perhaps they're responding to something outside," she suggested. Master Thistle said the answer lies in the world around the tower. Maybe the melodies are a reflection of something happening in the forest. With this new insight, the friends decided to explore the Whispering Woods, hoping to uncover the connection between the orbs and the melodies. The forest was alive with the soft glow of fireflies, their lights weaving a tapestry of twinkling stars amidst the trees. The gentle rustle of leaves formed a symphony that guided Elara and Finn deeper into the woods. As they ventured further, they began to notice signs of enchantment, flowers that glowed with an inner light, streams that sang as they flowed, and trees that seemed to hum with life. It was as if the forest itself was part of a grand harmony, its song intertwining with the melodies from the clock tower. Suddenly they heard a soft rustling, and out from the shadows stepped a small, furry creature, with eyes as bright and curious as a full moon. It was a lunafox, known for their magical affinity with the night and their playful nature. "Greetings, little ones," the lunafox spoke, its voice a gentle whisper in the night. "I am Nyla. I couldn't help but notice your quest through the woods." Elara and Finn smiled, feeling the warmth of friendship emanating from the creature. "We're trying to understand why the clock tower has been playing new melodies," Elara explained. Nyla tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with understanding. "Ah, the melodies," she mused. "They are the forest's way of communicating with the village. There has been a change, a shift in the balance of magic, and the clock tower is echoing this transformation." Finn pondered her words, his mind piecing together the puzzle. "So, the melodies are a message?" he asked. "Indeed," Nyla replied, nodding. "But the message is one of harmony, not distress. The forest is thriving, and it wishes to share its joy with all who listen. The clock tower, being attuned to the magic of this land, is simply amplifying that joy." Alara's eyes lit up with understanding. "So, the melodies are a celebration? A way for the forest to reach out to the villagers?" Nyla nodded once more, her fur shimmering under the moonlight. "Exactly. It is a call to unity, to remind all creatures, great and small, that they are part of a greater symphony. With this revelation, Elara and Finn felt a sense of peace wash over them. The mystery was not one to fear, but to embrace, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of their world. "Thank you, Nyla," Finn said, gratitude filling his voice. "You've helped us see the beauty in the mystery." The Luna Fox smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "It is I who should thank you, for your hearts are open and your spirits kind. Now, go and share this understanding with your village, so all may partake in the forest song." With Nyla's blessing, Elara and Finn made their way back to Lullaby Hollow, their hearts light with the knowledge they carried. As they entered the village square, the clock tower began to chime, its melody rich and full, resonating with the joy of the forest. The villagers gathered, drawn by the beauty of the song, and Elara and Finn shared their tale, weaving a story of unity and celebration. As they spoke, the villagers listened with open hearts, their worries dissolving into the night air. From that day forward, the melodies of the clock tower became a cherished part of life in Lullaby Hollow, a nightly reminder of the harmony between the village and the whispering woods. The mystery had become a bridge, connecting the hearts of the people to the magic of the land. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, with the forest's song echoing softly through the night, the villagers of Lullaby Hollow found comfort in the knowledge that they were never truly alone, for they were part of a wondrous, magical tapestry that stretched far beyond the boundaries of their village, woven by the gentle hands of friendship and understanding. As the stars twinkled above, Elara and Finn sat by the crackling fire, feeling the warmth of the flames and the closeness of their friendship. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the melodies continued to play, a lullaby for all who listened, wrapping the world in a gentle embrace of peace and dreams. Story 43. The Enchanted Village of Willowmere. In the heart of a lush green valley cloaked in the gentle embrace of rolling hills lay the enchanting village of Willowmere. This village was unlike any other, for it was a place where magic danced through the air like lazy autumn leaves, and kindness bloomed in every corner like the wildflowers that fringed the cobblestone paths. Willowmere was a quaint village, its cottages nestled beneath the boughs of ancient oak trees, their roofs thatched with golden straw that glistened under the soft glow of the morning sun. Chimneys puffed curls of smoke that twirled into the sky like wisps of cotton candy, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. It was a place where time seemed to slow, allowing the gentle rhythms of nature and daily life to harmonize in peaceful accord. In this village lived a young girl named Elara, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Elara had a gift for noticing the little things that others might overlook: the whisper of the wind through the reeds by the river, the pattern of dew on a spider's web at dawn, or the way the moonlight caressed the surface of the still pond on quiet nights. Her heart was as open as the meadow skies, and her spirit was as bright as the first star of evening. Elara's best friend was a wise old owl named Finn, who resided in the hollow of the tallest oak at the edge of Willowmere. Finn was no ordinary owl. His feathers shimmered with hues of silver and indigo, and his eyes held the depth of countless stories and secrets. He was known throughout the village for his sage advice and gentle guidance, and he had taken a particular liking to Elara, finding joy in her endless questions and her thirst for knowledge. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began their annual transformation into a tapestry of reds and golds, Elara noticed something peculiar as she wandered through the village on her way to visit Finn. Each morning, she would stop by the bakery to savor the warm scent of pastries and greet Mr. and Mrs. Butterworth, the kind-hearted bakers who always had a smile and a sweet treat for her. But today, the bakery's usual cheer was missing. The air was filled with the aroma of baking bread, yet the laughter that usually spilled through the open windows was absent. Instead, hushed whispers floated out into the cobblestone street. Curious, Elara peeked inside. She found Mr. Butterworth scratching his head in confusion, while Mrs. Butterworth paced back and forth, her brow furrowed with worry. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Butterworth," Elara greeted with a warm smile. "Is everything all right?" "Oh, Elara, dear," Mrs. Butterworth sighed. "Something strange is happening. Every night for the past week, our flower supplies have been disappearing. Disappearing? Elara echoed, her curiosity piqued. But how? That's the mystery, my dear, Mr. Butterworth replied, adjusting his spectacles. We've checked the locks and windows. There's no sign of anyone entering or leaving. Elara's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Have you heard any unusual sounds at night? Or seen anything out of the ordinary? Mrs. Butterworth shook her head. Only the usual sounds of the village settling in for the night. Elara pondered for a moment. May I take a closer look around the bakery? Of course, dear, Mr. Butterworth said, waving her toward the storeroom. As Elara entered the storeroom, she was enveloped by the comforting scent of flour and spices. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with sacks of flour, sugar, and other baking essentials. Her keen eyes scanned the room, noting every detail. She spotted a faint trail of flour leading from a large sack to the small window above. Elara climbed onto a stool and peered out the window. To her surprise, she noticed tiny footprints in the flour dust on the windowsill, leading out into the garden. How curious, Elara murmured to herself. These are too small for a person. With a sense of adventure tingling in her heart, Elara decided to visit Finn for advice. She thanked the Butterworths and promised to return with any findings. As she made her way through the village, the sun painted the landscape with a golden hue, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead. The path to Finn's oak was lined with wildflowers, their colors vibrant against the emerald grass. Good morning, Finn, Elara called as she reached the ancient oak. Finn blinked his wise eyes and ruffled his feathers. Good morning, young Elara. What brings you to my tree on this fine day? Elara recounted the mystery of the disappearing flower and the curious footprints she had found. Finn listened attentively, nodding slowly. It seems you have encountered a puzzle, my dear, he said. The footprints you describe may belong to none other than the flower sprites. The flower sprites? Elara repeated, intrigued. Yes, indeed, Finn continued. Flower sprites are tiny magical creatures with a fondness for baking ingredients. They are known to play tricks, borrowing flour and sugar for their own mischievous endeavors. Elara's eyes widened with awe. Do you think they are behind the disappearing flower? It is quite possible, Finn replied with a twinkle in his eye. But flower sprites are shy and elusive. They will not show themselves unless they feel safe and welcome. Elara's mind raced with ideas. How can I invite them to reveal themselves? Finn pondered for a moment. Flower sprites are fond of music and dance. Perhaps a gentle melody played in the moonlight will coax them out of hiding. Elara thanked Finn for his guidance and made her way home, her heart alight with excitement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple, Elara set her plan into motion. She gathered her friends from the village, and together they created a small clearing in the Butterworths' garden. They strung lanterns from the branches of the trees, casting a warm glow over the scene. Elara brought her small wooden flute, and her friend Thomas carried his fiddle. As the moon rose high in the night sky, Elara began to play a soft, lilting melody on her flute, the notes floating through the air like dandelion seeds. Thomas joined in with his fiddle, and soon the garden was alive with music. The villagers watched in wonder as the music wove its magic. Slowly, gently, tiny figures began to emerge from the shadows, their wings shimmering like gossamer in the moonlight. The flower sprites had come, drawn by the enchanting melody. The sprites were no taller than a blade of grass, with delicate wings that glowed with a pearlescent sheen. They danced gracefully in the air, twirling and spinning in time with the music, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. Elara's heart swelled with joy as she watched the flower sprites dance. She played her flute with all her heart, her music filled with warmth and welcome. As the final notes of the melody faded into the night, the flower sprites gathered around Elara, their eyes sparkling with delight. Thank you for the music, one of the sprites chimed, her voice as light as a breeze. We are the flower sprites, and we meant no harm. We only wished to bake our special moonlit cakes. Elara smiled, understanding their playful nature. I am glad you enjoyed the music. Perhaps we can help you with your baking, so you need not borrow from the Butterworths in secret. The sprites clapped their tiny hands in agreement, their wings fluttering with excitement. Together, Elara and the flower sprites devised a plan to share the flower, ensuring that the sprites could bake their cakes without causing trouble. From that night on, the flower sprites became friends of the village, working together with the bakers to create magical treats that delighted everyone. The mystery of the disappearing flower was solved, and the village of Willowmere was filled with laughter and song. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Elara learned that even the smallest creatures could bring joy and magic to the world, and that kindness and understanding could weave bonds stronger than any spell. With a heart full of warmth and wonder, Elara returned to her home, the gentle lullaby of the night guiding her to peaceful dreams. The village of Willowmere slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, a place where magic and friendship intertwined in a tapestry of harmony and hope. Story 44. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed softly and the leaves danced with the wind's gentle whispers, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was nestled between towering oak trees and cradled by the babbling brook of dreams, whose waters glittered under the moonlight with flecks of stardust. Willowbrook was a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of everyday life, and its people were as familiar with spells as they were with the changing seasons. The villagers lived peacefully, guided by the wisdom of Eldridge, the ancient owl who perched atop the oldest oak in the forest. Eldridge, with his feathers as soft as moonbeams and eyes like golden lanterns, was the keeper of time-honored secrets and the teller of tales long forgotten. He had seen generations come and go, each leaving their imprint on the tapestry of Willowbrook. One crisp autumn evening, as the amber sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose, something peculiar began to happen. The village's beloved lanterns, which were enchanted to glow warmly at dusk, flickered and dimmed, casting only the faintest glow. The villagers, puzzled and slightly uneasy, gathered in the town square where the cobblestones were still warm from the day's sun. "Whatever could be happening?" murmured Mrs. Pemberton, the village baker, her voice tinged with concern. Her flower-dusted apron fluttered in the evening breeze. "It must be a trick of the wind," suggested Mr. Larkspur, the kindly blacksmith, though he sounded unsure. His hands, usually so steady, fidgeted with the brim of his cap. Young Elara, a bright-eyed girl with a penchant for adventure and a heart as big as the sky, stood among the villagers, her curiosity piqued. Elara had always been drawn to the mysteries of the world, her mind ever wandering, exploring the paths less taken. She watched the dimmed lanterns with a thoughtful expression, her fingertips grazing the smooth, cool surface of her amulet, a gift from her grandmother that shimmered with an inner light. Determined to solve the mystery of the flickering lanterns, Elara decided to seek the counsel of Eldridge. Her heart was a little flutter of excitement as she made her way through the whispering trees, the path familiar and comforting beneath her feet. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, filling the air with a symphony of nature's lullaby. As she approached the ancient oak, Eldridge, with his eyes half closed in contemplation, opened them wide, sensing her presence. His gaze, wise and knowing, met hers with a twinkle of warmth. "Good evening, dear Elara," he greeted, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze through the leaves. "What brings you to my perch on this fine night?" Elara explained the strange occurrences in the village, her words tumbling out in earnest. As she spoke, Eldridge listened intently, his feathers ruffling slightly in thought. "Ah, the lanterns," mused Eldridge, his eyes glinting with a hint of mystery. "It seems the magic that fuels their light is waning, but fear not, for I suspect this is a puzzle that can be solved with a keen eye and a gentle heart." Elara's eyes sparkled with determination. "How can I help, Eldridge? What must I do?" Eldridge unfurled his wings, pointing towards the heart of the forest, where the brook of dreams flowed with a soft silvery glow. "Seek out the fireflies of the night," he advised. "These luminous creatures hold the secret to rekindling the lantern's glow. But remember, they are shy and elusive, drawn only to kindness and sincerity." Thanking Eldridge, Elara set off towards the brook, her steps light and purposeful. The forest path wound beneath a canopy of stars, and the air was sweet with the scent of autumn leaves and distant rain. As she neared the brook, the sound of its gentle babbling wrapped around her like a tender embrace. There, by the water's edge, she noticed a faint glimmer, a cluster of fireflies dancing in the moonlit air, their lights flickering like tiny stars come to earth. Elara watched in awe, her heart swelling with the beauty of the scene. Remembering Eldridge's words, she approached slowly, her voice soft and filled with wonder. "Oh, fireflies of the night," she called gently, "might you share your light with our village? Our lanterns are dim, and your glow could chase away the shadows." The fireflies, sensing her sincerity, paused in their dance. One by one, they drifted closer, their lights merging into a brilliant, warm glow that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the heart itself. As Elara stood there, bathed in their gentle light, she realized the secret to the lantern's glow was not merely a spark of magic, but the warmth of connection, the light of friendship and kindness. With this newfound understanding, she guided the fireflies back to the village, their glow a beacon in the night. Upon reaching Willowbrook, the villagers watched in amazement as the fireflies scattered, each finding a home in the lanterns that lined the cobblestone streets. The lanterns flickered to life, their light stronger and more beautiful than before, casting a comforting glow over the village. The villagers cheered, their hearts light with gratitude and joy. Elara, her face aglow with the lantern's light, felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She had solved the mystery not through magic alone, but through the power of kindness and understanding. Eldridge, watching from his perch, nodded in approval, a soft hoot of contentment escaping him. "Well done, Elara," he whispered to the night. "You've reminded us all of the true light within." And so, under the twinkling stars and the glow of renewed lanterns, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful sleep, warmed by the light of friendship and the gentle magic of the whispering woods. Story 45. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a modest, ivy-covered cottage where a young girl named Elara lived with her grandmother, known to all as Granny Ember. Granny Ember was a beloved figure in the village, famous for her storytelling and the way she could coax blooms from the frostbitten ground with just a gentle touch and a soft word. But it was her attic, filled with curious trinkets and time-worn books, that held the true magic. One blustery autumn evening, as the wind sang a lullaby through the branches, Elara sat by the fireplace, her heart yearning for adventure. Her fingers traced the edges of an old map spread across her lap, a gift from Granny Ember, who had once been a traveler of distant lands. The map was enchanted, or so Granny claimed, its ink shifting and shimmering like sunlight on water. "Granny," Elara began, her voice soft as the crackling fire, "do you think the map really holds secrets?" Granny Ember, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless stories, chuckled softly. "Ah, my dear girl, every map has its secrets, but it's not the map that holds the magic, it's the journey it leads you on." Intrigued by her grandmother's words, Elara decided to explore the attic the following morning, hoping to uncover more tales hidden within its shadowed corners. As dawn broke and painted the world in hues of gold, she climbed the creaky wooden stairs to the attic, a place of mystery and dust-laden beams. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten wonders. Shelves bowed under the weight of books, their spines faded and titles nearly illegible. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, each whispering promises of adventure and discovery. As Elara tiptoed through this labyrinth of the past, her gaze fell upon a small, unassuming wooden chest tucked beneath an old quilt. Drawn to it, she knelt and opened the chest, revealing a jumble of oddities. There were seashells that seemed to hum with the ocean's song, feathers of impossible colors, and at the bottom, wrapped in velvet, was an ordinary-looking teacup. It was the kind of teacup you'd find on any grandmother's shelf, dainty, with a delicate floral pattern and a slight chip on the rim. But as Elara held it, she felt a warmth seep through her fingers, a gentle pulse like a heartbeat. Curiosity piqued, she took the teacup to Granny Ember, who was tending to the garden, her hands deftly guiding the growth of a stubborn rosebush. "Granny, look what I found," Elara said, cradling the teacup. Granny Ember glanced up, her eyes widening with recognition and delight. "Ah, the whispering cup," she murmured. "I wondered where that had gotten to." "The whispering cup?" Elara echoed, tracing the rim with her thumb. "Yes, my dear. It is said to hold the voices of the past, those who wish to share their stories with those who listen closely," Granny Ember explained, brushing soil from her hands. But remember, the magic lies not just in hearing the voices, but in understanding them. Intrigued by this revelation, Elara decided to spend her afternoon listening to the teacup. She nestled into her favorite nook by the window, the autumn light casting a warm glow, and held the cup close. As she closed her eyes, the world around her melted away, replaced by hushed voices and gentle murmurs, stories of love, friendship, and the challenges of those who came before. One voice in particular stood out, a young girl named Marin, who spoke of a hidden glade deep within the Whispering Woods, a place where wishes were said to come true if asked with a pure heart. Elara's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering such a place, a real adventure waiting for her beyond the village's borders. The next morning, with Granny Ember's blessing and a small satchel of provisions, Elara set off toward the Whispering Woods. The path was familiar, lined with towering trees whose leaves rustled like old friends greeting her. As she walked deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, the light softer, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Along the way, she met a squirrel named Pippin, who chattered incessantly about the best acorn spots and the latest gossip amongst the forest creatures. His fur was a patchwork of browns and grays, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. "A hidden glade, you say?" he chirped, perching on Elara's shoulder. "I know of it, but it's guarded by the wise old owl, Ollivander. You'll need more than just a map to find it." Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, Pippin's chatter a constant companion. As they reached a clearing, they encountered another helper, a gentle deer named Sylvie, whose presence was as serene as the moonlit night. Sylvie had heard tales of the glade and offered to guide Elara through the labyrinth of trees, her steps light and assured. With Pippin and Sylvie by her side, Elara felt her confidence grow. They journeyed through the forest, sharing stories and laughter, their friendship blossoming like a wildflower in spring. As dusk began to cloak the woods in shades of indigo, they finally arrived at the edge of a shimmering lake, its surface reflecting the last light of day. There, perched on a low branch, was Ollivander, his feathers a tapestry of wisdom and age. His eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Elara with gentle curiosity. "What brings you to my part of the woods, young one?" he hooted softly. Elara took a deep breath, her voice steady and sincere. "I've come to find the hidden glade, guided by the whispers of the past. I wish to see if the stories are true." Ollivander nodded, a soft rustle of feathers. "The glade is not hidden from those who seek it with pure intent. But to find it, you must answer this question. What is it that you truly seek beyond wishes and stories?" Elara paused, the weight of the question settling around her like a heavy cloak. She thought of the voices in the cup, the tales they told, and what she hoped to find. "I seek understanding," she replied finally. "I want to learn from the past to make the most of the present, to cherish the magic in everyday moments." The old owl's eyes softened with approval. "A wise answer indeed. Follow the path of light and shadow, and you shall find what you seek." With Pippin and Sylvie beside her, Elara followed a path that danced between sunlit patches and moonlit shadows. As they walked, the forest seemed to hum with life, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the woods. Finally, they emerged into a glade bathed in soft, ethereal light, the air shimmering with possibility. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with their own quiet magic. Elara approached them with reverence, her heart filled with a sense of peace and wonder. As she stood there, the voices from the teacup returned, weaving together a tapestry of stories and wisdom. Each tale resonated within her, filling the glade with echoes of laughter, tears, and the gentle strength of those who had walked the path before her. And in that moment, Elara understood the true magic of the Whispering Cup. It wasn't just about hearing the past, but connecting with it, learning from it, and carrying its lessons forward. She smiled, grateful for the journey that had brought her here, to this place of discovery and understanding. With the sun dipping below the horizon, casting the glade in a golden glow, Elara knew it was time to return home. She turned to her companions, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you, Pippin and Sylvie, for guiding me here. I couldn't have done it without you." Pippin puffed out his chest proudly, while Sylvie dipped her head with quiet grace. Together they made their way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As they reached the edge of Willowbrook, Elara felt a sense of contentment settle within her. The village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, each home a beacon of warmth and love. Granny Ember was waiting by the gate, her face alight with joy at the sight of her granddaughter. "Welcome home, my dear," Granny Ember said, enveloping Elara in a warm embrace. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Elara nodded, her heart full. "I did, Granny. I found the magic in understanding and friendship." And so, with the whispering cup nestled once more in its velvet wrap, Elara settled by the fire, her heart aglow with the stories of the past and the promise of new adventures yet to come. The world outside was vast and filled with secrets, but within the gentle embrace of her home and the love of her grandmother, Elara knew she was exactly where she was meant to be. As the night deepened and stars glittered like diamonds in the sky, Elara drifted into a peaceful sleep, the warmth of the hearth and the whispers of the past cradling her dreams. Story 46, The Whispering Woods and the Melody of the Nightingale. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, sprawling forest known as the Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Elara. The woods, with their towering trees and gentle streams, were a place of enchantment and mystery. They were named for the way the leaves would rustle in the breeze, as though telling secrets to those who would listen closely enough. The sunlight would dance through the canopy, casting playful patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Elara was a kind-hearted soul with a curiosity that matched the vastness of the woods themselves. She had a special gift. She could understand the language of the forest creatures. Her days were spent exploring the winding paths and listening to the songs of the birds, the rustle of the leaves, and the gentle babble of the brooks. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed in fiery hues of orange and gold, Elara set out on one of her many adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was soft underfoot with the fallen leaves. Her destination was a hidden grove, deep within the woods, where she had heard whispers of a magical creature residing, a nightingale whose song was said to hold the power to heal and bring peace to all who heard it. Elara's heart was light as she walked, her boots crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. She greeted the squirrels and rabbits that scampered by, and paused to watch as a family of deer grazed in a sun-dappled glade. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of life, and Elara felt a deep sense of belonging. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees grew taller and closer together, their branches intertwining like old friends. The path became more of a suggestion than a certainty, and Elara had to rely on her sense of direction and the gentle guidance of the forest itself. Eventually she reached the grove, a secluded haven encircled by ancient oak trees whose gnarled limbs seemed to form a protective embrace. In the center of the grove stood a small, crystal-clear pond, its surface shimmering in the dappled sunlight. There, perched on a moss-covered stone at the water's edge, was the nightingale. Its feathers were a rich tapestry of muted browns and iridescent blues, its eyes bright and knowing. As Elara approached, the nightingale tilted its head, regarding her with curiosity. "Hello, little nightingale," Elara greeted warmly, her voice gentle and melodic. "I've heard stories of your beautiful song and the magic it holds. I wish to hear it, if you would be so kind." The nightingale fluttered its wings and hopped closer, seemingly understanding her request. It opened its beak and began to sing, a melody so exquisite and pure that it seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the forest. The song was a cascade of notes, rising and falling like the gentle waves of a serene sea. As Elara listened, she felt the music wrap around her like a soft, warm blanket. It was as though the nightingale's song was speaking directly to her heart, soothing away her worries and filling her with a profound sense of peace. But as the last notes faded into the stillness of the grove, Elara noticed something peculiar. The nightingale's song, while beautiful, also carried a hint of sorrow. It was as if the bird was longing for something beyond the confines of its secluded home. "Why do you sing with such sadness?" Elara asked softly, kneeling beside the pond. "Is there something you wish for, dear nightingale?" The nightingale fluttered its wings again and hopped closer, its eyes reflecting the gentle light of the afternoon sun. It began to sing once more, but this time the melody was different. It told a story, a tale of longing and dreams. Through its song, Elara understood the nightingale's wish. The bird longed to see the world beyond the whispering woods, to fly over mountains and valleys, to experience the wonders that lay beyond the trees. But it was bound to the grove, unable to leave the place it called home. Elara's heart ached for the nightingale. She wanted to help, but didn't know how. She pondered the nightingale's plight as she sat by the pond, the cool breeze playing with her hair. Just then, a gentle rustling in the leaves caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a wise old turtle named Aegis. His shell was marked with patterns that resembled ancient runes, and his eyes were deep pools of wisdom. "Greetings, young Elara," Aegis rumbled in a voice as ancient as the forest itself. "I see you have met the nightingale. Its song is both a gift and a burden, is it not?" Elara nodded, her eyes wide with wonder and hope. "Yes, Aegis. I wish to help it find its freedom, to see the world it dreams of, but I do not know how." Aegis chuckled softly, the sound like the gentle rumble of distant thunder. "The answer lies in friendship and understanding, dear child. The nightingale cannot leave the grove alone, but perhaps, with a friend by its side, it can find the courage to spread its wings." Elara pondered the turtle's words, her mind racing with possibilities. She knew that the bond of friendship could overcome many obstacles, and perhaps it was the key to the nightingale's freedom. With determination in her heart, Elara turned to the nightingale. "I will be your friend," she declared, her voice steady and reassuring. "Together, we will find a way for you to see the world beyond these woods." The nightingale chirped in agreement, its eyes shining with newfound hope. With Elara by its side, the nightingale felt a surge of courage and trust. Over the next few days, Elara and the nightingale spent their time together, exploring the forest and sharing stories. Elara taught the nightingale about the world beyond the trees, describing the towering mountains, vast oceans, and bustling cities she had read about in her books. In turn, the nightingale shared its knowledge of the forest, introducing Elara to hidden glens and secret pathways she had never discovered. Their bond grew stronger with each passing day, and the nightingale's song became more joyful, filled with the promise of adventure and discovery. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted in hues of pink and gold, Elara had an idea. She remembered a tale her grandmother had once told her about the moonlit bridge, a magical pathway that appeared only under the light of the full moon. It was said to connect the whispering woods to the world beyond, allowing those who dared to cross it to explore distant lands. With renewed hope, Elara shared her plan with the nightingale and Aegis, who listened intently. The turtle nodded sagely, his eyes twinkling with approval. "The moonlit bridge appears only to those who seek it with a pure heart and a desire for growth," he explained. "If you are meant to find it, you will." Together, they waited patiently for the next full moon, each day filled with anticipation and excitement. Elara and the nightingale practiced flying together, honing their skills and building their confidence. The forest was abuzz with whispers of their impending journey, and the creatures of the woods offered their support and encouragement. Finally, the night of the full moon arrived. The forest was bathed in silvery light, casting an otherworldly glow over the trees. Elara and the nightingale stood at the edge of the grove, their hearts pounding with excitement and trepidation. Aegis joined them, his presence a comforting reminder of the wisdom and strength that came from friendship. "Remember, the journey is as important as the destination," he advised gently. "Trust in yourselves and in each other." With those words, Elara and the nightingale took a deep breath and stepped forward, their eyes scanning the forest for any sign of the moonlit bridge. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the moonlight seemed to guide their path, illuminating a trail that had never been there before. The trees parted like curtains, revealing a shimmering bridge made of moonbeams, arching gracefully over a misty ravine. Elara gasped in awe, her eyes wide with wonder. The nightingale chirped excitedly, its feathers ruffling with anticipation. Together, they stepped onto the moonlit bridge, the nightingale perched on Elara's shoulder. With each step, the bridge beneath their feet felt solid and reassuring, yet ethereal, as if woven from dreams and starlight. As they crossed the bridge, the world around them began to change. The trees grew sparser, giving way to rolling hills and open fields. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of distant seas and wildflowers. When they reached the other side, Elara and the nightingale found themselves in a landscape unlike any they had ever seen. The hills stretched out before them, dotted with wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. In the distance, the peaks of majestic mountains rose against the sky, their tops kissed by snow. Elara's heart soared with excitement, and the nightingale sang a song of pure joy, its melody echoing across the open fields. With newfound freedom and a world of possibilities before them, Elara and the nightingale set off on their journey. They promised to return to the Whispering Woods, to share their adventures and the lessons they had learned. But for now, the world was theirs to explore, and their hearts were filled with the magic of friendship and discovery. And so, under the watchful gaze of the full moon, Elara and the nightingale embarked on a journey that would change their lives forever. A journey that celebrated the beauty of the unknown, the strength of friendship, and the power of dreams. And as they disappeared into the horizon, the Whispering Woods whispered their blessings, knowing that they would always be a part of Elara's heart, no matter how far she traveled. In the gentle embrace of the night, the forest sighed contentedly, its secrets safe and its wonders endless, waiting for the next curious soul to uncover its magic. With the moon's light guiding their way, Elara and the nightingale ventured forth, their hearts alight with the promise of new beginnings and the enduring power of friendship. And so, the story of the Whispering Woods and the melody of the nightingale was whispered through the ages, a tale of wonder and warmth, forever cherished by those who dared to dream. Story 47. In a tranquil village nestled at the edge of an age-old forest, where the whispering winds rustled through the leaves like murmurs of forgotten tales, there lived a gentle mouse named Mallow. Mallow had fur as soft as the fluffiest of clouds, and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops kissed by the morning sun. His days were spent weaving intricate baskets from the reeds growing by the riverbank, his nimble paws crafting wonders that drew the admiration of all who laid eyes on them. Just beyond the village, in the heart of the dense forest where sunlight barely pierced the canopy, there dwelt a magnificent creature, a dragon named Ember. Ember was not the fearsome beast of legend, but rather a creature of gentle spirit and kind heart. Her scales shimmered with hues of twilight and dawn, and her wings, though broad and powerful, were used more often to cradle the gentle breezes than to stir up storms. Despite living so close, Mallow and Ember had never met. The villagers spoke of the dragon with both awe and wariness, weaving tales that painted Ember as a mysterious guardian of the woods. Mallow, curious by nature, often found himself gazing toward the forest, imagining the life of the elusive dragon. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned the color of warm embers, a great celebration was planned in the village. It was the Harvest Festival, a time when the bounties of summer were honored and stored for the chill of winter. Mallow had created his finest baskets yet, each adorned with delicate patterns inspired by the forest he adored. As the festival preparations hummed with excitement, a sudden blustery storm rolled in from the mountains, far fiercer than any the villagers had known. The wind howled and rain lashed, threatening to undo their hard work. In the chaos, many of Mallow's baskets were swept away by the gusts, tumbling towards the edge of the forest. Determined not to let his efforts go to waste, Mallow braved the storm, scampering towards the woods in pursuit of his precious creations. The forest, though familiar, felt foreign under the storm's wrath, each shadow a dance of uncertainty. Deep within the forest, Ember had also noticed the storm's unusual fury. She unfurled her wings and took to the skies, intending to calm the tempest with a gentle breath of warmth. As she soared, she glimpsed a tiny figure below, struggling against the winds. Mallow, clutching a basket, his eyes wide with determination. Intrigued and concerned, Ember descended gracefully, landing a short distance from the intrepid mouse. Mallow, startled by the sudden appearance of the dragon, stumbled backward, his heart thudding like a drum. But Ember's eyes, a deep, calming blue, held no menace, only kindness. "Little one," Ember spoke, her voice a soothing melody amidst the storm's roar, "what brings you into the heart of the storm?" Mallow, taking a deep breath to steady himself, replied, "My baskets, they're my offering for the festival. The storm has taken them, and I must bring them back." Ember nodded, understanding the significance of the festival to the villagers. "Let me help you," she offered, lowering her great head to meet Mallow's gaze. Though hesitant, Mallow sensed a sincerity in Ember's words and accepted her aid. Together, they navigated the tumultuous winds, Ember's presence shielding Mallow from the worst of the storm's fury. One by one, they gathered the scattered baskets, Ember's keen eyes spotting them amidst the swirling leaves and rain. With the basket safely retrieved, Mallow looked up at Ember, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said, his voice warm despite the chill in the air. "I couldn't have done it without you." Ember smiled, a gentle curl of her lips. "We are stronger together," she replied, her words carrying a wisdom that resonated with Mallow. As they made their way back to the village, the storm began to abate, the clouds parting to reveal a sky washed clean and new. The villagers, who had watched from a distance, marveled at the sight. Mallow, their beloved basket weaver, accompanied by the mysterious dragon of the woods. What had once been a creature of myth and caution was now a part of their story, woven into the fabric of their lives. The festival, though delayed, went on under the pale light of the moon. Mallow's baskets, each telling a tale of resilience and unexpected friendship, took pride of place in the celebrations. Ember, invited by the villagers, watched from the edge of the clearing, her heart warmed by the music and laughter that filled the night. As the festival drew to a close, Mallow approached Ember, a basket in his hands, a gift, woven with the colors of the forest and the sky. "For you," he said, offering it with a smile, "a reminder of this day." Ember accepted the gift with a gentle nod, her heart swelling with a feeling she had long forgotten, the joy of connection, of being seen and understood. "Thank you, Mallow," she murmured, her voice a soft promise in the night. In the days that followed, Mallow and Ember's friendship blossomed like wildflowers after the rain. They explored the forest together, Mallow learning of the hidden wonders from Ember, while he shared tales of the village with her. Their differences, once a chasm, became a bridge, a testament to the power of understanding and kindness. As the seasons turned, the villagers grew to welcome Ember as a guardian and friend. She watched over them, her presence a comfort and a symbol of the bond that had formed between them all. Mallow, too, found a new depth to his craft, inspired by the stories and wisdom he gleaned from his time with Ember. And so, in the village at the forest's edge, a tale of unlikely companionship became legend. A dragon and a mouse, bound not by similarity, but by the strength of their hearts and the warmth of their friendship. Through their journey, they taught the villagers and each other the true meaning of friendship, an understanding that transcends differences, a bond forged in kindness and trust. As the years passed, the story of Mallow and Ember was told by the fireside, a comforting reminder of the power of friendship in all its forms. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the world was at peace, Ember and Mallow would sit together under the stars, sharing stories and dreams, their friendship a light that never dimmed. Story 48. In the heart of a tranquil forest, where the whispering leaves and babbling brooks sang the world to sleep, there lay a small village named Eldergrove. The village was nestled among ancient trees, their boughs heavy with the wisdom of ages. Eldergrove was a place where magic lingered in the air like a sweet, elusive fragrance, and where every sunrise painted the sky in hues of gold and lavender. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Elara. With chestnut hair and eyes the color of mist-laden mornings, Elara was known for her gentle disposition and her love for the woodland creatures. However, despite the warmth she found in her beloved forest, Elara often felt a restlessness within her, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart was a bird in a cage, longing to soar into the vast unknown. Elara's unease grew as the seasons shifted from the vibrant hues of autumn to the stark, quiet beauty of winter. The villagers, bundled in woolen cloaks, often gathered by the communal hearth, where stories of old were shared and laughter danced in the firelight. But Elara felt a growing disconnect, as if a veil separated her from the joy and warmth that surrounded her. One frosty evening, as the stars blinked awake in the twilight sky, Elara wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was crisp and smelled of pine, each breath a plume of mist in the cold night. She followed a path illuminated by the moon's silvery glow, her feet crunching softly on the snow-blanketed earth. As she ventured further, Elara stumbled upon a grove she had never seen before. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its gnarled trunk and bare branches reaching skyward, silhouetted against the luminescent night. The tree seemed ancient, a silent sentinel holding stories of time immemorial. Drawn to it, Elara approached, her heart beating with a mix of fear and wonder. As she touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her fingers, seeping into her very soul. Suddenly, a soft, luminous light enveloped the grove, and before Elara stood a figure cloaked in robes of shimmering silver and green. Her eyes were like pools of liquid amber, and her hair cascaded around her like a waterfall of starlight. "Do not be afraid, dear one," the figure spoke, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Sylphina, the spirit of the forest. I have watched over Eldergrove for centuries." Elara's voice trembled slightly. "Why have I been led here?" Sylphina smiled, a serene and knowing smile. "You carry within you the seed of change, Elara. The forest has sensed your struggle, and I am here to guide you. Transformation is a part of life's cycle, much like the seasons. It can be daunting, but it is also beautiful." "But I don't know who I'm supposed to become," Elara confessed, her words a whisper carried away by the wind. Sylphina gestured to the tree. "This tree, like you, has witnessed many changes. Through storms and sunshine, it remains resilient, growing ever stronger. Your journey will be much like this tree's. Trust the process, and in time, you will discover your true self." With a gentle nod, Sylphina touched Elara's forehead, and a soft warmth spread through her, as comforting as a mother's embrace. "Remember, you are never alone. The forest is with you." As Sylphina's form faded into the night, Elara felt a newfound sense of peace settle within her. She made her way back to the village, the path now familiar and welcoming. The forest, once a place of solitude, now felt like a companion, whispering secrets of strength and growth. In the days that followed, Elara found herself drawn to the grove, where she would sit beneath the ancient tree, listening to the rustling leaves and the stories carried on the wind. She began to notice changes within herself, small but significant shifts. Her confidence grew, as did her understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Elara. Her laughter rang clearer, her eyes sparkled with newfound zest, and her presence brought warmth to those around her. She began sharing the lessons she learned from the forest, inspiring others to embrace their own transformations. Elara's closest friend, a spirited young boy named Finn, was particularly inspired. Finn had always been a dreamer, his imagination as vast as the sky. Encouraged by Elara's journey, he began to pursue his passion for painting, capturing the forest's beauty in vibrant strokes of color. His art became a testament to the magic of change and the power of friendship. As winter melted into spring, Eldergrove blossomed with life. The villagers celebrated the season with a festival of light, where lanterns were released into the night, each one carrying a wish for the future. Elara watched as the lanterns rose, her heart swelling with gratitude and hope. In the midst of the celebration, Sylphina appeared once more, her presence a gentle whisper on the wind. "You have embraced the changes, Elara, and in doing so, you have inspired others. The forest is grateful, as am I." Elara bowed her head, her heart full of warmth and peace. "Thank you, Sylphina, for guiding me." With a final radiant smile, Sylphina faded into the night, leaving behind a lingering sense of magic in the air. From that day forth, Elara continued to grow, her transformation a beautiful testament to the power of change. She learned that life, much like the forest, was a tapestry of endless possibilities, each thread interwoven with love, wisdom, and friendship. And so, in the heart of the tranquil forest where magic lingered and dreams took flight, Elara found her wings, soaring into the vast unknown, forever guided by the gentle spirit of the forest. Story 49. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there stood a library unlike any other. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing each visitor to wander endlessly amidst towering shelves filled with stories from worlds unseen. The library was said to be enchanted, its books whispering tales to those who listened closely enough. It was here, on an autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp air, that two unlikely companions would meet. The first was a mouse named Maurice, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes that twinkled with curiosity. Maurice lived in a snug burrow beneath the floorboards of the library, where he spent his days nibbling on crumbs and listening to the humans read aloud. His heart swelled with a longing for adventure, though he had never ventured beyond the safety of the library walls. The second was a young dragon named Ember, who hailed from the fiery lands beyond the mountains. Ember had scales that shimmered in hues of orange and red, reflecting the glow of the setting sun. She had traveled far, seeking a place where she could learn about the world of humans, for her curiosity was as boundless as the skies she flew across. On this particular evening, Ember had landed gently on the library's roof, peering down through a skylight to catch glimpses of the treasures within. She was captivated by the colorful spines of the books and the soft murmurs of their stories. Her descent, however, had not gone unnoticed. Maurice, ever vigilant, heard the faint rustle of wings and peeked out from his burrow. Their first encounter was not one of immediate friendship. Maurice, seeing the shadow of a dragon, trembled with fear, his tiny heart racing. He had heard tales of the mighty dragons, creatures of legend who breathed fire and brimstone. But Ember, sensing the presence of another being, lowered her head and spoke gently, her voice a warm breeze in the cool air. "Do not be afraid, little one," she said, her eyes soft and kind. "I mean no harm. I have come only to learn and listen." Maurice, though still wary, was intrigued by the gentle nature of this creature. "You are a dragon," he squeaked, his voice barely audible. "Why do you wish to read human stories?" Ember chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of distant bells. "Though we come from different worlds, stories are the threads that weave us together. They teach us about hopes, dreams, and the hearts of others." Maurice, still cautious but curious, nodded slowly. He had never spoken to a dragon before, let alone shared a moment of understanding. "Perhaps," he ventured, "I could help you navigate the library. It can be a maze, even for those of us who live here." And so it began. A mouse and a dragon, two creatures from different worlds, embarked on a journey through the library's vast collection. Maurice, with his keen sense of direction, guided Ember through narrow aisles and hidden nooks. In return, Ember shared stories of her homeland, painting vivid pictures of fiery sunsets and sparkling rivers. As they explored, misunderstandings arose. Maurice, accustomed to solitude, sometimes grew overwhelmed by Ember's exuberance. Ember, in turn, struggled to understand Maurice's cautious nature. There was a night when a particularly loud crash startled Maurice, sending him scurrying away in fright. Ember, having accidentally knocked over a stack of books with her tail, felt a pang of guilt. "I am sorry, Maurice," she said, her voice a gentle whisper. "I did not mean to frighten you." Maurice peered out from behind a thick tome, his whiskers twitching. "It's all right," he replied, his tiny voice softening. "I am just not used to so much energy." They laughed then, a sound that echoed warmly through the library. It was a moment of mutual understanding, a recognition of their differences, and a step toward embracing them. As the days turned into weeks, the pair faced shared challenges that drew them closer. One evening, a fierce storm swept through the village, the wind howling like a wild beast. The library shuddered under its force, and a window pane shattered, sending a gust of cold air inside. Maurice and Ember, united by their growing friendship, worked together to protect their beloved books. Maurice scurried to gather twine and cloth, while Ember used her wings to shield the shelves from the rain. Together they patched the window, their teamwork a testament to the bond they had forged. In the quiet moments that followed, as the storm settled and the library returned to its peaceful state, Maurice and Ember found themselves beside the fireplace, its flames crackling warmly. They spoke of the lessons they had learned, of patience, understanding, and the beauty of companionship. "Maurice," Ember said softly, her eyes reflecting the flickering light, "I have traveled far and wide, but I have never felt more at home than I do here with you." Maurice smiled, a warmth spreading through his tiny chest. "And I, Ember, have discovered that the world is much larger and more wondrous than I ever imagined." Together they watched the flames dance, their friendship a comforting presence in the cozy library. They knew that despite their differences, they had found something truly special, a connection that transcended their worlds and backgrounds, born from the simple act of listening and understanding. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled in the sky, Maurice and Ember drifted into a peaceful slumber, side by side. The library, with its endless stories and gentle whispers, cradled them in a cocoon of warmth and safety. And so, in a quaint village where dragons and mice crossed paths, the true meaning of friendship was discovered, not in grand gestures or heroic deeds, but in the quiet moments of shared understanding and mutual support. And as the seasons changed and time moved forward, the tale of Maurice and Ember became one of the many stories whispered within the enchanted library, inspiring others to look beyond appearances and embrace the beauty of unlikely companionships. Story 50. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a place where the sky met the earth in the most magical of ways. The village was called Eldergrove, and its heart pulsed with the gentle rhythms of nature, where every dawn was greeted by the melody of birdsong, and each dusk was serenaded by the rustling leaves. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, their homes built from stones gathered from the riverbeds and timber from the ancient trees that watched over them like silent sentinels. In this village, there lived a young girl named Elara. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Elara had an insatiable wonder for the world around her, spending her days exploring the fields and forests, collecting treasures of fallen acorns and feathers, and listening to the stories the wind would tell as it caressed the treetops. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist lingered like a soft silver blanket over the village, Elara set out on one of her adventures. She wrapped herself in her favorite woolen cloak, its deep green fabric adorned with delicate embroidery of wildflowers, and headed towards the forest. Today, she felt a particular pull towards a part of the woods she had never ventured into before, a place known to the villagers as the Whispering Thicket. The Whispering Thicket was a place of intrigue and tales, said to be home to creatures of old magic and ancient trees that could speak if you listened closely enough. Elara's heart fluttered with excitement and a tinge of apprehension as she approached the edge of the thicket. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, rich and invigorating. As Elara stepped into the thicket, the light shifted, filtering through the canopy in streams of golden warmth, dappling the forest floor with patches of sunlight. The air seemed to hum with an energy she had never felt before, as if the very trees were aware of her presence. She wandered deeper, her boots crunching softly over fallen leaves, until she came upon a small clearing where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar tree, unlike any Elara had seen before. Its bark was a silvery white, and its branches twisted elegantly towards the sky, adorned with leaves that shimmered like the wings of a dragonfly. At the base of the tree sat a figure, small and nestled in the roots, a creature of the forest, with eyes as bright as emeralds and fur the color of midnight. Elara approached cautiously, her steps gentle on the soft earth. The creature watched her with a calm curiosity, and as she drew nearer, it spoke in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Greetings, young one," it said, its voice carrying the wisdom of ages. "I am Zephyr, guardian of the Whispering Thicket. What brings you to this sacred place?" Elara, her heart beating with a mix of awe and excitement, replied, "I am Elara from the village of Eldergrove. I've come to explore and learn the secrets of the forest. I've always felt there is more to the world than meets the eye." Zephyr nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Indeed, there is much to discover in the world, and many mysteries to unravel. But one must tread with respect and kindness, for the forest is alive with stories and magic." As they spoke, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the faintest sound of laughter, like the echo of a memory. Elara felt a connection, as though the forest was welcoming her, inviting her to become a part of its ancient tales. Zephyr stood, his movements graceful and fluid, and beckoned for Elara to follow. "Come, let me show you the wonders of the Whispering Thicket." Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the light danced and shadows played. Zephyr led Elara to a grove where mushrooms glowed with a soft luminescence, like tiny lanterns lighting their path. They passed streams that sang with the voices of water sprites, their melodies woven into the fabric of the forest. As they walked, Zephyr shared stories of the forest, of the wise old owl who knew the secrets of the stars, of the playful fox whose laughter could be heard in the wind, and of the ancient stones that remembered the footsteps of those who had come before. Elara listened, captivated by the tales and the beauty of the world unfolding around her. She felt a sense of belonging, as though she had found a part of herself she never knew was missing. At last, they arrived at a hidden glade, where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arching overhead like a protective embrace. In the center of the glade was a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. "This is the heart of the forest," Zephyr said, his voice filled with reverence. "It is here that the magic of the whispering thicket is strongest. The pool holds the dreams of the forest, and those who gaze into its depths may glimpse their own path." Elara knelt beside the pool, her reflection shimmering on its surface. As she looked into the water, she saw visions of her own journey, of the friendships she would form, the challenges she would face, and the wisdom she would gain. She saw herself growing, not just in years, but in understanding and compassion. Tears of gratitude filled her eyes as she realized the depth of the gift she had been given. She turned to Zephyr, her heart full of warmth and appreciation. "Thank you, Zephyr," she said softly. "Thank you for showing me the magic of the forest and for helping me see the magic within myself." Zephyr bowed his head, his expression gentle and wise. "Remember, Elara, the world is filled with wonders, and you are a part of that wonder. Carry the lessons of the forest with you and share them with those you meet. In kindness and friendship you will always find your way." With a final farewell, Zephyr guided Elara back to the edge of the whispering thicket. As she stepped into the open fields once more, she felt a sense of peace and purpose, knowing that the forest would always be a part of her heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Elara made her way home, her spirit alight with the promise of new adventures and the quiet magic of the natural world. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and with each step she carried the whispers of the forest, a gentle reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay both within and beyond. And so, as the village of Eldergrove settled into the embrace of night, Elara drifted into dreams filled with the wonders of the whispering thicket, her heart at peace and her spirit soaring on the wings of the stories she had discovered. Story 51. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of a lush, whispering forest, stood a small, sun-dappled cottage covered in ivy. Its stone chimney puffed gentle tendrils of smoke, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the crisp, earthy aroma of fallen leaves. This was the home of young Elara, a kind-hearted girl with eyes as bright as a summer sky and hair the color of golden wheat. Elara lived with her grandmother, Nana Hazel, a wise old woman known throughout the village for her soothing teas and tales of magic and mystery. Nana Hazel often spoke of the hidden wonders of the world, of enchanted rivers that sang songs of old and trees that whispered secrets to those who listened. Although Elara loved these stories, she never expected to find herself living one. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Nana Hazel called Elara into the warm kitchen. The scent of cinnamon and apples lingered in the air, and the gentle crackle of the fire added a cozy rhythm to the room. "Elara, dear," Nana Hazel began, her voice soft and wise, "I have something special to show you." From a wooden shelf lined with jars of herbs and spices, Nana Hazel retrieved a quaint brass teapot. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns of vines and flowers, and it seemed to hum softly, as if alive with secrets. "This is no ordinary teapot," Nana Hazel explained, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous glimmer. "It's a whispering teapot, a gift from the forest spirits long ago." Elara's curiosity sparked like the first stars of evening. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice as light as the autumn breeze. With a knowing smile, Nana Hazel poured hot water into the teapot and set it on the table. "When you pour a cup of tea from this pot," she said, "it whispers the stories of those who have come before, revealing the wisdom and wonders of their journeys." As the steam curled upwards from the spout, Elara poured a cup of tea and watched, wide-eyed, as the mist formed into delicate shapes, telling the tale of a young adventurer who had once lived in Willowbrook. The story unfolded like a dance, with images of forest paths, shimmering lakes, and mountains kissed by the sun. Moved by the tale, Elara felt a stirring in her heart, a longing to discover the secrets of the world beyond the village, to walk paths untrodden and hear the stories of those who came before her. As if sensing her thoughts, Nana Hazel placed a gentle hand on Elara's shoulder. "The world is filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, my dear. Perhaps it's time for you to embark on a journey of your own." With a heart full of anticipation, Elara packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and the whispering teapot. Nana Hazel gifted her a warm cloak and a map, hand-drawn with the care and precision of someone who had walked those paths many times before. As Elara stepped out into the crisp morning air, the village seemed to wish her well. The leaves rustled a gentle farewell, and the birds sang a song of encouragement. Her journey had begun, and with each step, the world unfolded its mysteries before her. The first leg of Elara's journey led her through the forest of echoes, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, and the air was alive with the chatter of hidden creatures. Along the winding path, she encountered a curious squirrel with a bushy tail and eyes like gleaming chestnuts. He introduced himself as Nutkin, the forest's most renowned gatherer of acorns. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Nutkin chittered, his voice a lively trill. "I'm off to discover the secrets of the world," Elara replied, her determination as firm as the roots of an ancient oak. Nutkin twitched his nose thoughtfully. "Ah, the world holds many secrets indeed. Perhaps I can accompany you, for I know these woods well." Grateful for the company, Elara agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the forest. With Nutkin's help, they navigated the twisting paths, avoiding hidden pitfalls and discovering hidden glades where sunlight danced upon the dew-kissed grass. As they traveled, Nutkin shared stories of the forest, of the wise old owl who knew the stars by name, and the gentle deer who could hear the whispers of the wind. Elara listened intently, her heart swelling with the beauty and wonder of each tale. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, they reached the edge of the forest. Before them lay a vast meadow, its tall grasses swaying like waves in a sea of gold. In the distance, a lone figure stood, silhouetted against the fading light. As they approached, Elara saw that it was an old man with a flowing beard as white as snow and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. He introduced himself as Eldrin, the keeper of stories. "I have been waiting for you, Elara," Eldrin said, his voice as gentle as a lullaby. "The whispering teapot has brought you here for a reason." Elara listened intently as Eldrin explained that the teapot held the stories of those who had ventured into the unknown, seeking truth and wisdom. But there was one story yet untold, a story that was hers to discover and share. With a heart full of purpose, Elara knew she had to continue her journey. Eldrin gifted her a small, ornate key and told her it would open the door to a hidden library where the stories of the world were kept safe. But to find it, she must first solve a riddle, a challenge that required not strength, but wisdom and understanding. With Nutkin by her side, Elara set off across the meadow, the key clutched tightly in her hand. The journey was long, filled with trials and tests that challenged her patience and resolve. But with each step, she learned more about herself and the world around her. One day, as they rested by a bubbling brook, Elara pondered the riddle Eldrin had given her. To find the library hidden from sight, seek the door where shadows blend with light. In the place where silence sings, unlock the secrets that wisdom brings. As Elara gazed at the water, watching the play of light and shadow, she realized the answer was not in a place, but in a moment when both light and shadow existed in harmony. It was a lesson of balance, of understanding that the world held both light and dark, and wisdom lay in embracing them both. With renewed determination, Elara and Nutkin continued their journey, finally reaching a secluded glade where the sun kissed the earth in a perfect blend of light and shadow. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient tree, stood a small door, hidden from sight but not from the heart. Using the key Eldrin had given her, Elara unlocked the door and stepped into a world of stories, a vast library filled with books and scrolls, each containing the tales of those who had come before. As she explored the library, the whispering teapot came alive, sharing the stories of courage, love, and wisdom that had shaped the world. In that moment, Elara understood the true magic of the teapot. It was not just a vessel for tea, but a keeper of stories, a bridge between the past and the present. With each story she heard, she felt more connected to the world and its wonders, realizing that her journey was just one chapter in the great book of life. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow through the library, Elara knew it was time to return home. With Nutkin perched on her shoulder, she made her way back to Willowbrook, her heart full of the wisdom and stories she had discovered. When she arrived, Nana Hazel was waiting for her by the garden gate, her eyes shining with pride and love. "Welcome home, my dear," she said, embracing Elara with a warmth that spoke of endless stories yet to be told. And so, in the gentle glow of the evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Elara shared her journey with Nana Hazel, weaving her own tale into the tapestry of stories held by the whispering teapot. Together, they sipped tea by the crackling fire, surrounded by the cozy embrace of home, knowing that the world was filled with endless wonders waiting to be discovered. In the heart of Willowbrook, where stories flowed like the gentle stream and dreams danced like leaves in the breeze, Elara found her place, a storyteller, a seeker of wonders, and a keeper of the world's secrets, forever guided by the whispering winds of adventure. Story 52. In the heart of a lush, ancient forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, there lay a hidden glen known only to the creatures who called it home. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with golden patches of warmth, while a gentle brook sang a soothing melody as it wove its way between moss-covered stones. This was a place where magic felt as natural as the rustling leaves, a sanctuary for those in need of solace and companionship. In this glen lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had seen many seasons come and go, her shell a mosaic of stories etched by time. She moved slowly with a grace that belied her age, her eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. Thistle was known for her kindness and her ability to listen, which made her a beloved figure among the woodland creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the air carried the scent of pine and the promise of change, Thistle shuffled toward the brook to sip from its clear waters. As she approached, she noticed something unusual, a small, shimmering figure perched on a rock by the water's edge. It was a creature unlike any she had seen before, with delicate wings that caught the light like prisms, scattering rainbows across the water's surface. The creature was a sprite named Lyra, a being of the air and light, who hailed from a faraway glen where the winds sang and the skies danced with color. Lyra was lost, having been swept away by a mischievous gust during her explorations. Her wings, though beautiful, were weary from wear and her heart heavy with homesickness. Thistle, with her gentle nature, approached Lyra slowly, her eyes filled with understanding. "Hello there," she said in her soft, gravelly voice. "You seem a long way from home. How might I assist you?" Startled by the unexpected company, Lyra fluttered her wings nervously. "I am Lyra," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant chimes. "I have wandered too far from my realm and find myself lost in this unfamiliar place." Thistle nodded, her heart going out to the sprite. "Fear not, dear Lyra. The forest is a friend to all who seek its shelter. Perhaps I can help you find your way." Despite Thistle's kind offer, Lyra hesitated. She had been taught to be wary of creatures of the earth, having heard tales of their ponderous ways and their inability to understand the swift and free spirits of the sky. But looking into Thistle's wise eyes, Lyra saw no danger, only warmth and sincerity. Thus began an unlikely companionship, born of necessity but nurtured by genuine care. Thistle, with her vast knowledge of the forest, guided Lyra through the underbrush, teaching her the ways of the earthbound creatures. Lyra, in turn, shared her stories of the sky, painting pictures with her words of places beyond Thistle's dreams. As the days turned to weeks, the two companions faced many challenges together. The forest, though beautiful, was full of trials for one not accustomed to its ways. There were tangled thickets and sudden storms, each a test of their growing bond. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Thistle and Lyra found themselves caught in one such storm. The wind howled through the trees, and rain fell like a curtain, drenching the forest in a silvery veil. Lyra, fragile and light, struggled against the force of the gale, her wings battered by the relentless wind. Seeing her friend's distress, Thistle acted without hesitation. "Come, shelter beneath my shell," she urged, lowering herself to the ground, offering Lyra a refuge from the storm. Grateful and humbled by this gesture, Lyra nestled beneath Thistle's protective shell. As the storm raged around them, they huddled close, finding comfort in each other's presence. In that moment, Lyra realized that true strength lay not in the freedom of the skies, but in the steadfastness of friendship. When the storm finally passed, leaving the forest washed and renewed, Lyra emerged to find a world glistening with dew, each leaf and blade of grass sparkling like jewels in the morning sun. She turned to Thistle, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, dear Thistle," she whispered. "You have shown me the depth of kindness and the beauty of a bond that transcends our differences." Thistle smiled, her eyes crinkling with delight. "And you, sweet Lyra, have taught me to see the world through new eyes. Your stories have brought color to my life, and your spirit has reminded me of the power of dreams." As the seasons changed, so did their friendship, blossoming into something both profound and enduring. The forest, once vast and solitary, now felt like a shared home, filled with memories and laughter. Together, Thistle and Lyra discovered that the true meaning of friendship lay not in similarity, but in the willingness to embrace and celebrate each other's uniqueness. And so, beneath the canopy of the ancient trees, their tale continued, woven into the very fabric of the forest, a testament to the power of understanding, compassion, and the bonds that bind us all. As the brook sang its eternal song and the leaves danced in the breeze, the glen remained a sanctuary, a place where unlikely companions could find their way to each other, and where friendship could blossom in the most unexpected of places. Story 53. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was an old stone cottage with ivy climbing its weathered walls. Inside lived a young girl named Lila, whose eyes shimmered with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila was known for her love of stories, always seeking the extraordinary in the everyday. One crisp autumn morning, while wandering the edge of the village, Lila stumbled upon something peculiar. Hidden beneath a carpet of vibrant fallen leaves lay a small, unassuming key. Its surface was ornate with delicate carvings of stars and moons, glinting softly in the gentle sunlight. Lila's heart skipped a beat. She knew at once this was no ordinary key. Clutching the key tightly, she hurried home to her grandmother, the village's beloved storyteller. Her grandmother, with her silver hair and twinkling eyes, sat by the fireplace, knitting a blanket from threads of wool as soft as a cloud. "Grandmother," Lila called, her voice a melody of excitement, "look what I've found." Her grandmother peered at the key with a knowing smile, as if recognizing an old friend. "Ah, the key of whimsy," she murmured, her voice as soothing as the crackle of the fire. "It's been many years since it last appeared." "The key of whimsy?" Lila echoed, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed," her grandmother replied, setting aside her knitting. "This key holds a secret, a doorway to a world where imagination reigns, but it can only be opened by a heart pure and true, one that seeks not for gain, but for the joy of discovery." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Where is this door, grandmother?" "Ah!" her grandmother chuckled softly. "That is for you to discover, dear one. The key will guide you when the time is right." With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Lila set out on her journey, her heart a flutter of anticipation. She wandered through the village, past the old mill where the sound of grinding stones was a lullaby of industry, and across the stone bridge where the river sang its endless song. As she walked, Lila encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched on a gnarled oak tree. Its feathers were the color of moonlight, and its eyes, deep wells of wisdom. "To find the door," the owl hooted softly, "one must listen to the whispers of the world. Not all paths are visible to the eye." Lila nodded, understanding that her journey required more than just her sight. She thanked the owl and continued on her way, listening intently to the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. Her path led her to the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. There, sitting on a moss-covered stone, was a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "To find what you seek," the fox said with a sly grin, "you must be willing to see the world from a different perspective. Sometimes, the smallest creatures hold the greatest secrets." With that, the fox vanished into the underbrush, leaving Lila pondering its cryptic words. She continued deeper into the woods, her footsteps soft on the carpet of fallen leaves. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Lila came across a tiny mouse struggling to free itself from a tangled vine. Remembering the fox's words, she knelt down and gently untangled the mouse, who squeaked in gratitude. "Thank you, kind Lila," the mouse said in a tiny voice. "In return for your kindness, I shall show you the way." The mouse scampered ahead, leading Lila through the forest until they reached a clearing bathed in the silvery light of the rising moon. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with a keyhole carved into its bark, perfectly matching the key of whimsy. Lila's heart soared with the thrill of discovery. She inserted the key, and with a soft click, a door appeared, shimmering with possibilities. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through, her senses enveloped by a world unlike any she had ever known. This realm was alive with color and sound, where the sky danced with hues of emerald and sapphire, and the air was filled with the melodious chatter of fantastical creatures. Flowers bloomed in impossible patterns, and the ground beneath her feet was soft as a dream. As Lila explored this wondrous place, she realized the true magic of the Key of Whimsy. It was not the world itself, but the journey of discovering it, the friends she made, the lessons she learned, and the kindness she shared. In this place where imagination knew no bounds, Lila's heart found its rhythm, beating in harmony with the world around her. She understood now that the greatest adventures lay not in the destination, but in the courage to embark upon the journey and the wisdom to embrace each moment along the way. When Lila finally returned to Eldergrove, she carried the magic of her journey within her, a light that shone bright and warm. The villagers gathered to hear her tales, their hearts touched by the wonder she shared, knowing that the world held more secrets than they had ever dreamed. And so, in the glow of the crackling fireplace, Lila's grandmother smiled, her heart full of pride, for she knew that Lila's story was just beginning, a tale of discovery and wonder that would inspire generations to come. Story 54. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and their leaves danced with the merest hint of a breeze, lay the quaint little village of Moonshadow Hollow. The village was nestled in a valley where time seemed to move at its own gentle pace, and the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming heather and honeydew. Each home was built with love, adorned with colorful flowers and winding vines that shimmered under the moonlight, giving the village its name. The villagers were a merry folk, always ready with a smile or a kind word. They lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that roamed the woods, creatures like the soft-winged luna moths that lit up the night and the wise old owlins, known for their sage advice and luminous feathers. But among all creatures, none were as cherished as the gentle moonstone foxes, whose silvery fur glowed like moonbeams and whose presence always heralded good fortune. In this serene setting, a strange occurrence began to unsettle the villagers. Each morning, they found curious patterns etched into the soft earth of their gardens, spirals, loops, and stars that seemed to appear overnight. The patterns were intricate and beautiful, but their origin was unknown. Some villagers thought it was the work of mischievous sprites, while others suspected a new form of magic at play. The mystery deepened when the patterns began to appear not just in gardens, but also on the cobblestone paths and even on the walls of the village's gathering hall. The villagers were perplexed and slightly worried, though no harm had come to anyone. They decided to seek the wisdom of Elara, the gentle healer and herbalist who lived at the edge of the woods, known for her deep understanding of both nature and magic. Elandra's cottage was a haven of tranquility, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with every imaginable herb and flower. As the villagers approached, they were greeted by the soft hum of bees and the sweet melody of birdsong. Alondra welcomed them with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "I see you have come with a puzzle," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Let us see what we can unravel together." The villagers shared their concerns, describing the mysterious patterns and their growing frequency. Alondra listened intently, nodding occasionally as she brewed a pot of fragrant chamomile tea. When they finished, she spoke thoughtfully. "Patterns are the language of the world, often messages from those who cannot speak as we do," Alondra mused. "Perhaps these markings are not meant to frighten, but to convey something important." Intrigued, Alondra proposed they keep watch that night to see who or what might be creating these designs. The villagers agreed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, they gathered quietly in the village square, wrapped in warm cloaks and sipping on Alondra's soothing tea. As the night deepened, the village was bathed in the soft glow of the moon. The air was still, and the only sounds were the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owlin. Just when they thought they might see nothing at all, a soft, shimmering light began to weave its way through the trees. It was a moonstone fox, its fur glowing like liquid silver under the moonlight. The villagers watched in awe as the fox moved gracefully, its paws barely touching the ground. It paused at the edge of the village, its eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 stars. To their astonishment, the fox began to trace patterns with its paws, the same intricate designs they had found throughout the village. As it worked, the air seemed to hum with a gentle energy, and the villagers felt a sense of peace wash over them. Alondra stepped forward, her voice gentle and filled with wonder. "Dear Moonstone, what is it you wish to share with us?" The fox paused, its eyes meeting Alondra's. In that silent exchange, she understood. The patterns were not a warning, but a gift, a map of sorts, leading to a place deep within the whispering woods where a rare and magical plant, the star blossom, was blooming. The star blossom's nectar was known to heal ailments of the heart and mind, a treasure that would benefit the entire village. With the mystery solved, the villagers were filled with gratitude and admiration for the Moonstone Fox. They followed the patterns into the woods the next morning, guided by Alondra and the memory of those luminous eyes. There, in a hidden glade bathed in sunlight, they found the star blossom, its petals shimmering in the colors of dawn. Harvesting the nectar with care, they returned to the village, their spirits lifted and their hearts light. The patterns ceased, as if the fox knew its message had been received. From that day on, the villagers of Moonshadow Hollow held a special celebration each year to honor the Moonstone Fox and the gifts of the Whispering Woods. They learned to see the signs of nature, not as mysteries to be feared, but as messages of friendship and wisdom. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the gentle glow of the stars, the villagers thrived, forever grateful for the magic that was always present, guiding them with a silent, gentle touch. Story 55. In a realm where the sun's rays danced gently upon the emerald canopy of an ancient forest, there existed a world unseen by most. This forest, known to its inhabitants as Sylvan Song, was a place where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from times long past, and the rustle of leaves sang lullabies to the creatures who dwelt there. Sylvan Song was not just a forest, it was a sanctuary of harmony, where every creature, from the tiniest ant to the wisest owl, played an integral part in the symphony of life. As the golden hues of a fading summer began to give way to the rich, burnt oranges of autumn, a gentle young hare named Elara bounded through the underbrush. Her fur was soft and speckled with the colors of the earth, allowing her to blend seamlessly into the forest floor. Elara was known across Sylvan Song for her curious nature and her ability to listen deeply to the tales spun by the elders. The heart of Sylvan Song was a magnificent oak, older than memory itself, whose branches stretched towards the sky like the arms of an ancient guardian. Beneath its sprawling limbs, the creatures of the forest often gathered to share stories and to seek counsel from Elder Taluin, a venerable tortoise whose shell bore the patterns of the forest, the winding rivers, the towering trees, and the gentle hills in intricate relief. It was said that Taluin could sense the rhythms of the earth and understand the language of the weather. His wisdom was sought not just for guidance, but for the comfort it brought to those who listened. On this particular day, the air was crisp with the promise of change, and Lyra felt a pull towards the old oak. As she approached, she noticed the gathering of creatures already settled in a circle around Taluin. There were the cheeky squirrels with their bushy tails, the delicate deer with their soft eyes, and the wise old owls perched in the branches above, their feathers rustling like the pages of an ancient book. "Gather close, dear ones," Taluin began, his voice as deep and soothing as the forest itself. "The time of transition is upon us, when the balance of our world shifts with the changing of the seasons. This is a time to remember the bond we share with the earth and with each other." Lyra nestled herself among the group, feeling the warmth of companionship spread through her. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for Taluin's words to weave their magic. "In the days to come," Taluin continued, "the winds will grow colder, and the leaves will fall. This is not a time to fear, but a time to prepare. Our ancestors knew the secrets of harmony, of living in concert with the cycles of nature. We must remember their wisdom." As Taluin spoke, Lyra's thoughts drifted to the stories of old, tales of creatures who once walked these woods with an understanding of the world that seemed almost magical. She could almost hear their voices in the rustle of the leaves, feel their presence in the gentle sway of the branches. Suddenly, the forest around them began to shimmer with a soft, ethereal light. It was a phenomenon known as the luminora, a rare and wondrous occurrence that happened only when the forest was in perfect harmony. The light danced through the leaves, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the ground, and filling the air with a sweet floral scent. The creatures gasped in awe, their eyes wide with wonder. Lyra felt a thrill of excitement coursing through her. The luminora was a sign that the forest was at peace, a testament to the balance they all worked so hard to maintain. "Look closely," Taluin said softly, "for in this light, the stories of our ancestors come alive. They remind us of our place in this world and the responsibility we bear to protect it." As Lyra gazed into the swirling lights, she saw visions of the past unfold before her eyes. She saw the great migration of the deer across the river, guided by the stars. She saw the ingenious way the beavers built their dams to create ponds that nourished the land. She saw the delicate dance of the fireflies, illuminating the night with their gentle glow. And then she saw something that made her heart swell with pride, a vision of herself, bounding through the forest, sharing her love for the land with others, her actions rippling outwards to touch the lives of all who called Sylvansong home. As the luminora faded, the creatures sat in silence, each reflecting on the stories they had witnessed. Lyra felt a deep sense of belonging, of being part of something greater than herself. She knew that the wisdom of the forest was not just in its stories, but in the connections forged between its inhabitants. "We are all threads in the tapestry of life," Taluin concluded, his voice filled with warmth. "Together, we create a pattern of harmony and balance. Let us carry this knowledge forward into the changing seasons and beyond." With these words, the gathering slowly dispersed, each creature returning to their part of the forest, their hearts full of resolve and gratitude. Lyra lingered for a moment, taking in the ancient oak, the whispering leaves, and the lingering glow of the luminora. She felt a renewed sense of purpose, a desire to honor the wisdom of the past while nurturing the promise of the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lyra bounded home through the twilight, the soft earth cushioned beneath her paws. The forest around her was alive with the songs of crickets and the gentle rustle of the evening breeze, a lullaby that carried her into dreams of harmony, balance, and the magic that lies within the heart of Sylvansong. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the forest settled into the embrace of night, knowing that with each new dawn, the cycle of life would continue, nurtured by the wisdom of those who walked before and those who would follow. Story 56. In the heart of a lush, verdant valley, where the air was always scented with the soft fragrance of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lay the quaint village of Eldergrove. It was a place unlike any other, where the boundaries between the magical and the mundane were as thin as morning mist. The villagers lived in harmony with the enchanted creatures of the forest, their days punctuated by the soft rustle of leaves and the melodious songs of birds. One serene afternoon, as the golden sun began its descent behind the rolling hills, a peculiar event stirred the village from its peaceful slumber. Within the thick canopy of the whispering woods, a series of strange occurrences had begun to unfold. It started with the mysterious disappearance of the fireflies that usually danced in the twilight, their soft glow guiding the wayward wanderers home. Then, a gentle brook that babbled happily by the edge of the woods began to flow backward, its waters shimmering with a silvery hue. The villagers, though accustomed to the whimsical nature of their home, found these happenings curious and slightly disconcerting. It was then that they turned to the wisest inhabitant of Eldergrove, a kindly old owl named Orlin, who resided in the ancient oak that stood in the center of the village square. With feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages, Orlin was known for his sagacity and gentle humor. That evening, as the sky deepened to a velvety indigo and stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns, a small group of villagers gathered around the base of Orlin's tree. Among them were Freya, a spirited young girl with a heart as big as her curiosity, and her best friend, Alder, a thoughtful boy with a knack for noticing the smallest details. Orlin, Freya called softly, her voice barely above a whisper, so as not to disturb the tranquility of the night. "We need your help. The woods are behaving strangely, and we don't know why." The old owl opened his eyes slowly, blinking thoughtfully as he surveyed the concerned faces below. "Ah, my dear friends," he hooted gently, "the woods are indeed full of mysteries, and it seems they have chosen this moment to remind us of their secrets." Alder, ever observant, stepped forward. "We thought perhaps it might be the work of some mischievous creature or a forgotten spell." Orlin nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "It could be. There are many forces at play in our world, both seen and unseen. But fear not, for with keen eyes and open hearts we shall uncover the truth." The villagers exchanged hopeful glances, comforted by Orlin's presence and wisdom. Freya and Alder volunteered to explore the woods, eager to solve the mystery and restore the natural order of their beloved home. The next morning, with the first rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves, Freya and Alder set off into the whispering woods. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp earth. As they walked, they listened intently to the forest, attuning themselves to its rhythm and whispers. Their first stop was the brook, which continued its peculiar backward flow. Kneeling by the water's edge, Alder noticed something glinting beneath the surface, a small, intricately carved stone with strange symbols etched upon it. "Freya, look!" he exclaimed, holding up the stone for her to see. Freya examined the stone carefully, her brow furrowing in concentration. "This looks like a rune," she said thoughtfully. "I remember seeing something similar in Orlin's collection of ancient artifacts." The discovery of the rune filled them with a renewed sense of purpose. They decided to seek out the guidance of another wise friend, the gentle dryad Elara, who dwelt within the heart of the forest. Elara was known for her deep connection to the earth and her vast knowledge of its mysteries. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead. Eventually, they reached a sun-dappled glade, where Elara stood, her form as graceful as the willow she called home. "Welcome, young ones," Elara greeted them with a smile, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my grove?" Freya and Alder explained the strange occurrences and showed her the rune. Elara examined it closely, her eyes reflecting the emerald green of the forest. "This rune is part of an ancient enchantment," she explained. "It was created long ago to balance the forces of nature, ensuring harmony between the elements." "But why is it causing the brook to flow backward?" Alder asked, puzzled. Elara closed her eyes, attuning herself to the pulse of the earth. "I sense a disruption in the enchantment. Perhaps another rune is missing or has been disturbed." With newfound clarity, Freya and Alder thanked Elara and set off once more, determined to find the missing rune and restore the balance. They retraced their steps, searching for any clues that might lead them to the source of the disruption. As they walked, they noticed a soft, musical tinkling in the air, growing louder as they approached a clearing. There, they found a group of pixies, their delicate wings shimmering like rainbows, clustered around a small mound of earth. "Hello," Freya called out, waving to the pixies. "We need your help. Have you seen anything unusual around here?" The pixies giggled, their voices like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Oh, yes!" one of them chimed. "We found a shiny stone buried in the ground. It was so pretty, we thought it must be a treasure." Alder's eyes widened with realization. "That must be the missing rune," he exclaimed. "Could we see it, please?" The pixies fluttered aside, revealing a second rune, identical to the one Alder had found by the brook. Freya and Alder carefully retrieved the stone, thanking the pixies for their help. With both runes in hand, they returned to the brook. As they placed the runes together on the riverbank, a gentle warmth spread through the air, and the brook resumed its natural flow, sparkling in the sunlight. The fireflies gradually reappeared, their gentle glow filling the twilight once more. The forest sighed with relief, its harmony restored. That evening, as the village gathered under the starlit sky, Orlin looked down at the young adventurers with pride. "You have shown great courage and wisdom," he said warmly. "By working together and listening to the world around you, you have solved the mystery and brought peace back to our home." Freya and Alder beamed with satisfaction, their hearts full of the warmth of friendship and the joy of discovery. As they settled down by the crackling fire, surrounded by their friends and family, they knew that Elder Grove would always be a place of wonder and magic, where the gentle mysteries of the world were a reminder of the beauty that lay in every corner of their enchanting world. And so as the night deepened and a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, the villagers of Elder Grove drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that, in their world, magic was always just a heartbeat away. Story 57. In the heart of the enchanted hollow, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the moon, there was a little village known as Willowbrook. Willowbrook was nestled gently between rolling hills and glimmering brooks, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lavender and the soft glow of fireflies danced in the twilight. The villagers of Willowbrook were a merry folk, whose days were filled with laughter and song, and whose nights were spent under the vast blanket of stars. However, a curious mystery had begun to weave its way through the village, like a thread of silver in the fabric of a tapestry. It all started one serene evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies with strokes of pink and gold. Elder Thistle, the village's wise and gentle leader, was the first to notice. As he strolled through the cobblestone paths, his cane tapping rhythmically, he realized that the great clock at the heart of the village had stopped. This clock was no ordinary timekeeper. Crafted by the hands of the legendary artisan, Tinker Tom, its face was a mosaic of shimmering gems that caught the light of the sun and moon, casting a warm glow over the village square. The clock's hands, carved from enchanted wood, were said to move with the heartbeat of the forest itself. When the clock stopped, so too did the gentle hum of the village's daily rhythm. Children paused mid-game, merchants looked up from their stalls, and the village baker, Mrs. Crumble, paused in her kneading. It was as if time itself had momentarily held its breath. "The clock has stopped," murmured Elder Thistle, his voice a soft rumble that seemed to echo through the village. Concerned whispers began to ripple through the crowd that gathered around the clock. Among the villagers was a young girl named Elara. With twinkling eyes and a heart full of curiosity, Elara was known for her kind nature and her knack for solving puzzles. She had a special bond with the magical creatures of the forest, often spending her afternoons in the company of fluttering fairies and wise old owls. Elara stepped forward, her mind already turning with possibilities. "Perhaps there's more to this than meets the eye," she suggested gently, her voice carrying a sense of calm that eased the worried hearts around her. Elder Thistle nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "You may be right, dear Elara, but how do we unravel this mystery?" Elara smiled, her determination twinkling like the stars overhead. "With a little observation, some clever thinking, and the help of our magical friends," she replied. And so, the mystery-solving adventure began. Elara decided to start her investigation at the clock itself. As she approached, she noticed the tiniest of details, a faint, silvery dust clinging to the clock's gears. She touched it gently, and it sparkled under her fingers before vanishing into the night air. Pixie dust, Elara whispered to herself, her mind whirring with possibilities. Pixies were known to be playful and mischievous, but they were also creatures of immense wisdom. If they were involved, perhaps they could offer clues. Her next stop was the edge of the Whispering Woods, where she knew the pixies often danced under the moonlight. As she stepped into the forest, the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling softly as if urging her onward. It wasn't long before Elara spotted a flicker of light flitting through the branches. "Hello, tiny ones," she called out in her most gentle voice. "I seek your counsel." From behind a cluster of violets emerged 3 pixies, their wings shimmering like droplets of rain caught in a sunbeam. The leader, a pixie with hair as golden as sunflowers, fluttered closer. "We know why you have come, young Elara," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "Tell me, please," Elara urged, her eyes earnest and kind. "Why has our village clock stopped?" The pixies exchanged looks, their expressions a blend of mischief and concern. "We were playing, as pixies do, and our magic may have tangled with the clock's enchantment," the leader admitted, her voice tinged with regret. Elara nodded, understanding that the pixies had not meant any harm. "Can you help us set it right?" The pixie leader smiled, her wings glinting in the moonlight. "For you, clever Elara, we will try." With a swirl of magic and a gentle breeze that smelled of honeysuckle and pine, the pixies guided Elara back to the village. As they reached the clock, the pixies landed softly on its face, their tiny hands moving with delicate precision. Elara watched as the pixies worked, their magic weaving through the clock's gears like threads of moonlight. Slowly, the clock's hands began to move, ticking once more in harmony with the heartbeat of the forest. The villagers cheered, their relief palpable as the familiar sound of the clock filled the square again. Elder Thistle approached Elara, his eyes filled with gratitude. "You have done a great service to Willowbrook, dear child," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. Elara smiled, her heart warm with the knowledge that she had helped her village. "It was with the help of our friends," she said, gesturing to the pixies who now danced joyfully in the air. As the village returned to its gentle rhythm, Elara knew that the mystery had been solved not just through cleverness, but through understanding and friendship. The pixies, grateful for the chance to make amends, promised to watch over the clock, ensuring it would never again be disrupted by their playful antics. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Willowbrook returned to its peaceful slumber, its heart beating in time with the enchanted clock. Elara, her heart full, walked back through the village, knowing that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved with kindness and the bonds we share. And in the quiet of the night, with the song of the crickets and the rustle of the leaves, the enchanted hollow whispered a promise, that as long as there were those like Elara, ready to listen and understand, the world would always find its way to peace and harmony. Thus, with the mystery resolved and the village at rest, the enchanted hollow settled into a dream, cradled softly in the arms of the night. Story 58. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush green hills and shimmering sapphire streams, there stood an old general store, its wooden sign gently swaying in the breeze. The store was a treasure trove of oddities, run by a kindly old man named Mr. Whittle, who always wore a twinkle in his eye and a smile on his lips. The villagers often whispered that Mr. Whittle's store was no ordinary place. It was a haven for those who sought the unusual and the magical. One sunny morning, as the golden light streamed through the store's dusty windows, a young girl named Elara stepped inside. Elara was a curious soul, with hair the color of honey and eyes that sparkled with dreams of adventure. She loved nothing more than exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, and today she felt drawn to the store by an inexplicable pull. As Elara wandered through the aisles, her fingers brushed against trinkets and baubles, each with its own story to tell. It was then she noticed a peculiar item tucked away on a high shelf, a small ornate mirror, its frame meticulously carved with intricate patterns of vines and flowers. The mirror's glass shimmered oddly, reflecting not just the store but something more, a world of possibilities. Ah, you found the Mirror of Whispers, Mr. Whittle said, appearing beside her as if by magic. His voice was soft and inviting, like a gentle breeze on a warm day. It's said to reveal truths and secrets to those who seek them with a pure heart. Intrigued, Elara asked if she could hold it. Mr. Whittle nodded, his eyes twinkling. As she cradled the mirror in her hands, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the mirror recognized her curiosity. "Be careful, dear," Mr. Whittle said with a knowing smile. "The mirror doesn't just show you what is, it shows you what might be." With a heart full of wonder, Elara thanked Mr. Whittle and hurried home, eager to uncover the mirror's secrets. Her cottage sat on the edge of the village, surrounded by wildflowers and whispering trees. It was a place of comfort and safety, where her imagination could roam free. That evening, as the sky painted itself in hues of orange and pink, Elara sat before the mirror. She gazed into its depths, and slowly the image began to shift. The reflection of her cozy room faded, replaced by a vision of a lush forest bathed in moonlight. In the heart of the forest stood a grand, ancient tree, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Suddenly she heard a soft voice, like a gentle murmur carried by the wind. "Seek the heartwood, where truth and dreams entwine." Alara's heart skipped with excitement. She knew she had to find this place, this heartwood. But how? The forest in the mirror was unlike any she had seen near Willowbrook. The next day, Elara decided to visit her dear friend, Finn, a boy whose laughter was as bright as the sun and whose knowledge of the forest paths was unrivaled. Finn lived in a charming cottage on the other side of the village, surrounded by rows of sunflowers that seemed to nod in agreement to everything he said. "Finn!" Elara called as she approached. "I need your help." Finn appeared at the door, wiping dirt from his hands. "Elara, what's got you so excited?" She explained her encounter with the Mirror of Whispers and the vision she had seen. Finn listened intently, his eyes wide with curiosity. "A forest under moonlight? That sounds like the Elder Grove, but it's a place few have ventured to." "Then we must go," said Elara, her voice resolute. "I feel like it's calling to me." Finn nodded, his adventurous spirit kindled by her determination. "Let's prepare and set out at dawn. We'll gather supplies and make it an adventure to remember." Elara and Finn spent the day gathering food, water, and a few essentials. As night fell, they rested, eager for the journey ahead. The morning greeted them with a symphony of birdsong, and with the sun kissing the horizon, they set off toward the unknown. The path to the Elder Grove was not marked on any map, but Finn's instincts and Elara's determination guided them. They traversed fields of wildflowers that tickled their ankles, crossed babbling brooks that sang of distant lands, and climbed hills that offered breathtaking views of Willowbrook below. As the day wore on, they entered the dense forest, where the air was cool and filled with the scents of earth and pine. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of woodland creatures. Elara felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if the forest was embracing them, urging them onward. By the time twilight painted the sky in shades of lavender, they reached a clearing. In the center stood the ancient tree from Elara's vision, tall and majestic, its bark a tapestry of time and wisdom. "This must be the heartwood," Finn whispered, awestruck by its beauty. As they approached, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the voice from the mirror echoed once more. "The heartwood holds the answers you seek. Listen, and you shall understand." Elara and Finn sat beneath the tree, their hearts open to whatever wisdom it might impart. They closed their eyes, allowing the whispers of the forest to surround them. In the stillness, Elara felt a connection, a thread that tied her to the world, to her dreams, and to the people she loved. She realized that the journey wasn't just about finding a place. It was about discovering the strength and kindness within herself. As the moon rose high, bathing the heartwood in silver light, Elara and Finn felt a profound sense of peace. They knew that the mirror had led them here to learn that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the bonds they formed and the courage they found within. With hearts full of gratitude, they began their journey home, the path now illuminated by the glow of their newfound understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like an old friend, guiding them back to Willowbrook. Upon their return, Mr. Whittle greeted them with a warm smile. "Ah, I see you've found what you were looking for, he said, his eyes twinkling with knowing. Elara nodded, the mirror cradled gently in her arms. Thank you for guiding me, Mr. Whittle. The mirror showed me more than I ever imagined. Mr. Whittle chuckled softly. Remember, Elara, the journey is just as important as the destination. The magic of life lies in the paths we choose and the people we walk them with. As Elara and Finn parted ways for the night, the village of Willowbrook settled into a gentle slumber, comforted by the knowledge that even the smallest of adventures could lead to the most profound discoveries. And in her heart, Elara knew that the magic of the Mirror of Whispers would always be with her, guiding her on the many journeys yet to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Elara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the warmth of friendship. The village of Willowbrook remained a place of wonder, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where hearts young and old could find solace in the magic of discovery and the joy of companionship. Story 59. In a quaint, hidden valley nestled between misty mountains and sun-dappled forests, there lay the charming village of Elderwood. It was a place where time seemed to drift by like the gentle flow of the creek that babbled through its heart. The villagers, a merry mix of farmers, artisans, and dreamers, lived in harmony with the land, their lives as intertwined with nature as the ivy that clung to their stone cottages. In this village lived a girl named Elara, whose spirit was as vibrant as the wildflowers that bloomed in the meadows each spring. Her hair, a cascade of chestnut curls, danced in the breeze as she roamed the countryside, her laughter echoing through the clear, crisp air. Elara was known for her kindness, her ability to coax a smile from even the grumpiest villager, and her love for all creatures, great and small. One golden autumn day, as leaves whispered secrets in shades of amber and crimson, Elara set off on one of her favorite paths through the woods. She carried with her a woven basket filled with apples, their skins blushing red under the warm afternoon sun. Her plan was to gather blackberries in the thicket beyond the creek, where the sweetest berries always grew. As she skipped along the path, humming a tune as old as the hills, she came upon something unexpected. There, at the edge of the forest where shadows danced with sunlight, was a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was small, with fur as white as the first snowfall and eyes that glimmered like emeralds. A pair of delicate wings, translucent and shimmering, fluttered at its back. The creature was a fey fox, a being from the enchanted realms that lay hidden beyond the veil of the human world. It was rare for such creatures to wander into the mortal lands, and rarer still for them to be seen by human eyes. Elara approached cautiously, her heart a mix of curiosity and wonder. "Hello there," she said softly, kneeling down to meet the fox's gaze. "Are you lost?" The fox tilted its head, studying her with an intensity that belied its small size. Then, to Elara's astonishment, it spoke. "I am called Finn," it said in a voice like the tinkling of chimes. "And yes, I have wandered far from my home." Elara's eyes widened with surprise and delight. "I've never met a talking fox before," she confessed. "But you're welcome here. Perhaps I can help you find your way back?" Finn's ears perked up, his expression softening. "Thank you, kind human. I have been searching for a way to return to my realm, but the paths are hidden to me." The two quickly fell into an easy companionship, Elara sharing her apples, while Finn recounted tales of his homeland, an ethereal world of shimmering twilight and eternal spring, where magic danced like fireflies in the night. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of rose and gold, Elara knew she must return home. "Come with me," she offered. "You can stay with us while we find a way to help you return." Finn hesitated, unaccustomed to the idea of living among humans, but something in Elara's warmth reassured him. "Very well," he agreed, his wings catching the fading light. "I accept your generous offer." And so, Finn the Fey Fox became a part of Elara's life. The villagers of Elderwood, though initially wary of the magical creature, soon grew fond of him. He charmed them with his tales and insights into the natural world, and in turn, they shared with him their simple joys and quiet laughter. However, not all days were filled with sunshine and song. As autumn deepened into winter, a misunderstanding arose, a small thing, as such things often are. Finn, unfamiliar with the customs of the village, inadvertently trod upon the garden of Old Man Fletcher, the village's gruff but tender-hearted gardener. Fletcher, who prided himself on his prize-winning marigolds, was none too pleased to find his blooms flattened by tiny paw prints. "I meant no harm," Finn explained, his ears drooping with regret as he stood before Fletcher, his eyes shadowed with worry. Fletcher, his arms crossed and his brow furrowed, was not easily swayed. "These flowers are my pride, little fox. You must learn to respect what others cherish." Elara, sensing the tension, stepped forward. "Please, Mr. Fletcher," she pleaded gently. "Finn didn't know. He's still learning about our ways. Let us make amends." Together they worked to replant the marigolds, their hands and paws working in harmony. As they toiled, Fletcher shared stories of his youth, and tales of the land's history that captivated both Elara and Finn. By the time the last bloom was settled into the soil, the misunderstanding had blossomed into understanding, a lesson in the importance of respecting others' treasures. As the chill of winter settled over Elderwood, the village faced a challenge that threatened to sour the season's cheer. The creek, their lifeblood, had frozen over, cutting off the village from the spring and its vital waters. Without it, their reserves would soon dwindle. Determined to help, Elara and Finn set out to find a solution. Bundled against the biting wind, they ventured into the forest, following the creek's path to its source in the mountains. It was a journey fraught with obstacles, the terrain rugged and the air sharp with frost. Yet as they trudged onward, their friendship deepened. They sang songs to lift their spirits, shared stories to warm their hearts, and when the cold grew too fierce, they huddled together for warmth, Finn's soft fur a comforting presence against Elara's cheek. Their perseverance was rewarded when they reached the spring, where they discovered that a fallen tree had blocked the flow, causing the water to pool and freeze. With teamwork and ingenuity, they managed to clear the obstruction, allowing the water to once more rush freely, its song a joyous melody in the quiet of the winter woods. Returning to the village, Elara and Finn were greeted as heroes. The villagers celebrated with a feast, their tables laden with dishes prepared from the bounty of the land. Laughter and music filled the air, a testament to the strength of community and the magic of friendship. In the warmth of the gathering, Finn realized something profound. Though he longed for his home, he had found a place in Elderwood, among the humans who had welcomed him, and in the heart of the girl who had shown him kindness without question. As the seasons turned and spring breathed new life into the valley, Finn knew it was time to return to his realm. Yet as he prepared to say his goodbyes, he felt no sorrow. Elara, with her bright eyes and open heart, had taught him the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends worlds and differences, built on trust, respect, and shared experiences. "Thank you, Elara," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything. I will return to my realm, but know that you will always have a friend among the Fae." Elara hugged him tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, though her smile was as warm as ever. "And you will always have a home here, Finn. Safe travels, my dear friend." With a final, fond look at the village that had become a second home, Finn spread his wings and took to the sky, his silhouette a fleeting shadow against the rising sun. Elara watched him go, knowing that their paths would cross again. For true friendship, she understood, was like the seasons, ever-changing yet eternal in its cycle, a dance of beginnings and endings that always leads to new beginnings. And so, in the village of Elderwood, under the watchful eyes of the mountains and the whispering trees, the tale of Elara and Finn became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a reminder that even the most unlikely companions can find common ground and discover the true magic of friendship. Story 60. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight dappled the earth like a painter's brush, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and loam, there existed a realm beyond the ordinary eye. It was a place where the whisper of the wind carried secrets, and the rustle of leaves was the language of the unseen. Here the boundaries between the tangible world and the magical were as fine as the mist that curled around the roots of the great oaks and cedars. This forest, known to its inhabitants as Eldergrove, was alive with more than just the usual hum of wildlife. It was a sanctuary for creatures of folklore, beings whose lives intertwined with the seasons and elements. Among them were the sylphs, ethereal beings of the air, the sprites, guardians of the forest floor, and the lumens, gentle spirits of light who danced with the stars at night. As spring unfurled its emerald cloak over Eldergrove, the forest hummed with renewed vigor. The sylphs, invisible to most, rode the warming breezes, their laughter a soft murmur in the branches. They painted the skies with the hues of dawn and dusk, their presence felt in the sudden lift of a kite or the swirl of cherry blossoms in the air. Beneath them, the sprites busied themselves with waking the flowers, coaxing buds to bloom with the touch of their tiny fingers. One such sprite, named Fern, was particularly fond of the task. She had eyes like dewdrops and hair the color of fresh moss. Fern loved to explore the nooks and crannies of Eldergrove, her heart attuned to the gentle pulse of the earth beneath her feet. She was a curious soul, always eager to learn the stories whispered by the ancient trees. One day, as Fern wandered near the edge of a glistening stream, she spotted a peculiar sight. A small creature, unlike any she had seen before, was struggling against the current. It was a water sprite, but its usual glistening azure was dimmed, and its movements were weary. Without hesitation, Fern reached into the cool water, her fingers forming a cradle to lift the exhausted sprite to safety. The sprite, who introduced himself as Drift, was grateful for Fern's kindness. His voice was like the gentle babble of a brook as he spoke. "Thank you, dear Fern. I am in your debt. The waters have been restless, stirred by something beyond our understanding. It is as if the very balance of Eldergrove is shifting." Fern listened intently, her heart stirring with concern. The harmony of Eldergrove was a delicate dance, and any imbalance could ripple through the forest, affecting all who called it home. Seeking guidance, Fern decided to visit the oldest and wisest of the forest's inhabitants, the great oak, whose roots were as ancient as the stones of the earth. The journey to the great oak took Fern through the heart of Eldergrove, a realm of dappled light and shadow. As she traveled, she noticed subtle signs of change, a chill in the breeze that whispered of autumn, though spring was still young, and a cloudiness in the streams that usually ran clear. Upon reaching the great oak, Fern climbed its sprawling roots, feeling the tree's ancient wisdom resonate through her soul. As she settled into a hollow in the bark, she closed her eyes and listened. The great oak spoke in a voice deep and resonant, like the echo of distant thunder. "Little Fern," it rumbled, "the balance of our world is indeed shifting. The seasons themselves are in turmoil, their rhythms disrupted by a force unknown. It is said that in the heart of the forest, where the elemental lines converge, lies a crystal of seasons, a relic of old magic. It holds the power to restore harmony, but it is hidden well, guarded by the trials of nature." Fern's heart swelled with determination. She knew that finding the crystal of seasons would be no small feat, but she was not alone. The creatures of Eldergrove were united by a bond stronger than any magic. With Drift by her side, she set out to seek the crystal and restore balance to their home. Their journey led them through the labyrinthine paths of Eldergrove, guided by the luminescent trails left by the lumens. These gentle beings, like tiny stars fallen to earth, flickered softly in the twilight, illuminating the way with their silvery glow. As Fern and Drift followed the path, they encountered other creatures, each offering their aid in subtle ways. An owl who hooted a warning of approaching danger, a fox whose keen sense of smell led them away from treacherous bogs. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the canopy above weaving a tapestry of green and gold. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth and crushed leaves, and the distant call of a nightingale added a melody to their journey. It was here, in this forgotten heart of Eldergrove, that they found the entrance to the hidden realm of the Crystal of Seasons. The entrance was marked by an ancient archway, woven from the living branches of the forest itself. As Fern and Drift stepped through, they were enveloped by an aura of serenity and timelessness. Before them lay a clearing, bathed in the soft, ethereal light of dawn, though the sun was nowhere to be seen. In the center of this clearing stood the Crystal of Seasons, a magnificent gem that shimmered with the colors of the seasons, emerald green of spring, golden yellow of summer, fiery red of autumn, and the icy blue of winter. It pulsed with a gentle, harmonious energy that resonated through the air like the soft notes of a lullaby. Yet as they approached, they found the crystal surrounded by a ring of elemental challenges, a circle of stones, each representing a season's unique force. To reach the crystal, Fern and Drift would need to demonstrate their understanding and respect for the natural world. The first stone was spring, its surface etched with the delicate patterns of new leaves and flowers. As Fern placed her hand upon it, she felt a surge of life, a reminder of the renewal and growth that spring heralded. She whispered a promise to nurture and protect the forest, and the stone glowed in acknowledgement. Next was summer, its stone warm to the touch, radiating the vibrant energy of the sun. Drift, with his affinity for water, conjured a gentle rain to cool the stone, a celebration of the balance between sun and rain that summer required. The stone shimmered, releasing a soft glow. Autumn's stone was a tapestry of reds and golds, its surface cold and crisp. Fern and Drift together honored the harvest, acknowledging the wisdom of letting go, of preparing for the winter's rest. The stone glowed warmly, its light mingling with the others. Finally, winter's stone stood silent and still, a deep blue that spoke of rest and reflection. Fern and Drift wrapped their hands around it, drawing warmth from their friendship and the promise of spring's return. The stone glowed, its icy light joining the chorus. With the elemental challenges met, the circle of stones parted, allowing Fern and Drift to approach the crystal of seasons. As they did, the crystal's light enveloped them, filling the clearing with a brilliant glow that seemed to reach into the very heart of Eldergrove. In that moment, the balance was restored. The wind sang a song of harmony, the waters ran clear and pure, and the forest, in all its vibrant life, breathed easier. The magical forces of the seasons settled into their timeless dance once more. Fern and Drift, their hearts full of joy and gratitude, returned to the heart of Eldergrove. The forest welcomed them back with open arms, its creatures gathering in a joyous celebration of unity and renewal. The sylphs danced upon the breeze, the sprites wove garlands of flowers, and the lumens cast shimmering patterns upon the forest floor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Fern and Drift sat beneath the great oak, their hearts at peace. The ancient tree, with its leaves rustling softly in the evening breeze, spoke once more. "You have done well, little ones." It rumbled, its voice full of warmth and pride. "Through your courage and wisdom, you have reminded us all of the power of unity and the importance of harmony with the natural world. The forest is grateful, and it will remember." And so, under the gentle gaze of the stars, Fern and Drift drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the songs of the forest and the promise of many more adventures to come. Eldergrove, with its magical creatures and timeless beauty, remained a sanctuary of peace and balance, where the boundaries between reality and magic whispered of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil. And so the story of Fern and Drift became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder that even the smallest creatures can make a difference, and that harmony is the greatest magic of all. Story 61. Once in a land where time flowed as gently as a brook through a meadow, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering woods, there was a small village called Willow Glen. The village was named so because of the graceful willow trees that lined the banks of a shimmering stream, their long, slender branches like soft fingers brushing the water's surface. Here, in this tranquil place, lived people who cherished simplicity and harmony, their days filled with the soft hum of bees and the laughter of children playing in sun-dappled clearings. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a kind-hearted woman known as Elara, the herbalist. Her garden was a tapestry of vibrant colors and soothing scents, with lavender and chamomile growing in abundance. Elara was known far and wide for her gentle remedies and her knack for understanding the whispers of nature. Her days were spent tending her plants, crafting healing balms, and teaching the villagers about the wonders of the green world. One day, as Elara was gathering herbs near the forest's edge, she noticed something unusual. The air was filled with a delicate, shimmering light, as if the sun's rays were dancing with tiny, invisible spirits. Intrigued, she followed the light deeper into the woods, her footsteps silent on the moss-covered ground. The forest seemed to welcome her, the leaves rustling softly in greeting. As Elara ventured further, she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of this sunlit glade stood a tree unlike any other, its bark gleaming silver and its leaves a deep, radiant blue. It was as if the tree was made of starlight and moonbeams, its branches stretching skyward like the arms of a gentle giant. As Elara approached, she felt a warm, comforting presence enveloping her, as though the tree itself was alive and aware. To her amazement, the tree whispered her name, its voice like a soft breeze caressing her cheek. "Elara," it said, "you have been chosen to help protect the magic of the forest." Elara, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if she had found a part of herself she hadn't known was missing. "How can I help?" she asked, her voice a gentle echo in the glade. The tree explained that the magic of the forest was fading, and with it, the balance of nature was at risk. Creatures of the woods were losing their homes, and the harmony that had long existed was beginning to unravel. Alara's task was to restore the magic by finding 3 enchanted items scattered throughout the land: a starflower, a crystal tear, and a whispering shell. Determined to help, Elara returned to Willow Glen to prepare for her journey. She packed her satchel with herbs, a flask of water from the village spring, and a loaf of freshly baked bread. With a heart full of hope and courage, she set off the next morning, the villagers waving her goodbye, their wishes for her safe return mingling with the morning mist. The first part of her journey led her to the meadows of Morning Light, a vast expanse of wildflowers that stretched as far as the eye could see. Here the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky was a brilliant tapestry of blues and whites. Among this sea of petals, Elara needed to find the elusive starflower, a bloom said to shine brightest under the first light of dawn. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Elara wandered through the meadows, her eyes scanning the ground for a glimpse of the starflower's ethereal glow. Just as the first rays of light touched the earth, she saw it, a single starflower, its petals shimmering with an inner light, as if a fragment of the morning star had fallen to the ground. Gently, she knelt and cupped the flower in her hands, feeling a surge of warmth and energy. "Thank you," she whispered, sensing the starflower's ancient power. She carefully tucked it into her satchel, its light a gentle beacon as she continued her journey. Next, Elara traveled to the crystal caves, hidden deep within the misty mountains. The path was steep and treacherous, but she was guided by the song of the wind, which seemed to know her destination. The caves were a wonder to behold, their walls encrusted with crystals that caught the light and refracted it into rainbows. Within the heart of the caves, Elara sought the crystal tear, a drop of pure magic said to form only from the deepest sorrow or the greatest joy. She wandered through the glittering chambers, her footsteps echoing softly, until she found herself in a cavern filled with the sound of music. It was a melody of longing and hope, each note a tear falling into the crystal pool at the cavern's center. As Elara approached, she saw the crystal tear suspended above the pool, glowing with a soft, pulsing light. Her heart swelled with empathy and understanding, and she reached out to gently cradle the tear in her hands. It felt cool and smooth, yet alive with emotion. She placed it carefully in her satchel, knowing it held the power to heal and restore. Her final destination was the Whispering Shore, where the sea met the land in a gentle embrace. The journey took her through sunlit valleys and over hills where the grass waved like a verdant sea. At last, Elara arrived at the shore, where the waves whispered secrets to the sand and the air was filled with the scent of salt and freedom. The whispering shell lay hidden among the rocks, its voice mingling with the ocean's song. Elara walked along the water's edge, listening intently until she heard a soft melodic hum that seemed to call her name. She followed the sound to a small, iridescent shell nestled in a tide pool, its surface shimmering with the colors of the sea. Picking up the shell, Elara pressed it to her ear and listened. Within its depths, she heard the stories of the ocean, tales of ancient mariners and gentle sea creatures, of storms and calm, of endless journeys and safe harbors. She placed the shell in her satchel, its whispers a promise of guidance and wisdom. With the starflower, crystal tear, and whispering shell safely in her possession, Elara made her way back to the mystical tree in the forest. As she entered the clearing, a gentle breeze welcomed her, and the tree's branches swayed softly in greeting. Elara placed the enchanted items at the base of the tree, and as she did, a radiant light enveloped the glade, filling the air with warmth and magic. The tree's voice resonated around her, a chorus of gratitude and joy. "You have restored the balance, Elara. The magic of the forest will thrive once more." As the light faded, the forest seemed more alive than ever, the leaves rustling with renewed vigor, the creatures stirring with hope. Elara felt a deep sense of fulfillment and peace, knowing she had played a part in preserving the harmony of nature. Returning to Willow Glen, Elara was greeted with joy and celebration. The villagers gathered around her, eager to hear the tale of her journey and the wonders she had seen. As she shared her story, the warmth of friendship and community enveloped her, a gentle reminder of the bonds that hold life together. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Elara sat by her window, gazing at the stars twinkling in the velvet sky. The world was quiet and serene, the magic she had helped restore weaving through the air like a lullaby. With a heart full of gratitude, she drifted into a deep, restful sleep, knowing that in the gentle embrace of nature and friendship, all was well. And so, in the land of Willow Glen, where time flowed as gently as the stream, the magic of the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the power of kindness, wisdom, and the unexpected friendships that light up the world. Story 62, Whispers of the Moonlit Forest. Once upon a time, in the heart of a gently stirring forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, there lay a small village known as Elderglen. The village was nestled in a lush valley, surrounded by hills that cradled it in their leafy embrace. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth. Each dwelling was built with wood and stone, their roofs thatched with straw gathered from the nearby fields, and their windows adorned with colorful flowers that bloomed brightly under the tender touch of the sun. The nights in Elderglen were a tapestry of twinkling stars and the soft glow of the moon, which hung like a silver lantern in the sky. It was during these serene evenings that the magic of the forest truly came alive. The air was filled with the symphony of crickets serenading the moon, and the gentle rustle of leaves as the breeze wove its way through the branches. In this tranquil village lived a young girl named Leela. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as deep and green as the moss that carpeted the forest floor. She was known for her kindness and curiosity, always eager to explore the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths of the village. Lila had a special place in her heart for the ancient forest, which she visited often, feeling a deep connection to its timeless beauty. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle, Lila decided to venture deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The cool night air wrapped around her like a gentle cloak, and the path beneath her feet was soft and inviting. She carried a small lantern, its warm light casting a golden glow that danced upon the trunks of the trees and mingled with the silvery whispers of moonlight. As she walked, Lila noticed a peculiar glow emanating from a thicket of elderberry bushes. Her heart quickened with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Pushing aside the branches, she discovered a small, shimmering pond, its surface mirroring the night sky. The water was unlike any she had seen before, swirling with colors that shifted and changed like an opal caught in the light. Kneeling beside the pond, Lila felt a presence beside her. Turning her head, she found herself gazing into the luminous eyes of a small creature, no larger than a squirrel, but with the delicate wings of a dragonfly. Its body was covered in soft, silvery fur, and its eyes sparkled with a gentle intelligence. "Hello," the creature said in a voice that tinkled like the sound of distant chimes. "I am Elowin, a guardian of this magical place." Lila, though surprised, felt a warmth spread through her heart. "Hello, Elowin," she replied softly. "I'm Lila. This pond is beautiful." Elowin nodded, her wings fluttering lightly. "It is a special pond. It reflects the dreams and wishes of those who gaze into it, but it can also show the way to hidden truths." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Can it show me anything?" "Perhaps," Elowin said, her voice a gentle breeze, "if you have the courage to seek what lies within." Feeling a mix of curiosity and bravery, Lila leaned closer, her reflection mingling with the stars. The water began to ripple, and images formed beneath the surface. Scenes of the forest, the village, and paths untraveled. But one image stood out, a towering oak tree with gnarled branches bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. It seemed to call to her, a whisper from the heart of the forest. "That is the heart tree," Elowen explained, noticing Lila's captivated gaze. "It is said to hold the wisdom of the forest and the power to heal those who seek its guidance." Intrigued, Lila felt a longing to find the heart tree. "Will you help me find it, Elowen?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. Elowen smiled, a soft light shimmering around her. "Of course, dear Lila, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination. You must be open to the lessons it brings." With a grateful nod, Lila set off into the moonlit forest, Elowen fluttering by her side, her wings casting tiny rainbows in the night. They traveled deeper into the woods, the path winding through groves of towering trees and glades bathed in silver light. The forest seemed to hum with life, each step a soft melody that echoed in the stillness. As they journeyed, Lila and Elowen encountered many of the forest's inhabitants. Gentle deer that watched with curious eyes, owls that hooted softly from their perches, and even a family of foxes that scampered playfully across their path. Each creature greeted them with a nod or a smile, as if understanding the importance of their quest. One night, as they rested beneath the shelter of a great willow, Lila looked up at the stars, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. "Elowen," she said softly, "have you ever wished for something?" Elowen tilted her head thoughtfully. "I suppose I wish that all who visit this forest find the answers they seek, and perhaps a bit of the magic that dwells here." Lila smiled, her heart warm with gratitude. "I think I'm finding more than I ever expected." With each passing day, Lila grew more attuned to the wonders around her. She learned to listen to the songs of the birds, to read the language of the leaves as they danced in the breeze, and to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. The forest was no longer just a place. It was a living, breathing friend. Finally, one evening, as the first light of dawn kissed the sky, they reached a clearing bathed in a golden glow. In the center stood the heart tree, its ancient branches stretching toward the heavens, leaves shimmering like emeralds in the morning light. The air was rich with the scent of earth and flowers, a balm to the soul. Lila approached the tree, her heart full of awe and reverence. She placed her hand gently against its trunk, feeling the warmth and wisdom that radiated from within. The tree seemed to hum with life, a gentle whisper that filled her mind with clarity and peace. "Thank you, heart tree," Lila whispered, her voice a soft caress. "Thank you for guiding me." As she stood there, she realized the journey had taught her more than she ever imagined. It had shown her the beauty of the world, the kindness of strangers, and the strength that lay within her own heart. She had found not only the heart tree, but also a deeper connection to herself and the world around her. Elowen fluttered beside her, her eyes bright with joy. "You have done well, Lila. The forest will always be here for you, and its magic will never fade." With a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Elderglen, her spirit forever touched by the gentle wonders of the forest. She carried the lessons she had learned, sharing them with the villagers and nurturing the bonds of friendship and love that tied them all together. And so the forest continued to whisper its secrets to those who listened, a timeless symphony of magic and wonder. Lila's heart remained open, ever guided by the light of the heart tree and the gentle chime of Elowen's laughter. Together, they wove a tapestry of dreams and discovery, a story as eternal as the stars that watched over them in the moonlit sky. And as the villagers of Elderglen drifted into peaceful slumber each night, the forest wrapped them in its gentle embrace, a guardian of dreams, a keeper of wisdom, and a friend to all who dared to seek its mysteries. Story 63. In a land where the whispering pines met the edge of the vast, shimmering sea, there stood a quaint village named Cantamar. The village was a tapestry of vibrant colors, with houses painted in shades of coral and sea foam, their rooftops adorned with shells and sea glass that glistened in the sunlight. The air was filled with the scent of salt and pine, a blend as unique as the village itself. Cantamar was home to a myriad of creatures, both land dwellers and sea folk, who lived in harmony, each respecting the other's way of life. Among them was a young squirrel named Thistle, whose fur was as soft and gray as the morning mist that often lingered in the treetops. Thistle had always been a curious soul, eager to learn about the world beyond the canopy of his beloved forest. One day, while gathering acorns near the edge of the woods, Thistle discovered a peculiar object washed up on the shore. It was a delicate, translucent shell that seemed to hum with a melody only the ocean could compose. As he admired its beauty, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "That belongs to my collection," said the voice, gentle yet firm. Startled, Thistle turned to see a young mermaid named Neri, her tail shimmering with hues of emerald and sapphire. Neri's hair cascaded like a waterfall of sunlit waves, and her eyes were as deep and mysterious as the ocean's depths. She had been collecting shells for as long as she could remember, each one a story of her adventures beneath the waves. "I'm sorry," Thistle stammered, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I didn't know it was yours." Neri smiled, her eyes softening. "It's all right. Perhaps you could join me and see more of these treasures." Thus began an unlikely friendship between Thistle, the squirrel from the forest, and Neri, the mermaid from the sea. Though their worlds were vastly different, they shared a common curiosity and an eagerness to learn from one another. In the following weeks, Thistle and Neri spent their days exploring the boundaries of their realms. Neri would guide Thistle along the rocky shores, showing him hidden tide pools teeming with life. Thistle, in turn, would lead Neri through the forest, introducing her to the symphony of birdsong and the rustle of leaves underfoot. However, their friendship was not without its challenges. One crisp autumn morning, Neri invited Thistle to visit her undersea garden, a place where sea anemones swayed like dancers and schools of fish darted through coral corridors. Thistle, eager to see this wonder, fashioned a small raft to float along the water's surface while Neri swam beside him. As they set out, a gusty wind stirred the sea and the waves grew restless. Thistle's raft, not built for such turmoil, began to wobble and creak. Panic rose in his chest as the sea threatened to engulf him. "Hold on, Thistle," Neri urged, swimming beneath the raft. With a flick of her powerful tail, she steadied the vessel, guiding it safely back to shore. Once on land, Thistle trembled, shaken by the ordeal. "I thought I was going to be swept away," he confessed, his voice quivering. Neri wrapped her arms around him, her warmth comforting against the chill of the sea breeze. "You're safe now. I should have known the sea can be unpredictable. I'm sorry for putting you in danger." From that day on, they grew more mindful of each other's worlds. Thistle learned to respect the sea's capricious nature, while Neri became more attuned to the forest's gentle rhythms. They realized that understanding and patience were as important as their shared adventures. Winter arrived, blanketing Cantamar in a soft, silvery coat. The sea, too, seemed to slow, its waves lapping gently against the shore. On one such serene afternoon, Thistle and Neri sat together by the fire in Thistle's cozy burrow, sipping warm acorn tea. The room was filled with the scent of cinnamon and pine, and the fire crackled merrily in the hearth. "Do you ever wonder," Neri mused, "how two so different could become such close friends?" Thistle nodded, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "I do, but maybe it's our differences that make our friendship special. We see things in ways the other might not, and that helps us grow." Neri smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire. "You're right, Thistle. You've taught me so much about the land, and I hope I've done the same for you about the sea." Their friendship, born of curiosity and strengthened through trials, had taught them the true meaning of companionship. It was about embracing differences, supporting one another through challenges, and celebrating the unique beauty each brought to the world. As the fire crackled and the wind whispered through the trees, Thistle and Neri knew that their bond was as enduring as the timeless dance of the forest and the sea. And so, in the village of Cantamar, where pines whispered secrets to the sea, two unlikely friends found a place in each other's hearts, their friendship a beacon of warmth and hope, even in the coldest of winters. Story 64. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight danced gently through the leaves, there was a little cottage with warm, glowing windows and a roof of deep green moss. This was the home of Hazel, a kind-hearted herbalist known for her gentle magic and calming teas. She lived there with her faithful cat, Thistle, who had a coat as soft as the clouds and eyes as bright as emeralds. Every morning, Hazel would step into the cool, dewy air of the forest, a wicker basket in hand, ready to gather the herbs and flowers that whispered their secrets to her. She had learned to listen to the forest's language, the soft rustling of leaves, the cheerful babble of the brook, the distant call of the owl, and it guided her to the plants she needed. One particularly crisp morning, as the mist clung to the air like a silken veil, Hazel ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The path was unfamiliar, and the trees seemed taller, their branches arching like grand cathedral ceilings. Yet there was something comforting in the air, a gentle hum that resonated with her heartbeat. As she walked, Hazel noticed a peculiar glow emanating from a cluster of ferns beside the path. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down, brushing aside the fronds to reveal a small, luminous flower with petals like spun silver. It shimmered softly, illuminating the forest floor with a gentle light. "Ah, the moonlit bloom," she murmured to herself, recognizing the rare flower from her grandmother's tales. It was said that the moonlit bloom could only be found by those with pure intentions, and its essence held the power to heal the deepest of wounds, both physical and emotional. As she carefully picked the flower, Hazel heard a soft rustle behind her. Turning around, she was met with a pair of wide, curious eyes peeking from behind a tree. It was a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a rich autumnal red, with a tail tipped in a swirl of gold, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence beyond that of ordinary forest creatures. "Hello there," Hazel said gently, holding out her hand. "I didn't mean to startle you." The fox stepped forward cautiously, sniffing the air around her. "I am Ember," the fox spoke, its voice as smooth as a stream gliding over stones. "And you carry the scent of the moonlit bloom." Hazel smiled softly. "Indeed, I do. I gather herbs for my teas and remedies." Ember nodded, sitting back on his haunches. "The forest speaks of your kindness, Hazel. I have watched you for many moons, and I believe we might be able to help each other." Intrigued, Hazel sat down on a mossy log, her curiosity piqued. "What is it that you need, Ember?" The fox's eyes flickered with a touch of sadness. "My home is in the heart of this forest, but a shadow has fallen over it. An ancient tree, the elder oak, which shelters my den, is withering. The forest fears its end, for it holds the memories of all who have lived here." Hazel listened intently, her heart aching at the thought of the great tree's suffering. What can be done to save it? Ember's gaze met hers, hopeful yet uncertain. "The moonlit bloom is said to have the power to restore life. If you would share its magic, perhaps the elder oak could be healed." Without hesitation, Hazel nodded. "Of course I will help." With newfound purpose, Hazel and Ember set off together, the forest parting to reveal paths unseen by human eyes. As they traveled, Hazel marveled at the wonders around her, the iridescent glow of fireflies weaving patterns in the air, the soft calls of night creatures, the gentle rustle of leaves that seemed to whisper encouragement. Finally, they arrived at a clearing bathed in serene moonlight. In the center stood the elder oak, its mighty branches reaching for the heavens, though its leaves drooped with a weary sadness. Hazel approached with reverence, feeling the ancient wisdom emanating from the tree's gnarled bark. Ember stood beside her, his presence a comforting warmth. "Together, we can bring it back to life." With careful hands, Hazel prepared a potion using the moonlit bloom's petals, blending them with dew collected from the forest's heart and a whisper of her own magic. She poured the mixture around the roots of the elder oak, the liquid shimmering like a river of stars. As the potion soaked into the earth, the forest seemed to hold its breath. A gentle wind began to stir, rustling the leaves and carrying the scent of renewal. Slowly, the elder oak began to change. Its branches lifted, leaves unfurling with vibrant life, their edges kissed by moonlight. A soft sigh, like the exhale of 1,000 years, escaped from the tree, and Hazel felt a deep, resonant gratitude wash over her. She smiled, knowing that the forest's heart was healing. "Thank you," Ember said, his voice filled with emotion. "You have saved my home and the stories of this forest." Hazel knelt beside the fox, stroking his fur gently. It was a gift to be part of something so wondrous. As they made their way back through the forest, the bond between Hazel and Ember grew, rooted in shared purpose and newfound friendship. The path home was lit by fireflies, their dance a celebration of the night's magic. Upon reaching her cottage, Hazel invited Ember to stay, knowing that friends are always welcome. Thistle, who usually kept a wary distance from strangers, curled up beside Ember, accepting him with the wisdom only a cat possesses. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the forest hummed with life, Hazel lay in bed, Thistle purring softly at her feet. Her heart was full of gratitude for the unexpected adventure and the enduring bond she had found with Ember. In the gentle glow of the moon, Hazel knew that the elder oak's stories would continue to whisper through the forest, weaving tales of magic, friendship, and the healing power of kindness. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of new adventures to come, guided by the shimmering light of the moonlit bloom. Story 65. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the cobblestone paths wound like ribbons through lush green hills, there was a quaint little shop named Curio Cottage. This shop, tucked between a bakery known for its cinnamon rolls and a bookshop filled with tales of yore, was brimming with objects that whispered stories of faraway lands and forgotten times. The shop was owned by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, whose twinkling eyes and snowy beard gave him an air of magic. But the true wonder of Curio Cottage lay in the items it housed. Among the porcelain teapots and delicate lace handkerchiefs, there was one object that had been waiting patiently for the right person to discover its secret, a dusty old compass, tarnished and unassuming, resting in a corner. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Elara wandered into Curio Cottage. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of a twilight sky and a heart open to the wonders of the world. Elara had been sent by her mother to fetch a spool of lavender thread, but like a moth to a flame, she was drawn to the shop's treasures. As Elara meandered through the aisles, her fingers brushed against the compass. The moment her skin touched its cool surface, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the compass had awakened from a long slumber. Intrigued, she picked it up and approached Mr. Thistle, who was polishing a set of silver candlesticks. "Ah, you found the traveler's compass," Mr. Thistle said, his voice as smooth as honey. "It's been waiting for someone with a true heart." Elara tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "What makes it special?" Mr. Thistle leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "This compass doesn't point north. It points to where you need to be, not where you want to go." Elara's eyes widened. She clutched the compass tightly, feeling its gentle pulse against her palm. "But how does it know?" "The heart knows things the mind can never understand," Mr. Thistle replied with a knowing smile. "Trust in it, and it will guide you." With her mother's thread in one hand and the compass in the other, Elara left the shop, a flutter of excitement in her chest. That night, as the moon cast its silver glow over Willowbrook, she lay in bed, the compass nestled beside her. She wondered where it might lead her. The next morning, unable to resist the compass's allure, Elara decided to follow its guidance. She set out on a journey beyond the familiar streets of Willowbrook, her heart alight with anticipation. As she held the compass, its needle spun gently before settling on a direction, a path that led through the whispering woods and into the heart of the countryside. Her first companion on this journey was a small, sprightly squirrel named Pippin, who leapt from branch to branch, his bushy tail flicking like a feather in the breeze. Pippin was a chatterbox, his voice a high-pitched melody that filled the air with stories of the woodland creatures and their escapades. "Where are you headed, Elara?" Pippin chirped, pausing to nibble on an acorn. "I'm not quite sure," Elara confessed, glancing at the compass. "But I feel like I'm meant to go this way." Pippin nodded sagely. "The woods have a way of showing you what you need, even if you don't know it yet." As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering ancient secrets. Sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Their path led them to a clearing where a gentle stream burbled happily over smooth stones. Here they met their second companion, a wise old turtle named Orin, who was basking in the sun on a flat rock. Orin's shell was etched with intricate patterns, each line telling a story of the years he had seen. "Good day, travelers," Orin greeted them with a slow, deliberate nod. What brings you to this part of the woods? Elara held up the compass. I'm following where this takes me. Orin peered at the compass with his wise, ancient eyes. Ah, the traveler's compass. It chooses its keeper wisely. Remember, the journey is as important as the destination. Elara and Pippin continued on their way, with Orin's words lingering in their minds like a gentle echo. The compass led them through fields of wildflowers, their petals painting the landscape in vibrant hues, and over hills that rolled like waves frozen in time. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, they arrived at the edge of a serene lake. The water shimmered under the growing moonlight, its surface as smooth as glass. Here they found their final companion, a graceful swan named Lyra, who glided towards them with an air of elegance and grace. Lyra's feathers were as white as the first snowfall, and her eyes held a depth of understanding that seemed to see right into Elara's soul. "Welcome," she said, her voice soft and melodic. "The lake is a place of reflection, a mirror to your heart." Elara sat by the water's edge, the compass resting in her lap. As she gazed into the lake, she saw not just her reflection, but the hopes and dreams she held within. She realized that the journey had been showing her pieces of herself she had yet to discover. With her friends by her side, Elara understood the compass's true purpose. It wasn't about finding a place, but about discovering who she was and the courage she held within. She had learned from the wood's wisdom, the stream's song, and the lake's reflection. As the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Elara felt a profound sense of peace. She knew she could return to Willowbrook, carrying the lessons of her journey in her heart. The compass had guided her not to a destination, but to a deeper understanding of herself. Together, the four friends made their way back through the forest, each step lighter than the last. They reached the village just as the first light of dawn kissed the rooftops, painting them in golden hues. Elara bid farewell to her companions, knowing their paths would cross again. She returned the compass to Curio Cottage, where it would wait for the next traveler in need of its gentle guidance. That night, as she lay in bed, Elara felt a warmth spread through her, as comforting as a hug from a loved one. She knew that no matter where her path led, she would always carry the magic of the journey with her, a reminder that the heart knows the way and true discovery lies within. And so in the cozy village of Willowbrook, under a sky full of stars, Elara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promises of tomorrow. Story 66. In the heart of a land where the sky met the earth in a gentle embrace, there lay a small, forgotten village named Willowbrook. The village was nestled in a lush valley, surrounded by towering hills draped in a verdant quilt of ancient oaks and whispering pines. A crystalline river meandered through the valley, its waters sparkling like the eyes of a curious child. The air was scented with the earthy aroma of moss and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that danced on the gentle breeze. Life in Willowbrook was simple and serene, and its inhabitants cherished the quiet rhythm of their days. Among them lived a gentle soul named Elara. Elara was a young woman with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the emerald depths of the forest. She was known for her kindness and the way she listened to the whispers of the wind, as if the very world spoke secrets only she could hear. Elara lived in a quaint cottage on the outskirts of the village, where the forest stretched its arms around her home in an embrace of leaves and branches. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Elara sat by the riverbank, her feet dangling in the cool water. The frogs began their nightly serenade, their croaks mingling with the rustle of the leaves. Elara closed her eyes, letting the music of the night soothe her soul. As she sat there, she noticed something unusual, a faint, shimmering light flickering beneath the surface of the water. Curious and unafraid, Elara leaned closer, her heart alight with wonder. As she peered into the depths, the light grew brighter, and before her eyes a tiny creature emerged. It was a water sprite, no bigger than her palm, with translucent wings that glistened like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. Its skin was the color of moonlight, and its eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 stars. "Hello, Elara," the sprite said, its voice as light as a breeze brushing through reeds. "I am Lyrael, guardian of the river." Elara blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering with delight. "Hello, Lirael. Why have you revealed yourself to me?" Lirael's wings fluttered gently as it hovered just above the water. "The river has a secret, a mystery that needs unraveling, and I believe you are the one who can help." Intrigued, Elara nodded. "Tell me more." "The river's song has changed," Lirael explained, a hint of worry clouding its ethereal features. "There's a sadness in its current, a heaviness that wasn't there before. I fear something is amiss in the heart of the forest." Elara listened intently, her fingers tracing patterns on the water's surface. "How can I help?" Lirael smiled, a spark of hope in its eyes. "You must venture into the forest and seek the ancient oak, the guardian tree. It holds the memory of the land and may reveal the source of this sorrow." Elara agreed, her spirit buoyed by the chance to help her beloved valley. With Lirael as her guide, she set off at dawn, the first light of day casting long shadows through the trees. The forest was alive with the sound of birdsong and the rustle of leaves underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. As Elara walked, she marveled at the beauty around her, each step taking her deeper into the heart of nature's embrace. Along the way, Elara encountered a family of foxes, their russet fur blending seamlessly with the fallen leaves. The foxes watched her with bright eyes, their curiosity evident. Elara smiled and continued on, feeling a sense of connection with all the creatures of the forest. After a time, Elara and Lirael arrived at the guardian tree. It was an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. The branches stretched skyward, a testament to the tree's enduring strength. Elara placed her hand on the rough bark, feeling the pulse of life within. "Speak to the tree," Lirael whispered. "It will hear you." Elara closed her eyes and let her heart speak. She whispered of the river's sadness and her desire to restore harmony. The oak tree shivered, its leaves rustling in a gentle breeze that seemed to rise from nowhere. A deep, resonant voice echoed in Elara's mind, the voice of the guardian tree. Long ago, a seed of discord was planted. An ancient stone buried beneath the riverbed disrupts the flow of life. Elara listened, understanding the weight of the tree's words. "How can I mend this?" The oak's voice was solemn but hopeful. "You must find the stone and return it to its rightful place, a secret glade where the river is born. In doing so, the balance will be restored." With newfound determination, Elara thanked the guardian tree and set off once more, Lirael fluttering beside her. They followed the river upstream, the journey filled with the quiet companionship of newfound friends. As they walked, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more majestic, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral. The air was cooler here, filled with the scent of pine and the distant roar of a waterfall. Finally, they reached the source of the river, a hidden glade, bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the glade stood a stone, its surface etched with ancient runes that glowed faintly in the half-light. Elara approached the stone with reverence, feeling its power and the history it held. With Lirael's guidance, she carefully lifted the stone and placed it in the heart of the glade. As she did so, a gentle warmth spread through the air, and the river's song rose in joyous crescendo. The sadness lifted, replaced by a melody of life and renewal. Elara smiled, her heart full of peace. She and Lirael watched as the river flowed with newfound clarity, its waters sparkling like 1,000 diamonds under the sun. With their task complete, Elara returned to the village, where the people of Willowbrook welcomed her with open arms. The story of her journey spread, a tale of courage and friendship that inspired all who heard it. And so, in the quiet moments of the evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Elara would sit by the riverbank once more. She would close her eyes and listen to the river's song, a melody of harmony and hope, knowing that the magic of Willowbrook would forever remain in her heart. In the gentle embrace of the night, Elara drifted into peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with whispers of the forest and the laughter of sprites. The world around her seemed to sigh in contentment, as if the very earth had found its own rest. And so the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the power of kindness, the beauty of the natural world, and the enduring bonds of friendship. Story 67. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets with every rustling leaf, lived a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a fox, but not just any fox. She was a fox whose fur shimmered with the hues of the twilight sky. Her coat was a soft blend of deep purples and warm oranges, and her eyes sparkled with the light of distant stars. She lived in a cozy den beneath the roots of a giant oak, surrounded by the comforting scent of earth and moss. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Leora would emerge from her den. She loved this time of day, when the world seemed to hold its breath and magic hummed quietly in the air. The forest was her home, a place alive with wonder and friendly spirits. It was a land where flowers glowed softly in the moonlight, and streams sang gentle lullabies as they flowed over smooth stones. One particular evening, as Leora padded softly along the familiar path that wound through her forest, she noticed something unusual. A soft, silvery light flickered in the underbrush, drawing her attention like a whisper in the dark. Curious and unafraid, Leora followed the light until she came upon a small clearing where a strange sight met her eyes. There, nestled amidst a patch of moon-drenched wildflowers, sat a creature she had never seen before. It was a bird, but unlike any bird that had ever flown through the forest. Its feathers were as white as freshly fallen snow, and its eyes gleamed with the ethereal glow of the moon itself. The bird looked at Leora with a mixture of curiosity and hope. "Who are you?" Leora asked softly, her voice a gentle ripple in the quiet night. The bird fluttered its wings, sending a cascade of silvery light dancing across the clearing. "I am Calum," it replied, its voice as soft and melodious as a nightingale's song. "I am a moonbird, and I have traveled from faraway skies, seeking a place to rest." Leora tilted her head, her eyes filled with warmth and kindness. "You are welcome here, Calum. Our forest is a haven to all who need solace and companionship." The moonbird's eyes twinkled with gratitude. "Thank you, dear fox. I have heard tales of this forest, of its beauty and the kindness of its inhabitants. It is said that the heart of the forest holds a secret, a mystery that has been whispered by the winds for generations." Leora's ears perked up with interest. "A mystery? What kind of mystery?" Salem settled more comfortably among the wildflowers, its feathers glowing softly in the moonlight. "It is said that at the forest's heart, where the oldest tree stands, there is a hidden grove. In this grove, the stars come to rest when they fall from the sky, and their light nourishes a tree of pure silver. Those who find this grove are granted a wish, a single boon to aid them in their journey." Leora's eyes widened with wonder. "A wish," she murmured, the idea as tantalizing as the scent of honeysuckle on a warm summer breeze. The moonbird nodded, its gaze thoughtful. "But the path to the grove is hidden, known only to those who are truly in need and who possess the courage to seek it." Leora pondered this revelation, her heart a flutter of excitement and trepidation. She had never considered herself brave, but the thought of such an adventure stirred something within her, a yearning to discover the secrets of her beloved forest. "Will you help me find it, Talem?" she asked, her voice filled with quiet determination. "Together, perhaps we can uncover the path and solve this mystery." Calum spread its wings wide, the moonlight casting a magical aura around them both. "I would be honored to journey with you, Leora, for though I have wings, it is your wisdom and the guidance of your heart that will light our way." And so, with the moon shining brightly above, Leora and Calum set off deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant, with the scent of pine and jasmine, and a gentle breeze carried the soft sounds of night creatures stirring in their slumber. As they walked, Leora and Calum shared stories of their lives and dreams, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Leora spoke of her love for the forest, of the peace she found in the rustling of the trees and the song of the streams. Calum, in turn, shared tales of the skies, of the constellations that danced across the heavens, and the mysteries that lay beyond the reach of mortal eyes. Their journey was not without its challenges. The forest, while welcoming, was vast and filled with winding paths that twisted and turned like the pages of an ancient book. There were times when Leora and Xelam found themselves lost, the trees seeming to shift and change around them. But each time they faltered, they would pause and listen, allowing the whispers of the forest to guide them. One evening, as they rested beneath the boughs of a towering cedar, Leora gazed up at the starlit sky, her heart full of wonder. "Do you think we will find the grove, Calum?" she asked softly, a hint of doubt in her voice. Calum nestled closer, its warmth a comforting presence in the cool night air. "I believe we will, dear Leora. The forest has a way of revealing its secrets to those who seek with an open heart." Encouraged by Calum's faith, Leora found her resolve strengthened. Together, they continued their quest, following the signs and whispers that the forest offered. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, until one morning they found themselves standing before a tree unlike any they had seen before. It was an oak, ancient and wise, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. The bark shimmered with a silvery sheen, as if kissed by stardust. "This must be it," Leora breathed, her heart racing with excitement. Calum perched upon a low branch, its eyes wide with awe. "The heart of the forest," it whispered, its voice filled with reverence. Together they stepped into the grove, where the air was thick with magic, and the ground was soft with fallen leaves. In the center of the grove stood the tree of silver, its branches heavy with shimmering stars that glowed with an inner light. Leora approached the tree, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. "What should we wish for, Salem?" she asked, her voice trembling with emotion. Calum considered this for a moment, then spoke with a gentle certainty. "Let us wish for the forest to remain a sanctuary for all who seek peace and friendship. Let its magic continue to inspire and nurture those who walk beneath its boughs." Leora nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "Yes, that is a perfect wish." Together they closed their eyes and whispered their wish to the stars. As they did, a gentle breeze rustled through the grove, carrying their words up into the night sky. And then something wondrous happened. The stars above twinkled with a newfound brightness, and the silver tree shimmered with a radiant glow, as if acknowledging their wish. Leora and Chelam stood together, their hearts full of joy and contentment. They knew that the forest would always be a place of magic and wonder, a home for all who sought its embrace. As they made their way back through the forest, the sun began to rise, painting the sky with the soft colors of dawn. The world was filled with a peaceful hush, as if the forest itself were waking from a gentle dream. Leora and Calum returned to the clearing where they had first met, their friendship as strong as the ancient trees around them. They knew that their journey had changed them, deepening their bond and opening their hearts to the endless possibilities of the world. As they parted, Leora looked into Selim's eyes, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, Selim, for sharing this journey with me. I will never forget the magic we have found together." Selim spread its wings, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "Nor will I, dear Leora. May our paths cross again, under the light of 1,000 stars." With a final gentle nod, Selim took to the skies, its wings gliding gracefully through the morning air. Leora watched until the moonbird was just a speck against the vast blue sky, her heart full of warmth and hope. And so, with the forest alive with the soft murmur of waking creatures, Leora returned to her den beneath the great oak. She curled up in her cozy nest, her dreams filled with the scent of wildflowers and the soft glow of starlight. The forest remained a place of magic and wonder, its secrets safe in the hearts of those who called it home. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, its golden light bathing the world in warmth, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that her wish would forever guide the forest and all who wandered within its embrace. 68. Once upon a time, in a world where the whispering winds carried secrets and the ancient trees stood as guardians of time, there existed a quaint village named Hearthstone, nestled between the lush rolling hills and the shimmering expanse of the Silver Lake. The villagers of Hearthstone were a kind and close-knit community, living in harmony with the gentle creatures of the forest. But beyond the familiar borders, in a realm unknown to most, lay the enchanted glade, a mysterious place rumored to be filled with magic and wonder. In this magical glade, there lived a creature unlike any other, a fae named Leora. She was as delicate as a moonbeam, with wings that shimmered like the gossamer threads of a spider's web in the morning dew. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Leora was a guardian of the glade, tending to the flowers and streams, ensuring the balance of nature. Meanwhile, in the heart of Hearthstone, there lived a young man named Elias. With a heart as warm as the summer sun and a curiosity that knew no bounds, Elias was known for his love of tales about faraway lands and mysterious creatures. His days were spent helping the villagers, crafting stories, and tending to his small garden filled with herbs and flowers. Though their worlds were different, fate had a way of weaving lives together in the most unexpected of ways. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies with hues of pink and gold, Elias found himself wandering further into the forest than he ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves crunched under his feet like a symphony of nature. Drawn by a melody he could not hear but only feel, Elias ventured deeper into the woods until he stumbled upon the enchanted glade. The sight that greeted him was one of ethereal beauty. Flowers that glowed with an inner light, streams that sang in soft murmurs, and butterflies that danced like living jewels. It was here that Elias first saw Leora, her form illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. Startled by the presence of a human, Leora fluttered her wings in a defensive gesture, her eyes wide with surprise. Elias, equally astonished, raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Please," he said softly, his voice carried by the gentle breeze. "I mean no harm. I was merely drawn here by the beauty of this place." Leora hesitated, her initial wariness giving way to curiosity. "You are not like other humans," she observed, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Most would not dare to venture so far." Elias smiled, a warmth in his expression that seemed to melt the barriers between them. "Perhaps I am just a storyteller in search of a story," he replied, his eyes reflecting the glade's luminescence. And so an unlikely friendship began, a fae and a human, each from different worlds, yet drawn together by a shared sense of wonder and discovery. As days turned into weeks, Elias and Leora met under the moonlit sky, exchanging tales and laughter. Leora shared the secrets of the glade, teaching Elias to listen to the songs of the forest, while Elias taught Leora about the world beyond the trees, painting pictures with his words of bustling markets, quaint cottages, and the simple joys of human life. However, their friendship was not without its challenges. There were times when misunderstandings threatened to sever the delicate bond they had formed. Leora, accustomed to the timelessness of the glade, often found Elias's urgency and need for structure perplexing. Elias, on the other hand, struggled to understand the fae's connection to the natural world, a bond so deep it defied human comprehension. One chilly evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Elias arrived at the glade with a troubled expression. His village was facing a harsh winter, and the crops had failed, leaving the villagers worried about the months ahead. Seeing his distress, Leora's heart ached with empathy. "Why are you troubled, dear friend?" she asked, her voice a gentle caress. Elias sighed, his breath visible in the cold air. "My village is in need. The winter is harsh, and the harvest was poor. I fear for those who do not have enough to see them through the cold months." Touched by his concern, Leora fluttered closer, her wings casting a soft glow around them. "Perhaps I can help," she offered, her eyes filled with determination. Together they devised a plan to aid the village. Leora used her magic to coax life from the earth, helping the remaining crops to flourish despite the cold. She guided Elias in gathering herbs and plants with healing properties, which they then shared with the villagers. Elias, in turn, worked tirelessly to organize the resources, ensuring every family had enough to sustain them. As they faced this challenge side by side, Elias and Leora's understanding of each other deepened. Leora learned of the human capacity for resilience and community, while Elias gained an appreciation for the quiet strength of nature and the magic that lay in harmony with the world. Through their shared efforts, the village of Hearthstone thrived, despite the winter's harshness, and the bond between Elias and Leora grew ever stronger. The villagers, grateful for the unexpected bounty, welcomed Leora into their hearts, marveling at the friendship that had blossomed between the fae and the human. As spring arrived, bringing with it the promise of renewal, Elias and Leora stood at the edge of the glade, watching as the world awoke from its slumber. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the forest was alive with the songs of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. "I never imagined," that a chance encounter would lead to such a deep friendship, Elias mused, his eyes reflecting the vibrant colors of the season. Leora smiled, her wings catching the sunlight in a dazzling display. Friendship has a way of bridging even the widest of gaps, she replied softly. It teaches us to see the world through another's eyes, to find beauty in the differences that make us unique. And so, in the village of Hearthstone and the enchanted glade, a tale of friendship and understanding was woven into the tapestry of time. A reminder that even the most unlikely companions can discover the true meaning of friendship through shared challenges, mutual support, and the simple act of listening with open hearts. As the sun set on another day, casting its golden rays over the land, Elias and Leora knew that their bond would endure, a testament to the power of kindness and the magic that lies in embracing the wonder of the world around them. And with that comforting thought, the village of Hearthstone settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the night, knowing that they were watched over by the Fae and the human who had become the heart of their community. Story 69. In the gentle embrace of a moonlit forest, where the whispering pines swayed softly under the night sky, there lay a hidden glade. This glade, known only to the creatures of the wood, was a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical blurred, where starlit dewdrops hung like jewels on the grass, and fireflies danced in lazy spirals around the gnarled branches of ancient oaks. At the heart of this glade stood an old, wise tree named Eldergrove. His bark was etched with the stories of centuries, and his branches extended like welcoming arms. Eldergrove was the keeper of the forest's secrets, and those who sought wisdom would often find themselves drawn to his calming presence. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled with secrets of their own, a small, timid rabbit named Thistle found her way to Eldergrove. Thistle had soft, velvety fur the color of twilight, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and a hint of mischief. Yet on this particular night, her heart was heavy with worries. She approached Eldergrove with hesitant steps, her nose twitching under the cool breeze. "Eldergrove," Thistle whispered, her voice barely audible over the soft symphony of the night. "I feel lost. The world seems so vast, and I am but a small part of it. I wish to find my place, to know where I truly belong." Eldergrove listened with the patience only a tree could possess. His deep, rumbling voice, like the gentle roll of distant thunder, responded, "Ah, dear Thistle, the forest is a tapestry woven with threads of every creature's journey. Each path is unique, and each soul has a place. Sometimes the path to discovery begins with a single step into the unknown." With these words, Thistle felt a warmth blossom in her chest. Encouraged, she decided to venture beyond the familiar trails she knew, to explore the mysteries that lay beyond the forest's edge. The next morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers across the horizon, Thistle set out on her adventure. She bounced along with a newfound sense of purpose, her path guided by the gentle rustle of fallen leaves beneath her paws. The forest greeted her with open arms, the scent of pine and earth mingling in the crisp air. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a brook that babbled with a melody all its own. Its waters sparkled in the morning light, inviting her to follow its winding course. Along the brook's edge, Thistle noticed a peculiar sight, a small, iridescent fish that seemed to shimmer with every color of the rainbow, its scales like chips of opal. The fish, noticing her gaze, paused its dance in the water. "Hello there," it called in a voice that tinkled like wind chimes. "I am Ripple, keeper of the brook. What brings you to this part of the forest?" Thistle, intrigued by Ripple's vibrant presence, replied, "I am seeking my place in the world and the wisdom to understand where I belong." Ripple swam closer, its tail creating gentle ripples in the water. Sometimes the answer lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Come, let us explore together, and perhaps we shall both learn something new. And so, the unlikely pair, a curious rabbit and a shimmering fish, set off alongside the brook. As they traveled, they shared stories and laughter, their friendship growing with each step and splash. Thistle learned of the brook's secrets, of hidden pools where moonbeams kissed the water's surface, and of the ancient stones that whispered tales of time long past. Their journey led them to a meadow bathed in the soft hues of twilight. Here, the air was thick with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees floated on the breeze. In the center of the meadow stood a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, each one taller than the last, forming a ring that glowed softly in the dim light. Ripple, eyes wide with wonder, exclaimed, "A fairy ring!" It said that these are places of magic, where the veil between worlds is thin. As they approached the ring, Thistle felt a tingling sensation at the tips of her ears, as if the air itself was alive with anticipation. She hesitated at the edge of the circle, her heart a mix of excitement and trepidation. Suddenly, a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Welcome, travelers," it sang, and from the center of the ring emerged a tiny creature, a fairy with wings like spun silver and eyes that twinkled like stars. The fairy, whose name was Elara, hovered gracefully before them. "You have ventured into a place of dreams and possibilities. What is it you seek?" Thistle, feeling the warmth of friendship and the courage it inspired, spoke with newfound confidence. "I seek to understand my place in the world and to find the wisdom within myself." Elara smiled, her wings shimmering as they caught the last rays of the setting sun. "Wisdom often lies in the heart's quiet whispers, and understanding comes from the bonds we forge along the way." With a gentle wave of her hand, Elara conjured a soft, glowing light that enveloped Thistle and Ripple. In that moment, Thistle felt a deep connection to the earth beneath her paws, to the water that sang its endless song, and to the sky that stretched infinitely above. She understood that her place was not a single destination, but the journey itself, woven with the threads of friendship, curiosity, and courage. As the glow faded, Thistle turned to Ripple, her heart lighter than it had ever been. "Thank you, dear friend, for accompanying me on this journey. I have found what I was seeking, and it was with me all along." Ripple smiled, its scales still gleaming like a prism. "And I, too, have discovered the joy of companionship and the beauty of sharing our stories." Together, they bid farewell to Elara and the magical meadow, their hearts full of gratitude and wonder. As they retraced their steps along the brook, the forest seemed to hum with approval, its trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. When they returned to the familiar glade, Eldergrove welcomed them with a soft sigh of the wind through his branches. "Welcome back, Thistle. I see you have found your way." Thistle nodded, her eyes shining with the light of newfound understanding. "Yes, Eldergrove, I have found my place. Not in a single spot, but along the paths I choose to walk, and with the friends I choose to share them with." And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Thistle nestled into the warm embrace of her forest home. As she closed her eyes, surrounded by the gentle sounds of the night, she knew that her journey had only just begun, filled with endless possibilities and the promise of new adventures. In the quiet of the glade, with Eldergrove standing sentinel, the forest whispered its lullabies, weaving dreams of magic, friendship, and discovery into the fabric of the night. And as Thistle drifted into a peaceful slumber, she felt the comforting presence of her friends and the world around her, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be.